Hey all, thanks for being here. If you're here, we are going to do the Reverie Roundtable in just a moment. Hopefully you'll enjoy it. Let's get started. Bye. And find. Hey, we got a group of people. Animan. Ba. Okay, here we
The penis studies.
Are you on drugs right now, brother? Like, what is going on with you?
I just
Is,
saw
is he ever
opportunity.
not on
That's
drugs?
the
Is the more
right
appropriate
question. Yeah, that's a better question. Like,
Oh, sorry.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
the
Hold on.
answer
Are
is
you in
yes.
need? Are you in need of drugs?
You know,
Help.
I just saw an opportunity to fuck with somebody and couldn't miss it.
Fair enough.
Are you on drugs as he's inhaling right
As
now?
we're
in real
hell
time?
drugs.
Are you on drugs?
Not
Who
enough
would
of them.
have guessed?
I'm always on caffeine and nicotine, all right, and those are definitely drugs. So
I
They
don't know
are.
if caffeine counts.
It counts.
you ever met a Mormon?
Unless
counts.
it's, I think it only counts when it's
counts in
in when it's
Utah.
it only counts when it's in its pure form, like the snorable form.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's one of the only time. Also, I found out if you do too much caffeine, that way you can die a lot faster than with cocaine.
You can OD on caffeine. You can OD on
Very
just about
quickly.
anything. So yeah, Happy New Year.
Yeah, all the happiest topics here.
Okay. But nice to see you all.
Likewise.
Indeed. All right. Well, what do you guys want to talk? Like, let's skip. Hold on for time. Like
Mm.
things you want to say?
Well, did you do anything for New Year's Prime?
No. So
I think I know you. Sorry, maybe I should because I know you mentioned previously that you usually travel on New Year's.
Yeah,
That's
that was
your
years
typical-
ago when I had money. I don't have any money.
I can somewhat empathize with that. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. And so I guess probably New Year's is not, let's say, the most joyful time for you currently.
No, not at all.
Okay,
Unfortunately.
well then, sorry for bringing
Yeah,
the energy down.
no
That's what I do
no
best.
Worries, friend. No worries, friend. No worries.
Try to make some good conversation.
Yeah.
You know, you can solve that problem. Just make more money. Yeah.
I have an update
Sorry,
from
I was
Lactoid.
having some.
Lactoid
having
says
some,
he's
audio
running
stuff.
a little bit late because he's inhaling all the essential oils to cure his COVID.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Ah,
Um.
I got the colloidal silver on
he's
deck.
eating all of the horse paste. You know.
Yeah,
right.
well, whatever works. That's his choice. His body, his choice, not mine.
You know, Corey. Somehow, I don't believe that you were in favor of letting people eat horse paste. Somehow,
I
I
mean-
feel like even you were willing to be like, no, okay, no, you don't get the horse paste.
I
Well,
was. If
I
you had
mean-
questions, I was willing to let them eat yours.
They can eat it, but just don't make
I was
just don't make the claim that it's actually doing anything beneficial for COVID. You can eat whatever you want, just don't make
It's doing something.
to a claim. Yes, it's doing something.
So I saw a
you can
story.
eat horse shit. I don't care. Just don't say that it does anything to COVID. Okay.
So I saw a story,
different.
You never
and
know.
I don't know how true this is. Corey, you can maybe back this up. So I was reading, and it was saying that COVID, the way you caught it was predominantly you got it through the nose, right? Like it was however you inhaled it or whatever. I
Well,
guess whatever it was.
Well, not,
Droplets
hold on,
in
pause,
mucous
not you.
membranes.
Yeah, Corey.
Right.
No, hold on.
What if I
Not
stuff
Admiral
my
So-
Gibbs,
nose
because
with horse
Admiral
shit?
Gibbs, Admiral Gibbs is a mouth breather, so that's not true.
That's
for
true.
Admiral Gibbs, but for
I
most
didn't. Well, I
people-
also didn't have much problems with COVID. So, and the reason for that was, probably about the second part about it. Say they were saying that people that do a lot of, let's just call them favors through the nose, we're gonna have more mucus protecting their nose, and there's gonna be more full and scar tissue, so they were less likely to catch COVID. So, what do you think about that statement? Any
I would-
accuracy to that?
I need more details. Not enough information to make.
So hold on. Listen. In any time you have like a virus or a disease, right? There's going to be a ton of factors that are going to affect, like its transmissibility. Like there's just so many factors. I would not doubt in any way, shape, or form if that.
Like
were
your
true,
nose, yeah,
right?
your nose is full from
But,
cocaine.
but here's the thing, right? Like
you can't
but,
breathe,
like,
no COVID.
you know that people were getting
You
myocarditis.
can't breathe, you're
living.
dead too. So you can't. I agree.
like,
If you're
you
dead,
were-
you can't get COVID.
Right, like it also means if you did get COVID, you probably had a worse time of it because now you have like a blocked up nasal passageway. And then let's say you get myocarditis or pericarditis, right? And you have, I don't know, an enlarged heart from too much cocaine use.
Nah.
I don't know. That sounds like a good way to fuck. I mean, sounds like a good way to.
Yeah,
get
that's a
dead,
lot of like
right? So
you
it's
know.
like-
No, so
like,
this
yeah,
is
there's
Oh,
gonna
this
be
is,
now it's
positives and negatives
a
to
lot of
anything
medical
you do.
hooey, isn't it?
yeah, there's
right?
a lot of medical. I mean, I was using this scenario. Say you're at the
The
club during the
cocaine.
middle.
Let's focus on that.
Yeah, if you're at the club in the middle of the thick of it, right? And you rail line in the bathroom, right? And now you can't breathe because you got like the start of a sinus infection from the cocaine, and it's all stopped up. No COVID's getting in there. Better than the vaccine. Thoughts?
No, I don't think so at all.
Well, I mean,
personally,
like if you're
That's just-
measuring just transmissibility, maybe, probably not, but maybe, right?
But
if you're
maybe,
measuring
right?
like overall problems, right? I think being a coke addict during a pandemic is like
I'm not sure
comes
when
with
being a
with
coke
other
addict
shit,
really
you know
helps
what I mean?
you in a medical
Yeah, I mean,
crisis.
who
but
said you gotta be an addict? Maybe you just were out with some Russian models or something. Who knows?
Maybe
like,
you
Well,
know,
no,
Russian
like
models.
there's another thing you're not talking about, right? And that's this, right? COVID, for the most part, pretty harmless unless you were old or obese. Most people didn't die unless they were old or obese. Now, obviously,
yeah, I
some
gotta
people
say, I
died
never
from
saw
it
any meth
regardless,
heads with
but
COVID.
you don't see too many obese cokeheads. You know what I mean? Like, so I mean, maybe they're doing all right, and it's because of their coke addiction too. But again,
And this is how you know that
get
I'm not addicted to
myocarditis
cocaine because
with
I'm a
an
big boy.
enlarged- well, there are always rules to every exception.
Oh yeah.
That's every rule, but yes.
Said that wrong on purpose. No one got it.
I know. We got it. Okay.
Why you guys have to add drugs? Can't you just skip that and just shove horse shit into your nose directly, and then you won't inhale the COVID?
I'm gonna tell you something. If horse shit got me as high as the goodies got me, I'd maybe give Jankum a try, but never heard of it being as
Well,
effective.
have you tried it? Have you ran the experiment?
yeah.
No, thank God.
Well, then please run that
I've done-
experiment
I've
first.
done a
What do you
lot of
mean, thank God?
drugs,
What? Okay, wait.
but
You're
no.
saying thank God. You're willing to try one drug, but not another. What stops you from trying Jenkum, but is okay on cocaine?
I'll tell you. It's real simple. Shit.
Okay, and that cocaine is like a plant byproduct, which is just shit reconstituted into
Nah,
cocaine,
there's also like gasoline in there. Like, that's the
which
purifier.
is
effect.
just like the insides and the outsides of dinosaurs. So you're just smoking.
No,
shit
that
or
is
drinking
fake
shit
news.
or
Allegedly,
snorting shit.
allegedly that's actually not where oil comes from. Now, that's what the
I mean,
big brains are
but
telling us in
also,
the science department.
like whether or not Jinkum really does much to you is also kind of like fake news, right? Like there's not any good evidence that like it actually fucks you up in any significant way. Like if you got morning glory seeds level hallucinogen from Jinkum, you'd see a lot of people doing Jinkum. They would.
That's why they're trying to hide it from us.
Or like cat. Like what was the one from South Park with the cats and they were sniffing cat farts?
I think that was like a highly like. I think the joke there was in part about toxoplasmosis, which is like a real thing.
Is it just me or
You've
is,
ruined that joke
Scott's
for me now.
mic like really, really low?
Is my mic really low in here?
I wouldn't say really
Nobody's
low.
gonna
No,
tell you because
It's you.
no, I would still tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Scott's
you just
mic
gotta turn him
sounds
up.
good.
everybody else sounds great, but Scott's like really low. So
I'm very proud of us, by the way. We're
I don't know if
13
it's having
minutes.
audio issues.
We're
but, like,
13 minutes
peaking-
in.
I'm peaking on all my stuff,
Oh, actually,
And
no.
so like I
now
seem to be
that,
fine.
he is actually 124% on mine. That's why.
Okay, well then people have probably turned me up over time on Discord.
I do have you at 200%. I can tell you that, but I don't.
I
have
want to
the
say I'm very proud
Why
of
am I
this
so
group.
quiet on Discord? Okay, let me look at my Discord.
We're
settings.
very proud. It is January 6 and 10 minutes in, and we're 15 minutes into the show here, and nobody's brought up January 6th yet. I'm so proud of us.
Well, because our people don't attack capitals. There really isn't much to bring up. There was a peaceful transfer of power, and we moved on like normal.
Yeah. What a surprise.
Is that what happened? Is that
It's not even a question. About
revisionist
that.
history we're going with?
You didn't have anything in the bag for that. Like, come on, that was like the most obvious response.
Oh, I have a bunch. I don't care anymore because we won. Haha.
I guess, brother.
That's like, this is kind of like one of those whenever like a chick gets mad at you and she's like, yeah, well, you did this or you did this. You're like, still hit though. You know, like that's kind of where I'm at now with the January 6th
Yeah, but
arguments.
that's like, it just feels like a
Still hit
rapist
though.
being like, still got away with it.
Yeah. I mean, we had one of those in office for 4 years now. I mean, based off
We have.
the Biden diary.
He'll be back in for another 4 years, right?
I don't think so. I think he's going to be going to the old folks' home. He probably still thinks he's going to be in office the next
You're
4
talking
years.
about the wrong old guy.
That's true.
He doesn't even know where he's at.
Yeah. So
I almost feel bad for Biden. Like, I don't.
Almost.
no, fuck Biden. No, I probably hate Biden more than you. Actually, more than any conservative that's ever been on
No.
here.
You don't hate Biden more than me. Trust me. It's just that I don't have any special hate for Biden than I do for any other politician, right? Like, it's like I hate them all, and like different political.
Every one of the
camps want me to
bastards that
hate
take my
one
taxes.
more than the other. Like I thought we had one good president in Calvin Coolidge, and so I was doing research on Calvin Coolidge, and then I found out that he like signed into legislation permanently placing the Federal Reserve, and I was like, nope, fuck this guy too. I fucking hate them all, every single one of them. Like, I can't find a single president I don't hate.
You seem like an Andrew Jackson guy, Scott. You seem like you'd be an Andrew Jackson guy. He duels people, and he hates the banks.
Hold on. Okay, listen.
And he wins wars.
Andrew Jackson's final words were, "Thank God I defeated the banks." And that is unfathomably based. Though they might not be his final words. It could just be a lie. Nevertheless, if they are his final words, I fucking love it. And I know exactly why he's on the $20 bill. Because someone at the Fed was like, fuck you. You can't do anything about it. You're dead. But also, Andrew Jackson violated the Constitution and violated orders by SCOTUS to force the Cherokee to walk the Trail of Tears. And I think that's probably one of the worst things a U.S. president has ever done.
Yeah.
They lived in northern Georgia. They assimilated into our culture. They built homes. They had a post office. They vied to be able to keep their land, and they lost their first SCOTUS case. And then it was American citizens working at the post office that then vied to allow the northern Georgia, Cherokee to be able to keep their lands. They won their Supreme Court case, and Andrew Jackson just told them, well, then send in your marshals, and just threatened the Supreme Court. Like, what are you going to do? You don't have the power. So he just said, fuck SCOTUS, fuck the entire concept of the Supreme Court, saying that northern Georgia, like, that the Cherokee belonged there. And then he forced them, to walk halfway across the country and for more than half of them to die so that we could get more cotton fields. Like, fuck Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson's a piece of shit. And if, like, someone could bring up his grave and desecrate his bones publicly, I would support said actions.
That's what I thought. I'm glad, as always, my friend Scott is consistent there, because I was surprised by your initial reaction by Jackson. But okay, fair enough.
I will say this on his reaction, though. If he brings him back, y'all better be careful, because I tell you what, he's going to come back wanting to duel whoever's trying to desecrate on his grave. And I'm going to take
the White House lawn.
I'm going to take Jackson. That's right.
Jackson's gonna be like, he's gonna be like, hold on, I don't
he's
have to
who they should have
reload.
used for the
His
mummy.
Weapons
bro.
are accurate. Like, holy shit!
Yeah,
I'm dueling everybody.
But like, they had an Imhotep come back for the mummy like twice now. They should have had Jackson come back. That would have been terrifying, bro. This guy would have been like New World Order today. Like, modern tech, he's about it.
I mean, he was the first populist, right? I mean, Martin Van Buren set up Andrew, and so Andrew Jackson is like, with every president, there's good and bad there, right? I mean, Andrew Jackson was set up by Martin Van Buren to spearhead the birth of the Democrat Party, to stop the Civil War, right? We kind of already knew a Civil War was coming, and he was there as a political, to represent a political party that had issues that were, not necessarily specific to the North or the South, right? That you could tie issues so that you would have voters in both Northern and Southern states, and so that Southerners would have representation in their government. And he was like kind of the first populist president. And, he came up, he presided over the Missouri Compromise, I believe, or was it the other one? there's a couple of different compromises. I don't remember which one was. I think he was Missouri, but I could be wrong here. But yeah, I mean, like, so there's a lot of good that Andrew Jackson did, but there's also a lot of evil that he did. So, you know, I'm kind of 50-50 on Jackson. I still hate him for, you know, but I mean, like, there are good things that he did that I liked.
Is there any president that you're favorable towards, or like, you know, 51%, 50.01% favorable? I know on principle you probably can't be.
My
He's a
answer
anarcho-capitalist.
used to
He
be
can't.
fucking. Well, no, my answer used to be Calvin Coolidge, but I can't even say Calvin Coolidge anymore. So I don't know that there's ever been like, I mean, maybe Grover Cleveland, maybe. I could say is a pretty good president that didn't present, but I feel like I'm gonna research Grover Cleveland more and then like be like, fuck, he did this thing. Like I hate him, right? Like, you know. So
An American
I mean, like,
president did a
that'd be my
government
temporary
thing.
answer.
I mean, I'm sure if you dig enough into just about any politician, you'll find things that you're going to like.
But his
be
problem
pretty...
is that they do
which was my
government things.
thesis in the beginning, which is I hate them all, and people want me to hate this one or that one specifically, and I'm like, no, I fucking hate them all. Like, I don't have at best, they are public servants who consistently fail, and they are beneath us. At
I agree with
worst,
that.
they are
Beneath us.
murderers, liars, thieves, and corrupt pieces of shit. And the only grace I could give them is spitting in front of them so that when they walk on the ground, they have to walk through my spit. Because that is a grace that I am giving them by not taking America back to tarring and feathering politicians so they learn how to fucking act right and remember that they're supposed to be terrified of us.
Why didn't you
That
just
is
spit
their
on
goal.
them? Yeah, you just spit on them. and then-
Because then I'd go to jail and it wouldn't achieve anything.
Oh.
They would just be like, crazy ANCAP spits on senator, and then I'd be in jail, and then I wouldn't be there for my kids. What did I achieve?
Well, yeah,
But
if you
I
pissed
spit
on
the
them, they would
ground
probably
in front
pay
of
you.
them. But, well, you know, I don't know if I'm pretty enough for that.
Interesting.
I think Obama's watching this right now, shivering in his boots.
So,
Probably
someone in my
is.
chat said Polk.
Should
Some
be. Should be
James
very
K. Polk,
concerned.
5940 or fight, man. Like, you want me to support 5940 or fight? Like, I'm good.
Okay.
Why are you all looking? You all failed history. You all suck. You all failed your America. That was his campaign slogan.
I'm Canadian.
5940 or fight.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Corey gets. Well, actually, no, Corey, you don't get a fucking pass because it was land that likely would have been Canadian land, and he fought the fucking British 5940 or fight, and then he sent over like spies and shit to try and weaken Mexico. And
Well,
then
I don't even learn
set up
Canadian history.
everything for the
I learned
Mexican-American War. Like, no,
Was that
Polk was a piece of
Mexico
shit.
or was that Texas?
You're acting like he knows Canadian history, Scott.
You're right. I'm in Quebec. I'm in the true Canada. I learned Quebec history. So if it's not in the province of Quebec, we don't learn it. Like literally.
Yeah,
like,
Trust me, I can relate. That's how Texans feel. We learned Texas history, and then what happened to the rest of the 49?
We learned
Except
Texas
for the-
revisionist history.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
The true
Yeah.
history,
Yeah.
not what you 49 bitches think. Over
You,
here.
you mean the one?
Yeah,
The one.
so believe it or
I think
not,
one of the
most
best
of our
things
history is
America's
based
ever
off
done
of
was
what.
Manifest Destiny.
Amen.
Manifest Destiny is probably one of the most based actions America's ever.
We need to bring
taken.
Manifest Destiny
It's-
2 back.
Literally awful.
that.
It's awful. Fuck that.
But no, like, ironically, Texas and California pretty much set the standard for what's taught in public schools in terms of like
That's
in
right.
terms of like textbooks, because they're the largest market for purchasing like school textbooks. So like if you want to be mad about like what's in your kids' textbooks, some of that's going to be state policy, obviously. Some of that's going to be policy from the Department of Education. But like a big chunk of that is also going to be like Texas or California kind of decided they didn't want something in a textbook, or they did want something in a textbook, and so it got added or taken away based upon their purchasing.
I felt
Because we
like I
run
had
shit.
this. I felt like I had this argument with you. I feel like it was you. Maybe it wasn't, but I feel like I had argument with you,
don't
and you
think so.
pushed back on when I said something. I brought this up with someone, I feel like in the last year, and I got pushed back. I feel like it was you, but maybe I'm wrong. But
No, I mean, it's just a consequence of like their population and how many books they're going to buy. Like if Texas says to Pearson, like, no, we're not buying that book, we're going to go with a different book, right? Then the sheer population of Texas means that they lose out on a fuck ton of money. And the same is true with California. And so they've gotten into the habit of going to those states first and being like, is there anything you want us to change in this? And then like, you know, they'll kind of revise it to a certain degree. And then
We
it'll get
should.
That's right. Acquiesce to
We
us big
should.
dicks.
A good reason to
hasn't stopped any woke shit in
to
fucking schools, Admiral Gibbs. So, you know,
depopulate
Hey, listen,
Texas.
seems
I'll
like
take
Texas
our
isn't
wins where
doing
we
a
can
great
get
job.
them.
We should
I'll
depopulate
take our wins
Texas.
where
It's
we
a
get
good
'em.
idea. Or maybe give them over to Mexico, which is where they always really
Hold
belong.
on. We beat Mexico twice already on our own. We don't
Yeah.
need y'all to give away nothing. I love
We
it when people
should
say that because,
send you
you know, what did your state
back
beat?
where you
Your
came
state
from.
beat nothing. Your
Like,
state
we
beat
should sell
nothing.
Texas. We should go back where you came from.
I mean,
right?
I
Like,
mean,
if
To
you-
our
all I'm
own,
saying,
to our own,
if
to our own
like,
country.
we
I
should-
agree.
guys,
wait,
what do
Yeah,
you
I'm in.
think
We're
this
in.
last administration's open border has been?
yeah, well then, good. If that has been a covert
That's
way
true. It's not been working
of,
either.
of browning Texas, so that like they'll be more amenable to go back to Mexico. Well, then
They don't want to go
support
back
the
to Mexico
policy.
either. That's what they left Mexico to come to the great nation state of the Republic.
Yeah, well, they came back to take what was theirs, right? So
Yes.
I'm fine with that. Like, hey, Texas is always
They can
complaining.
try.
Texas is always complaining, like Texas, like you, right? Are always complaining about America and how terrible it is and
That's
how
right.
great they are, right? Yeah, well, you either love it or leave it, right? And leave it, meaning go back to
Yeah,
Mexico.
leave it. Yeah.
Go back to
And,
where
I mean,
you came
listen,
from.
I think you
Go
would
back
be
to where you
making
came
all of our
from.
days.
That's
here in
what
Texas.
you
Because
mean.
it wouldn't be going back to
So, hold on,
Mexico.
Prime.
We'd be going back to on our own.
Go
is what
back
would be
to where you
happening.
came
more
from.
Because we already won our independence.
Go back to where you
Like,
came
On a more
from.
serious note,
We
Prime,
won our
have you
independence
been-
in a more
have you
definitive
been
fashion
looking-
than the U.S. did, actually.
Have
You
have
know,
you been
we
looking
didn't. You
at,
didn't capture King George and make
Oh
him
my
sign
God.
no
No
treaties.
one gives
We
a fuck
captured
about
Santa Ana,
36
and we
years
made him
independence.
admit that he was our bitch. That's right. We actually won more independence than the U.S. did. How you like the way that dick tastes?
Hey, like,
Yeah.
By we, he means all the Tennesseans that came over and
Yeah.
fought.
Listen, Davy Crockett, cool guy, but he became a Texas when he got here. He got the hell out of Tennessee because it's a shithole, and he came to the great nation state of the Republic.
Okay, Admiral Gibbs has got you on that one. Like Davy Crockett did fucking dip out of Tennessee. All right, he's got you on that one. Also, Texas didn't do shit during the Civil War. Let's also just point
We were
that
the
out.
only unconquered state. Every time they tried, we beat their ass. No big deal. We also had the most
Because-
decorated regiments of
Because
either
General-
side of the war. No big deal.
No.
Might have
No,
heard of
you know
him.
why
Fort
you were
Hood's named after
you
him.
know why
That's not
do you know
accurate,
why, do you
Gibbs.
know why you
Yeah,
were
they're accurate.
unconquered, quote unquote? It's because General Winfield Scott had the Anaconda
The Hood
plan. His
Brigade?
his goal was to take the Mississippi
Mm-hmm.
and to blockade the eastern seaboard. He took the Mississippi, he blockaded the eastern seaboard, and then he just cut Texas off. And then Texas was like, "Oh, I guess you guys are fucked," and just hung out in fucking Texas. Like, he
Because
didn't
we
do
don't give a shit. We always just wanted to be our own thing anyway. Yeah, we just bamboozled y'all into buying
Fair
some
enough.
buying
But no,
But
Oklahoma.
it wasn't the Texans that did all that. It was go to Alamos. The U.S. Army came down and pulled your asses out of the fire after the Tennesseans held the Alamo, which I will grant you, they were a bunch of crooks, thieves, and degenerate bastards. However, they did save Texas from becoming Mexico. If it hadn't been for the U.S. Army showing up, you would be speaking Spanish or
The
maybe
U.S.
German
Army
at this
never
moment.
showed
You
up.
speak Spanish
Never
anyway,
showed
so.
up. I already do speak Spanish, and yeah, thank you, Ron. Yeah, so listen, that's because that's like we're actually more educated here in Texas than the rest of y'all. We speak multiple languages, kind of.
Right.
We're kind of like the center of culture, much like Europe is for white
You can
culture.
thank all
you know?
your Mexican immigrants for that, all right?
Yeah,
to
yeah,
help
yeah.
you.
Here in
Yeah, and they
Virginia, we
all
don't
vote
need to speak
Republican
multiple
too, so it's
languages.
great. Big
But
fan.
no, on a more serious note, and a win for Texas, okay, Admiral Gibbs. So, like, on a more serious note, have you been paying attention to housing and rent prices in Austin?
I have. I also been paying attention to housing and rent prices in Houston. Big fan of that.
Well, I know you would, Admiral Gibbs, but like, I'm just wondering if any like people outside of Texas. So, like, Texas went on a crusade the last few years, like with like YIMBY and like trying to get rid of like not NIMBY laws, and like Texas, like Austin's overall rate, despite having a bunch of people move into Austin, you have Californians moving in, you have like the comedy scene, obviously you have a lot of immigration from the South, etc. And despite the fact that population has significantly increased in Austin, rent is like down 12% from the previous year. Like, people are negotiating with their landlords when they sign their lease to get their rent to go down because their landlord can't afford to even keep their rent at the same level because they're like, dude, I'll just go somewhere else and get a much better deal. Like, it's been working, like just getting rid of NIMBY laws has had a significant impact.
What's a NIMBY laws?
So NIMBY is like not in my backyard, and YIMBY would be yes in my backyard. So like one of the big reasons that housing is so insane in like California, for example, like Los Angeles County, right? So like in Los Angeles County, and I don't mean to pick on California like it's only a California problem, but it's just California is like the best example of this going to the extreme, is that like it's incredibly expensive and difficult, and sometimes even impossible to like build apartment buildings because there's so many regulations, and like because people are like, oh, I don't want the poor moving to my neighborhood, or I don't want an apartment building.
Yeah, like apartment buildings or highways or whatever the fuck.
Right, so it becomes really expensive to build anything, and sometimes it even like people like whole projects basically get canceled because investors are like, okay, this costs so much money, like we're just going to take our money elsewhere and cut our losses. Whereas
we have that
Austin,
going
Texas
on
is
in
kind of
Nashville
doing the
right
same
now. We
thing.
have I think it's 16 or 18,000 surplus apartments right now. And people, when they're building houses, all these developments, because so many of the contractors have defaulted on their construction loans, their model right now is that they sell 2 houses, they build 1, they sell 2, they build 1, and it's really bad right now here. So I don't know what that's like in other areas.
I was going to ask Scott on his I was gonna hope for a quick answer on this, but I don't know.
New year, new Scott.
Yeah, well,
No, so I was unlike Prime. I answer my super chats the moment that they come in, and like we're not on the main topic. So I muted myself real quick and deafened myself so I can answer the super chat.
Throwing more shade than I do, actually.
Damn.
I'm just saying I keep that open, and the moment they go through, I answer them because I promise to always answer my super chats, and I've never missed a super chat ever since streaming on YouTube, with one occasion, which is someone gave me $50 on another Prime guy to give my best good faith representation of leftism, and I was like, look, I want to do it justice, so at the beginning of next stream I'm going to do it, and gave like a long answer to it. But other than that, I've answered them immediately.
Somebody go
So
do the
$52
chats in this thing.
Oh, I was gonna ask Scott, and I ask you to do this in a succinct manner, okay? Because I don't want to spend a long time. But
yeah,
like,
it's fine. It's fine.
When it comes to NIMBYism, right? NIMBYs, like you said, they don't. They are more concerned about protecting their property value, or laws they think will protect their property values in any case, right? And usually that is like maintaining the status quo, whatever that happens to be at the time. And they use the local laws in their region to enact their will. Okay. You are about local control, right? Right? Like you want to empower the localities, right, rather than an overall federal government. You are for property owners. So do you have a problem with NIMBYs?
You want me to detangle what you see as a contradiction by like explaining?
Yeah, I don't think it may necessarily be a contradiction. I'm just trying to understand what your point is. Your position.
So
is.
like if you want to live in a gated community, and the gated community has rules about what can and can't be built within the gated community, be my guest, right? Like you absolutely should do that, right? But when you are talking about an entire county, and you're just going to use your money and influence and power to stop other people from being able to do with their property as they wish, right? Because it's some real estate developer, it's somebody else that's trying to turn their property into affordable housing, right? Like I have a serious problem with that. It's not quite the same thing. Like if you have a, it's an anti-market mechanism against people that want to do with their property what they want to do with their property, because you have money and influence and power within your local government.
It just seems though you've shrunk the like you say, well, the good focal point is a gated community, right? Which within the gated community you've agreed to this, or you've agreed to live by whatever rules were there. Yeah. Right?
I didn't say it was good, right? I'm just saying if you want to do that, do that.
Okay, but this is just only expanding like the region slightly, right? Like, okay, now let's say we're in a township, right? We're in a it's a relatively small population, but like there's no gate around it, but still, like, these are the laws of our community, and we have decided
Yeah.
that we're not going to have these
Well, okay.
developments.
So like I get what you're saying. The problem here, right, is like a township of, let's say, a population of like 2,000 people
Mhm.
is not a significant draw of like workers, and is like not having a significant impact on like a population's life because they can't find affordable housing in that tiny area. But when we're talking about something like LA County, right? Like, what's the population of LA County? Like,
It's huge. It's like 2 million. But like, but even then, like, if these are the Democratic
It's
elected,
9.663 million. It's
oh,
almost 10
excuse
million
me,
people.
fuck me. It's
Right.
like
You see what I'm saying?
Alright.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's a little fucking different then, right? Like, I agree that like a group of people can collectively get together and voluntarily say, like, we like our property, we don't want other people within our property, etc., right? But like, when you also have someone else that's on a different piece of property that builds a factory and wants workers there and draws workers in, and then that small gated community uses their money and influence and power to stop this factory worker,
Yep.
right, from having.
I can give you an
like,
example
You see what I'm
here in
saying?
Texas,
Like,
Brian.
it has a
Well,
significant
no,
impact on
I know
people.
it's not that I don't understand the impact.
Against
I'm
their
not
property rights
like,
and their will.
But
yeah. Hold
it's
on.
also like, let me give you an example, Brian. Like, so say like in like Texas, right? We have this happen in like Justin, which is like a small town in between Fort Worth and Dallas. It gets absorbed basically. It's not part of their just like continuous city. Now there's oil in Justin. Now usually you would have laws saying you can't have oil wells in the middle of like a community. Right? Nobody wants to go outside and see ugly oil well in the middle of a housing community. So what they've done there is they made it legal to build an oil well, but then you just have to build like a shell around it, like a house shell. So now there's oil wells, and you'll be driving
An
through
oil
a community.
house.
Yeah, and you'll think it's a 3-story house, and it's really just a shell. You'll go in there, and they'll have like oil derricks inside. Now, used to you couldn't do that because of zoning laws, but we've gotten rid of a lot of these, so people can do these sort of things. And like that's just one example, like kind of
Well,
thing.
no,
Or you'll see like a convenience store in the middle of a like neighborhood now and shit.
Well, I like messing with zoning laws and deconstructing them. So like, yeah, sure. But no, Scott, I understand all of that. I understand that within an LA County, wow, yeah, it's much bigger than I thought it was. I've never been to LA, so I don't know, it's even I thought made sense. But anyway,
Shithole.
but in any case, like in terms of economic impact, yeah, I get that. Yeah, cities are the economic engines, and so like any changes there have a bigger impact on the larger society. But like in terms of your principles, I don't see how that makes much of a difference. That it has an economic because of the larger economic impact. Like the mechanisms are the same, right? Just like within the gated community, just like within the township, right? Within the LA County, we have our laws, the LA County laws, and they say that you
So-
can't have this development here. And if you have a problem with that, well, then you should take your investment elsewhere, or I don't know, change the laws. These are the laws that we agreed to.
Okay, again, I'm an anarchist, right? So it's not like magically better just because the laws are more localized. It's
Okay.
just a smaller problem because it affects less people. But it doesn't, in a way, right? So it's important to understand the economic issue of NIMBYism and what it does to the overall labor market, right? Because when you have a whole bunch of like wealthy suburbs in cities, right, that have these NIMBY laws, what this does is this is a phenomena that isn't like localized just to LA. It's in a bunch of cities
Everywhere.
And then what is the effect on the overall labor market? And the thing that it does is that historically speaking, since the Industrial Revolution, cities are where you have population centers. And so if you're going to build like some type of factory or you're going to build some type of like distribution plant or something, right, where you need a ton of employees, you want to build it in a city. And so what ends up happening is when you have a lot of NIMBY laws within a place and a city starts to become crowded and needs to span out, it starts to put the economic pressure of the population growth within the city starts to put pressure on the suburbs. And so there is, when that pressure gets rebuffed by NIMBY laws, what ends up happening is that factories can't get built. And the reason factories can't get built is because a factory knows when they're going to build a factory, okay, I'm going to need 200 employees that are lower middle class. And then I'm going to need a bunch of other stuff. And so they go and they look at rent prices in an area because they know if the rent is high in an area that they need to have payments, they need to have salaries that match the rent prices in an area. And so what ends up happening is a lot of American distribution and manufacturing and things can't go to where all the people are because the NIMBY laws make the housing
No,
so
dude,
expensive.
I don't know why you're explaining this to me. I get NIMBYs are bad. I'm not for NIMBYism. I understand the impact NIMBY has, right? But like your argument right now seems like it's just resting on the severity of the impact. But I'm not talking about. I understand. I agree with everything you just said.
Right, but
Done,
there is.
right?
I don't think there
But-
is any impact if some small
But
locality
what difference would
chooses to.
But what difference does it make if it has an impact? Like, first of all, like you're not a consequentialist, so like, what difference does it make if the impact
Well, I
of
care
in
about,
general?
just because I'm not a consequentialist doesn't mean that I don't care about outcomes and impact. It just means that I don't care about. I don't value the presumed future impact.
Okay,
over
great.
the
So then
violation of rights.
let's just talk about the principle of the matter, right? So the principle of the matter is that local control, right? And we've
principle of the matter
decided
is
that we
that
can't have these
people are
level
using
developments.
their money and power and influence to stop private property owners from building what it is that
But
they
you're
wish to
allowed,
build.
but you're fine with it when it's on a smaller scale. When it's on,
No, never.
Sorry,
I'm not fine
not
with this on a
fine.
small
Sorry,
scale.
fine. Like, let me rephrase that. Right, like it's not that you're okay. Hold on. Then what? Then let me get you to repeat your position. Then just to make sure I have it right.
I think
When you
I
talked
can,
about,
I can clear it up. There's a
Okay.
principal difference, right? The principal difference here is that when I say a gated community is fine, what I'm saying is that a gated community has a system of rules that every single person that moved into that gated community and bought property agreed to when they bought that property, and they expect that their property will be valued in a certain way, protected in a certain way, and that nothing will happen within the confines of that community. But when we're talking about a local government, there's somebody else somewhere that didn't agree to any of this shit
Okay.
that wants to build a factory, and now they can't build a factory because it takes them 6 years to build it, and even if they could, the rent is so fucking high.
so
that
you're
they can't get
saying
the
they
workers that they want to get.
actively signed a contract coming in, right? That was the
It was
affirmative
purely
consent.
voluntary, everyone involved.
Um,
And now those people use their
Okay.
money and their power and their influence to enforce that on other people. And
Okay.
in the time they fuck over our rent prices and they fuck over our job market.
Okay, all right. If it's the affirmative consent of like the HOA contract, well then, all right, then
Yeah, like let's imagine. So for example, here's probably the worst example I can think of. There's a town there's like a locality in South Africa, okay? And it's basically a place for Boers, right? Boer, which are like Dutch white people in South Africa,
Mhm.
right? That have money to run away from the problems of South Africa, right?
They do a lot of that there.
A lot of
The
them
genocide,
are-
the genocide
a
of the
lot
Boers in
of
South
them-
Africa.
Yeah, I mean, like I wouldn't say it's a full-blown
It's a
genocide
genocide.
at this point, but there's definitely moments of ethnic cleansing that their government turns a blind
Oh,
eye to.
moments of ethnic
Um,
cleansing.
Well, no, I think a genocide.
Genocidal
requires, like,
tendencies.
Oh yeah, just the tendencies, not full blown,
No, look. I give people like Prime Guys shit when they say that like what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. I'm not gonna have a different standard when I talk about things that I care about, right? Like I think that a genocide requires an intentional ethnic cleansing of an ethnic group at a large scale that is designed, and the sole purpose behind it is to rid the planet of a specific
Wait,
demographic.
hold
group,
on.
not
So let me
just
just
specific-
ask you this.
like-
Let me ask you this, Fabian. So,
Mhm.
would you say, all right? Because I could see how by that definition you would disagree with Gaza and the other one, right? But you also said this one, the thing that happened to the Boers isn't genocide. Is it because they're not? Is your issue because they're not cleansing them off the face of the planet like in perpetuity, or is it because I've seen them and their governments even sanctioned some of this, where they've said, hey, we want them cleansed out for racial
Yeah, so-
reasons, and we want this
Yeah, I mean,
land to be
the number
ours.
two-
That seems like
the
that'd be a
number two-
genocide, but they're just not trying
So,
to
like,
extend it past their borders.
I mean, it's very close, right? The number 2 party in South Africa regularly sings at their political rallies a chant which is "Death to the Boers," right? Like they like the number 2 party that is like a communist party regularly says that they're like, has celebrations where their goal is to kill all the white people, and that's just what they desire. And they are pushing for and fighting for repatriation to be constitutional in South Africa so that they can steal farms from Boers and they can steal property from Boers just to give it to the native population. Which is made even more hilarious because all of the black people in South Africa, for the most part, are Bantu, and those people came in and killed all of the black people that were living in South Africa, and the Boers were actually there before most of the black people in Africa anyways. But it becomes a skin color thing, so magically it's their land because they have black skin, even though they're descended from people that came later. But nevertheless, the government itself is passively sanctioning it. I think it's close, right? But the people that are actually going out and killing random white people are like isolated incidents of terrorists, and those groups are certainly attempting a genocide, right? But it's not the same thing until the government really gets involved and like actually starts targeting these people.
Like what happened in Rwanda wouldn't be a genocide then.
No, what happened in Rwanda absolutely was.
Oh, because that wasn't
military
sponsored by
coup.
the government. That was sponsored by like the radio people
Right.
rising up, kind of thing.
Right, the group itself would be genocidal. So I guess you could say
Okay.
that some of the acts are genocidal. But if you start saying that the acts are genocidal in nature, then you could say the same thing about the IDF in certain positions, right? But to call the whole war a genocide would be inaccurate. Just like it would be inaccurate to say what's happening in South Africa is genocide. But none of this is what I meant. What I meant is there is a community of people in South Africa where the Boers are trying to escape what's going on. And there's a lot of racists there, and then there's a lot of people that are just trying to flee the violence. Okay? And they have agreements about not letting in black people. Black people aren't allowed to fucking own property out there. They push them out. They're not selling them property. And so even though I might have an issue with like that type of racist policy, they have every right to do so, and I understand why they do so. So like I hold sacrosanct voluntary contracts of the right of association above any and all else. But,
Yeah.
But again, that's not what we have with NIMBY laws in America.
Yeah. Okay. So you gave me the answer to the question I was looking for. I think, right? The only time we've ever had any sort of real conversation about this was during that one debate with is it on Destiny's Channel? I would like to
Maybe.
try again. Not on NIMBYism. But on
okay. I was like,
no, never. We never had a conversation on this. But on the genocide in Gaza, I'd like to have a one-on-one with you sometime. I really, really would. Where we just hash it out. Because I think I could make
DM me.
progress.
I think like Wednesday or Thursday I'll be free. Like next week, I have a bunch of stuff this week.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Yeah. All right. So we can move away from that. So unfortunately, hold on, let me send this DM.
We're waiting on Lactoid.
No, we're not waiting on Lactoid.
Lactoid is absent due to an infection.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I want to address that a little later on, but
But he's consuming all the essential oils to recover quickly.
Does he want some ivermectin?
He might take it if you offer it to him.
All right.
That's
I mean,
what I
If he
just
has any hookworms or roundworms, it'll get.
I just
him.
wanna-
I was about to say, it's like maybe he has worms, bro. Like it's not gonna hurt.
I
That's
just want
the
to.
cool thing about ivermectin.
Well-
It's not gonna do goddamn negative thing to you. So it's like it just doesn't matter.
I just want to thank our sponsor, Genocide Light, for sponsoring the stream today.
I'm right here, Prime. What the fuck? You don't even notice me.
Fuck
So
you.
rude.
Fuck you.
That's so rude. Okay,
Fuck
actually, I do need
you.
to step away for like a minute to tell my wife for like just really quick. Okay.
Okay, John.
Be right back. I promise.
I don't believe he actually has a wife.
I love you. Okay.
Oh, so stupid.
Oh, I have a theory about his wife. We'll talk about that later. Yeah.
Maybe
So
he actually has
we'll
split personality, and his wife is just him in a dress.
A little Bates Motel, huh?
There was a So
I got
we'll
that
get
reference. I
started.
didn't find it that funny, but I got that reference. I just want you to know that like that reference wasn't wasted.
The Bates Motel. No, I was gonna say that there was a show. It was a few years ago. I forget what it was called, but it wasn't called Bates Motel. It was something along those lines though. But like it was like a prequel, right? They kind of like this.
I think it was Bates Motel.
Was it called
I'm
Bates
pretty sure
Motel?
it's Bates Motel.
Oh, maybe
Yeah.
it was. Maybe it was. All right,
It's
sorry.
a prequel to Psycho.
Prequel
Yeah,
to
it's a
Psycho.
prequel
Yeah,
to
the
Psycho,
movie
yeah.
was Psycho, and this was called Bates Motel. Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that was good. I really liked it. I thought that was.
Yeah, the actors are
like,
pretty good in that show.
yeah, like the guy, the main actor is the one who is the star of The Good Doctor now. That's where he was before The Good Doctor.
And the mom is a bunch of shit too.
And the mom is so hot. Oh my gosh,
She's a
so
baddie.
hot. Oh my god. Oh, MILF.
I don't remember.
MILF in it
Big
up
fan,
hard.
big fan of hers. Yeah.
Yeah,
Biggest
same here.
reaction so far ever.
Same.
I have to look it up now because I forgot who she even was.
Her name is like Farmington, something from. She's got a weird name.
You don't even remember her name? So yeah, that's a huge reaction.
Oh my
We
god.
just, listen, we just
Vera-
objectify women here. We don't actually learn their name.
Vera Farmiga.
Yeah,
Vera
thank you.
Farmiga.
Yeah, I'm on it.
What are names?
Oh, yeah,
God,
she's
no.
pretty.
She's not. I don't know. That's not my type. I don't know.
What? What's wrong with?
Prime.
Okay, all right.
Prime. This literally looks
I'm not saying she's ugly.
like
I'm
the
just saying not
average
my type.
English teacher in
Fair
like
enough.
elementary school or middle school.
Okay.
Well, we know what kind of people Prime likes now. Did the English teacher scold you a little hard, Prime?
I did have a wet dream about my I think my first like
Oh, you're still
lusty
getting wet
dream.
dreams?
I think he's talking about the past.
Oh, okay. All right.
Right? No. Yeah. So I think my first lusty dream was about my elementary school teacher, my first grade through third grade teacher. So there you go.
All right.
Now that you've
There
learned
you
that,
go. That's
I'm-
It all comes full
I'm-
circle. So
I'm
that
glad we've all.
makes sense. They have a
Uh,
positive association with school teachers.
Anyway, but she's actually a teacher. This one, she's
Prime
actually.
Guys is into elderly marms.
But yeah, she's.
Sorry, I just never get. I never get.
Is that
I
a
never get to
school
use that
marm
word,
joke?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a school marm joke.
But anyway, I just thought that it was a good show. I was just recommending that show. I liked it a lot. And like slow, like the guy being a sweet kid, right? Norman Bates, and slowly, and it's quite slow in the beginning, but like it speeds up near the end, as he falls into mental despair and things fall apart for him. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
You know what I think it might be? I think it's like if you. I think the thing here is once it's kind of the same thing where we're talking about like watching medical shows. If you have like medical experience as like a doctor or like lawyer shows as a lawyer, once you learn enough about psychology, specifically like psychopathology, like and you see like Hollywood's version of like split personality and crazy, it just like you know that it's all bullshit for like the fear, and so like there are a lot of psychologists that don't even believe in split personality. I'm like
I got some
I'm not
exes I
a
can introduce you
psychologist.
to then, and they'll
But-
definitely
but
I
believe
don't even think it's called that anymore. I don't think.
Yeah, it's DID.
Right. Yeah, well, dissociative identity disorder, right? But I mean, but even then, like a lot of
Don't
people
ask
are
me
saying,
why I know that.
that's not real. But like, I don't know, because you watched Moon Knight. I don't know. But
I
like,
believe the show was terrible though. Yeah, but yeah, I guess I did see Moon Knight.
actually, I thought Moon Knight wasn't that bad of all the.
It
Disney
was
stuff.
one of the
And that-
worst. Okay, we
that's-
have such
Man,
opposite
it was
opinions.
pretty
It was
bad.
bad.
I didn't think it was that bad, but nevertheless,
It had
like,
Ethan
when
Hawke.
I-
It
a
had
lot of
Ethan Hawke.
times-
It's still fucked up.
a lot of times when I see stuff like that, like it's just kind of like you just kind of have to like, it just breaks the fourth wall. You know what I mean? Because it's like, okay, this is Hollywood stuff, cool, whatever. But like, it just feels very unreal, so it doesn't have that same fear to it or like suspense because it's just kind of goofy. Maybe that's what it is. That's why I'm like not a big fan of Bates Motel or something.
Wait, so you say it's because you have a lot of experience like being a serial killer? That you can't relate to this show?
So hold on.
Fake for him.
That's what's what you said, right? Like,
Back with my experience.
So
I
my
saw
roommate,
that
Well,
back
video.
when I
I
was-
wouldn't have done
back
it that
when-
way personally.
he's like, we should have used the
My
plastic
roommate-
sheet. Dexter's much
hold
more
on.
real.
Dude, my roommate who was my streaming partner when I first started on Twitch, right? he used to do these things like once a month called Serial Killer Night, where he would go into serial killers and tell their whole story and everything. And like he listens to a lot of those podcasts and stuff. And like it doesn't matter what we're talking about. If we have a long enough conversation, there will be a serial killer reference in there at some point. And it's always like, oh, okay. Like I know way too much about serial killers as well. Yeah, and that's not even from my education in psychology.
Not helping your case here, Scott.
Yeah, I think
one of
that's
the crazier-
this.
I studied them. I know
I
too
was
much
trying to be
about them.
honest.
I've never
all
been
the
a
ins
fan
and
of watch
outs.
lists before, but y'all are starting to convince me.
Dude, I'm on
I think one of the
every watch
crazier-
list. Dog, I've had secrets.
See, that's all it takes. Gives you just get. All you have to do, I realize, is get to like just get to the right of you guys, and then you'll start going to the left with your arguments. If we just go to the right of you,
Yeah, because y'all do that so often. You know,
I've done it. It's worked. It's worked. I've used the tactic on Lact. Where is Lactoid, by the way?
he's got the
Yeah.
bursitis.
He's ill.
Mm.
He's got the Sun Tzu flu, is what I like. to
Yeah,
call
the quademic has got him.
He's more
it.
ill
I like-
than
I like
normal.
s- I like Sun Tzu flu because
It's
it
because
looks
you
that
know what it
might be a
is. This is
form of
the
biological warfare.
ancestor spirits getting him because he didn't take a bite
And
out of
it's
that
a
deer's
China
heart
virus.
after he killed it for the first kill. Yeah, you always got to take a bite of the heart the first time you kill
I was
something.
And he
That's a
probably
good
would
one.
need ivermectin from the parasites.
Now, listen, that's neither here nor there, all right? But you would probably be fine. It's just a little,
Oh,
tape.
wait, hold on. So now he'd be fine from the parasites, right? And so he wouldn't need ivermectin, but definitely for COVID, he would need ivermectin. Okay,
No, but
understood.
when that certificate reads COVID, they're gonna be like, well, maybe he had parasites. They never gave
Exactly.
him the ivermectin.
Okay. Have you guys have you been following? Fuck, what was it? I just had it in front of me. Sorry. I was gonna ask you guys about something. I'm sorry.
Well,
guys.
can I ask something until you remember?
Sure, go ahead.
Did you see that one English woman is supposedly arrested in Dubai for making fun of the niqabi lady eating at the dinner table next to her and like posting it online, something about harassment and what so on and so forth. You didn't see that?
Yeah, I don't
I
think
sent the
that's
link
gonna
to-
make big news here. So I have a friend, Ali. He sent me the link to this. Right, he sent me a video.
This was like today or yesterday.
No,
Yeah,
like last week. My Twitter's been going crazy about it.
mean, your
yeah,
ex.
the different spaces, yeah. But like, so he sends me the video,
Yeah.
and send it.
Twitter
You can
videos
send
mostly about
yeah.
Britain, like
Put the
10
video-
years after the Rotherham report.
you can put the video in the group DM so the others can see it. But like,
It is a lot about Britain.
so Ali sent this to me yesterday as a possible topic, and shout out to Ali for trying to assist. I do appreciate it. It's always very helpful. But like, and the reason I didn't use that is because I don't
Because
know.
it was the Hindustan Times.
No.
I have shared the Hindustan
it's-
Times before in here. So credible source.
Look,
I'm gonna send the link right now.
yeah, so it's a short video. All it shows is these two women laughing at like apparently in Dubai, right? Supposedly this happened in Dubai.
Yeah.
It shows these two women laughing at this other woman eating in a restaurant. She has a burqa on and she's lifting her veil to like, you know, eat like French fry or some shit like that, right?
I did see this.
Yeah.
I figured
And-
you would. Like it should have come across somewhere.
There was apparently some outrage in like in the Middle East about this, right?
Does look
Saying
like a janky website.
why they were saying like why it was this allowed to happen, like why ain't the officers being get involved, right? But like the only reason why like it's like a bit alien for Westerners because well we can film people right outside, we can just film people, and she was doing what would have been legal here in the States, right? And she was laughing at the problem here is that they have like anti-blasphemy laws that will like for disrespecting Islam you can get like severely punished, and so like I that really like was the thing, like people were like, hey, why don't we use our anti-blasphemy laws, right? And I guess other people from the region saying, yeah, you should use anti-blasphemy laws, and then everyone else is just like, well, no, this is bullshit, like who cares? So like I don't know, like, I didn't see like what we would say. I don't know who here would be in favor of anti-blasphemy laws. Like, I'm not
I'm
sure.
not
where
gonna
the
lie, I thought
division
she got
be.
arrested. I just saw it and I was like, okay, I see people talking about it. This might be
I think there'd be
interesting.
some conservatives in the United
Yeah.
States that would be in favor of anti-blasphemy laws. Probably a minority, but I'm
You
sure
don't-
they
We
exist.
don't have any of those
Anti-blasphemy
here,
is based,
unfortunately.
you know.
Yeah, like I would love to if we had some of those. That would be fun, right? Grid, I don't think is the anti-blasphemy.
I mean, there's definitely a portion of conservatives that are still advocating for imprisoning or whatever, prosecuting flag burners, right? Like that's still an ongoing, and I think even that's what was sort of a talking point during the Trump campaign.
What do you consider blasphemy?
Anti-Canadian.
So I mean, I think for like the people that are kind of flamed up about the video, they're like, you came to their country understanding that it is a like Islamic country. You are like they're on vacation, so it's like you're using the country to your like extreme benefit, but then you're gonna make fun of like the citizens that are there, and then once again the harassment and like posting online like random. I don't think they're necessarily good with that. I don't know if she actually got arrested, but I don't know if it would be like anti-blasphemy as much as it would be harassment.
Wow,
But also, that
sounds
would
like-
be kind of blasphemous, right? Like you're in someone else's country making fun of their like culture,
Well-
tradition, and like religious like beings. I mean,
Wait, were these people
know?
like were these people Americans or who were they?
I think they were English.
Oh, well, in that
Sort of-
case, fuck them. But if they're Americans, we're going to make fun of you in your own country and you're going to like it. That's what I think. Like, good. But if they're Brits, fuck them.
And also,
there's-
They
I'm
can't
not-
even make fun of. Hold on, the Brits should be used to this. They can't even make jokes in their own country. Otherwise,
Well,
they get arrested and thrown
That's
in
kind of
jail.
what I thought was
So,
interesting.
like,
is, ooh.
And I'm not sure if it's the case in Dubai, but I believe there are like Muslim majority countries that have an actual like morality police that like they go around and trying to enforce. So I don't know if it's the case in
Yeah,
Dubai, but I can see.
So, like, there's an interesting solution to this, I think, right? Which is, again, this freedom of association thing. So, what's really interesting is if you study like culture in Japan, you'll see that there's like different cities and different districts have like different views on foreigners and etc. And one of the things that I find really interesting is that like Kyoto is kind of known for being a little bit more passive aggressive and a little bit more anti-foreigner than like other major population centers in Japan. And one of the things that's really funny is sometimes restaurants will say they'll have a sign up that says in English no vacancy, and then it'll say in Chinese no vacancy, but then it'll say in Japanese if you can read the sign you can eat here, right? And so like it kind of like it's their way of being like, yeah, oh sorry, there's no tables, and then like if you're a local Japanese person or at the very least you can read Japanese, then they know that you have like that you're not going to cause a problem in there, right? And so it's like I don't like this concept of blasphemy law. I think most people I would hope would find stupid. But nevertheless, there is something to be said about like going to another country and respecting their culture, even if you disagree with their culture. And I think like if you just kind of give that freedom of association, like there should be, I don't know what the laws are in Dubai, but like if you have the right to discriminate against foreigners, right? If you have that right, and you don't do that, and then foreigners come in and do shit like take a TikTok and laugh, then like that's kind of your fucking fault for going to a restaurant that allows foreigners, and for the restaurant for allowing the same situation.
So I want to. Okay. Jerome in Seattle. Thank you for the super chat. Chat. It says Munchies Fund. Thank you for that, and thank you, John Mosman, who says it's all about contracts, mutual agreement. I'm not sure what that was referring to. That came in.
John Mosman's he's a member of my chat, but he's a narco Christian.
He said
Christian anarchist.
He said
like
I
that.
subbed and I'm watching due to Grid. So shout out to Grid.
Christian anarchists tend to be pretty cool.
Yeah, he's
commies
Christian
usually,
anarchist. That's what it is.
Okay. I don't know much about Christian anarchy, so hopefully I can learn something about that. But thank you, John Mosman, for subbing and being part of the community, and thank you, the other person, for doing that super chat, Jerome. Thank you so much. Really kind of you all. So we'll leave it alone when those timestamps were. The point is, yeah, I don't know about the blasphemy laws. Like, I don't know if I could just. ever get on board with that. Like, look, I understand. Like, yes, it is another country, so like, look, you are in danger. I get the practicalities of that you are in danger of violating those. I actually saw. I'm not sure if it was Dubai. Maybe it was the UAE. I forget. I was looking at some sort of travel like guide, and it was talking about like, well, if you're a Westerner, like, be aware of this if you come to this country. And there was like a whole list of like random shit, like super fucking random shit, that will like violate their blasphemy laws, like things you got to keep in mind. And like, fair enough, you should like know those laws, but like, I just don't know how many people like, can get on board with saying that you can't. And what they did, as far as I know, because I couldn't really hear the audio, like it was like it's such a short clip, and it's very difficult for me. I don't know if they were English. It sounded like they were speaking a different language to me, but I could be wrong about that. But she like they just like seemed to point and laugh. Like from that clip, I don't know if they like said anything about like, you know, the tenets of Islam or anything like that. They just laughed at a thing. Like who's gonna sign on to this, right? Other than like the Christian nationalist here, like we don't have people who are Christian nationalists, so, you know.
I mean, yeah.
But no, but again, yeah, I appreciate.
The world.
What?
I think America has a duty to kind of enforce freedom among the world. Like at the end of the day, if there's a nation that's trying to arrest
It would
people for
enforce
blasphemy
freedom?
laws, yeah, if
What?
there's a nation arresting
I
people
like
for
this guy.
blasphemy laws, we should step in and do something about it.
Amen,
Why?
brother.
You have to step into a lot of countries.
Wait, why? Yeah, like
Because fuck them. That's why.
Because
do we just have
you know how
ownership? We
fucking-
just have
in
dictatorship
itself,
over the
it
world.
just feels, yeah, we should. But in itself,
We
it
should?
feels
No.
stupid as fuck. In itself, it feels stupid as fuck to be like, oh, if you're on this side of the border and you say something about like Jesus or Muhammad or whatever you want to do, then we're gonna
Mhm.
put you in jail and we're gonna arrest you because how dare you make fun of our great leader? But if you step
Average-
on this side of the
average
border, you can
FK.
say whatever the fuck you want.
But it's reasonable
I'm
to
just
think that
curious.
like America is just going to be like dictator over like the world.
Yeah, good.
I
Just a
think-
quick question.
Amen.
I
I
just want
think
to test.
I'm an
what?
American imperialist. I think we have a duty to start slowly, like incorporating other nations into the United States until we eventually have everything.
This
I can
guy's
agree with
making a
that.
lot of sense.
Would you-
This
would
guy's
you-
making a lot of
hold
sense.
on. So, average FK, would you invade the United Kingdom right now?
Maybe not right now, but what I would do is I would over
Why not?
time
But
try
tomorrow.
to put as much. No, I would over time try to use as much soft pressure until there's a point where like we kind of have dictation over what their schools are teaching. We have dictation over like what they're importing and exporting until we
You're gonna
eventually
make
can,
them
like, just
dumber,
give them the
schools.
option. Well, until
What?
eventually we can give them
So
the
what
option
happens
to
when
like
soft
incorporate themselves
power
into us.
doesn't? Okay, soft power sounds nice, right? Like
I say we just
or-
invade 'em.
What do you mean by that? Like, are you gonna tariff them? You're gonna sanction the UK for not like what would you do? Policy.
Worst case scenario, probably war, but in the in
go to
between, it
war
would be
with the United Kingdom because
Yeah.
because of like Twitter laws and the. Okay,
Yeah.
so I mean, fair enough. At least you bite the bullet that you're willing to invade.
But that's like
entire
in the
world,
worst case scenario. The best
essentially.
case scenario is you try to impose as much power or like pressure on them until you can eventually just incorporate them into your system, right?
Well,
With
let me
the
ask you,
added benefit that when they're incorporated into your system, they have a say in your government.
FK, let me
or,
ask you a
like,
question.
federalized
You,
system.
you don't not advocate we start with the UK, like per se. You'd probably be willing to start with, I don't know, some pushover like Cuba or something, right? Like, you know, yeah. See, I'm on board with this guy. He's speaking facts.
Fish over like Cuba.
Can we get like a hold of our own country first before we start going like
Right,
off
like-
into the
reason
Until we
world?
why-
solve the problems.
I
No.
think the reason as a nation we don't have a hold over our own country is because so many people now have like we're lost. We're lost. We're in this enormous universe on this enormous planet, and we used to have a time where you could feel like dedicated to your nation because your nation had some shared goal or some shared value into like expanding and being
Yeah, get
better
back
and
to that.
being the best
Amen.
version of
He's
itself.
speaking
What?
of facts.
Get back
We're
to
not
that.
even doing that
What's
anymore.
this
Right?
shared
We found an
goal?
enemy.
Forward to.
We
Wait,
found
wait.
an
So,
enemy.
so,
We're
so,
taking
so the way
them.
to fight
We've
against
looked
it is
at
to
ourselves
globalize.
so deeply. We've
Amen.
looked at
Or
ourselves so deeply that
space.
it's like we're doing the equivalent of picking at scabs that are already like getting infected now because we just can't ever let live, right? We
Hold on,
can't
So the
accept
solution
What?
is
Hold on, what does
wait. So
live
the
and
solution
let-
is wait.
what
So the
is-
solution because we can't.
No, I'm talking about it
too
ourselves.
focused. Yeah, we're too focused like on global or on like everything because I don't. That's kind
No,
of
what
what
No,
he
no,
just
no,
said
that's
on
not what he's
ourselves.
talking about.
Oh, we're
Look,
not.
Yeah,
We're
he
too
wants to
focused
fight
on
like an
ourselves.
outside enemy. Outside enemy brings U.S. together. This is a
may-
documented thing in history.
Hold on, FK. I think maybe I'm wrong right here. Maybe I also misinterpret what you're saying. But it sounds like you're saying that like we have re-examine American history and American motives, and like that has caused division as to like what this country even is, and that in itself is a problem. And maybe we should focus more on some sort of united vision to make us
On what
more
we
of a
should
solidified country. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, like, yeah, in a way, we're focused on what we are, which isn't a bad thing. It's good to examine it. It's good to understand,
I
like,
think I understand
what
this.
what are all the different factions that make America. But now we've like just gotten to a point where we're hating ourselves, and one of those factions is trying to rise up rather than realizing like we're all a part of this great nation. That's why we're better.
Wait,
When do you think the decline started? I'm just curious. Like, if you had to give it a roundabout decade, right? Like, when did the decline start in terms of focusing too much on ourselves and not on the outside?
Probably after World War II, when we let Europe kind of just deal with themselves and we decided to step
Yeah,
back.
but World War II is the first time that we ever really had any international power.
that's the beginning of hegemony.
Yeah, but like once we finished that war, right? Now there was the Cold War where we decided to get more involved in like other nations, but we weren't as directly involved. We were instead giving powers to like our 3-letter agencies to just kind of do what they will in these countries as long
which
as it
follows-
We should have just
America.
never gave those countries back
So-
after World War II. Really,
We really
like,
should.
I'm trying to.
I know,
to
I
understand,
agree.
Like,
Well, I mean, as
just average FK, you have your own version of "Make America Great Again," and I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure out when is this time that America had like this.
That's
You ever
the
heard of the
issue.
Hart
I'm not
Sellers
looking
Act?
at-
Power
I'm not.
And was
I'm not
focused
looking
outward. And
Well,
like,
Doobie might have a different
as
view, but I'm
opposed
not
to
looking at
inward.
going back to a certain time. I'm looking at the future. I'm looking at how does America become better than itself from the day before. There's never a point where America is going to be
Okay,
great
all right,
until
so
we
so
dominate
what
everything.
you're saying is
Different from what
America
you said
since
before.
its inception
man,
has been growing towards this capacity to be the world police, and that we did it wrong when we did it, and that the real problem is with America is that have never been aggressive and militaristic and empire based enough in like boots in the ground and annexing other nations into this like global empire, and that if we did that, we would stop being internally focused, because we would all be we would kind of all get behind this idea of taking over the world and being
The enemy would be the rest of the world.
superpower. I'm trying to
it's not that the
genuinely
enemy-
I
feel man your
understand it,
position.
but I don't
Wait,
agree
there-
with it because look at what
Hold
happened
on,
to
hold-
England.
It's
Yeah,
not
I
that
mean,
the enemy
anarchists.
has to be the
I
rest
don't
of
agree
your
with
Hold
it
on.
either. I'm just
I
trying
think the
to
issue is you
FK,
guys
hold
are
on.
thinking of the most
Before then,
extreme scenario
FK, do you
where we're trying to
agree
go
with
to
Scott
war
said?
rather than trying to-
Did Scott properly sum up your position, or not?
I don't agree with the idea that the rest of the world has to be an enemy. I think the fact of the matter is America can create a system that is so successful that we can start giving other people options to buy into our system, not as an external party that we work alongside, but rather as an internal party who feeds into our system directly and we feed into theirs. And over time, we kind of create this better group that can rise out of it. Right? I
Okay,
think
Isn't
why
that
America's so
what
unique
it's
is
trying
that
to-
it doesn't have
So-
a...
Isn't it
I'm
doing-
to
trying to
understand,
do
when
that
you say
already?
Part of our system.
No.
Well, we're doing a lot of that, right? Like, you know,
No, I mean, not
3-letter
enough.
agencies, right? Like, I mean, like the Arab Spring was likely almost done by America. You know, like Ukraine in 2014 was likely massively because of America.
Yeah, but our goal
Like,
is have
to
you
what
like
degree?
yeah, bro. It's not like we're
do you mean by
manifest
part
destiny.
of our
Like,
system.
hold on, this is what you're skipping out on, right? Like, look at like pre-Civil War.
I'm not
America.
skipping out on anything.
Like,
I'm
hold
trying
on,
to
look-
actually understand what he means.
Yeah.
Sort of like vague terms of like.
Sure,
part
but
of
like,
our
look at pre-Civil War America, right? Well, I think part of what he's saying is, like, part of like, at least what I'm saying is, if you give us an external enemy, like, okay, with the Mexican-American War, delay the Civil War, help bring us together. We can decide, hey, we're gonna go invade Mexico. This outside enemy. Same thing post like the Cold War. Instead of like going over there and saying, hey, here's tangible goals that the U.S.
Why
is
would
gonna
that just
have.
get Americans on board with like? Why do you think all Americans would just be on board with invading Mexico?
Hold on, this is well. First
Like,
of
why
all,
would Mexico just become the common enemy that unifies us against
First
Mexico?
of all, it
Why?
worked. One, because they were trying to invade Texas again, and two, like it's
Take
Yeah,
that
only
how they
half.
owned.
Listen,
Hold on, hold on,
half of
Ollie.
the population
You're
believes that. The
missing
other half
point.
doesn't.
You're missing the point, though. There's a
No.
massive looking throughout history. You think America's the only one that's done this? You can look at like every time Rome
Yeah, no, wait,
needed.
wait, Gibbsy.
Hold on. Let me finish here.
okay.
Every time like Rome wanted like an enemy, they'd find somebody. They'd go and send their people out there. They'd invade first, like keeps like
Gibbs,
the
you're saying-
Yeah,
unrest
but the
them.
Romans. Wait,
Well, I
the
mean, it
Romans,
would
the
keep-
Vikings. Wait,
it
the
would keep
Romans and the
the Vikings.
Vikings.
I don't have an enemy in these other nations.
Sure.
I just
Okay,
view them
you don't have
as
to have
future
that-
Americans.
hold on, guys,
They're
sorry.
not like
They don't have to
somebody
be
I
like
hate.
that's
Right.
They're more.
yeah. They don't have to
Wait,
be.
hold on,
hated.
let's pull back.
Again, you guys are
okay,
thinking like
but
I
okay.
want, hold on.
I'm saying that- I'm saying, like, more mentality.
Hold on, guys,
You're a
guys.
little
I want,
extreme.
I
Wait,
want,
let us have a little fun.
to concentrate on what FK said. And I know
That's
Doobie
what I'm-
agrees, at least partly, with this, right? And I'm sure he's chomping at the bit, right, to aggravate me in the way he knows exactly how to aggravate me. So Gibbs, you're not saying anything extraordinary. Are you saying yes? Having external enemy is useful for United
It's a
Nation,
unified,
right?
it's unified.
So, understood. And I see your hand, Corey. Right. So I want to do FK, Doobie, Corey. Right. But FK, right? That's the thing I want to examine. Is like it seems like what you were saying has shifted,
Right,
and it's
your
okay.
fantasy
Maybe
book?
it at first, maybe you started speaking, but then you decided that's not exactly what you meant, and you moved a little bit, and that's fine, right? But I'm just trying to understand. You're saying before it sounded like you were saying there was some better past, and that before in our nation we had this moment where we were some sort of unity, understanding of what this nation was. And then from there, we were doing some sort of re-examination of our goals, of us as a people, and that has caused some sort of damage, right? So, are you saying that no, there was no better time previously in America?
No, like that's what I said earlier. America doesn't have a point where I want to go back to.
Okay.
I think America suffers from constantly having this idea of we had a better time or we had a perfect time
Okay.
that you can like just recreate. I think America is better set to have a goal of it's the funny way of saying it is world domination, but it's have
Conquer.
a goal of attaining so much power that you give other nations you don't have to do it by force, right? There could be a world where it could be done by force.
You
There
would
could be a
literally have
world,
to do
though-
it by force.
No, you wouldn't have to, because there could be a world where you
By
just
force or
give,
by
like,
purchase.
well, there's a goal where you give, or there's a path where you give smaller nations the ability to buy into the American system, become states, until there's a point where you dominate so much of the world that other nations can decide not to work with you.
But they would want
that
they would
doesn't
want the
matter
same
anymore for
benefits,
you.
right? Like
Well,
like Puerto
hold on.
Ricans.
No,
Puerto
they
Ricans.
shouldn't. They
Wait,
shouldn't.
there
At that
there are
point-
Puerto
at
Rican.
that
Wait,
point, if
Puerto
we-
Rico
if
right
we-
now. Puerto Rico right now wants to become a state, but with becoming a state, wants to have
Yeah.
its own. Wants to have the same benefits that Americans have if they're going to be
Yeah,
considered
I'm not-
Americans.
Well, you're
I'm not
excluding
happy
Unless
about that.
unless they want to be an
Become a
independent
state.
nation, right?
I'm not happy about that. I think Puerto Rico should be a state. Like, I think we should allow.
Yeah,
them to be
but
a
like
state.
if they were a state, they would have to reap the same benefits like as the other states,
Yeah,
or
once
else they wouldn't be
become
considered a state.
That's what I think is okay. Once they become a state, they can reap those benefits.
So-
I'm saying that there is like an eventual point. but
Yeah, how
there's
much
a
would you have to
possible
buy in
eventual
to
point,
reap the
right, where-
benefits? That's kind of like what I'm saying is
Well,
why it would
becoming
have
a-
to end up being like
I think there would
conquer.
be tiers, right? The full benefits would be being a state, and then like you can have allies. I'm not against having allies. I think there's like real ways to enforce your power on society. But
So
your
But
ally
then wait,
doesn't have to
hold
give
on.
you the same.
Prime, let me
benefits
just
as a
keep
state.
with him real
And there
quick.
could be a point. I think we should have more presidents that are willing to like leverage our power as like a great nation, and then hopefully our power over other
what
nations.
presidents
Yes,
haven't been
while
able to do that? Hold on. We right now, what president has not been willing to use our power? Like you'd actually
I
have a
don't
better
think they've
chance.
been willing to use
but maybe,
outside of Trump. I
Trump,
don't think they've been willing to use it to tell other in recent time. I don't think they've been willing to use it to tell other nations that, hey, you know what? If you want to really benefit from America's system, join our system, be a part of it.
Okay. Sure.
I mean, he wants
No,
Canada to be
sure.
51st state.
That's
so.
not. Yeah. I mean, well,
Probably
yeah.
be split up
Trump.
into more. I don't know if we
Trump.
make them
Trump
one
has talked
state, but-
about that. Trump is expanding our borders and to Canada and to
It's
Greenland,
obviously-
right? So
And Mexico.
like, but he's actually no. I'm just saying he's brought it up, right? Like if you want someone bringing it up, that's who it is, right? So I hate this idea for lots of reasons. And don't worry, Doobie. I know you're there, and I know Doobie wants to jump in because he's on board. I know, I'm aware. But
My
I hate
king,
this
my
idea.
civic nationalist king.
This to get this is like a peace through violence type of ideology that will come together.
There's always an implied violence.
So
yes, that's
You
great.
don't have to use
I'm glad
it.
you
I'm
understand
not saying,
that.
I'm
Within
not saying
foreign
we should just
policy,
step
there.
in and kill everyone.
I mean,
Oh yeah,
if
I
it-
know.
That's
I
not the way it works.
didn't say you were genocidal. I didn't say
Sometimes.
that. I didn't like. I'd say that that's like what's your goal? But like
Like right now in
turning
Israel, we
our
should step
foreign
in as
pol-
America. as America, we should step into Gaza. We should tell Israel, like, hey, you fire on us, you're firing on American soldiers. We should rebuild their school systems. We should have it favor America's side of the spectrum.
You want some nation building?
We should rebuild their hospitals. We should
And then conquer
rebuild
their
their
argument.
roads. We should rebuild their trade routes.
This didn't
And
work
then,
in Iraq.
Once we do all
I see
that,
Grid,
we go,
I
guess
see your
what?
hand.
We
Yeah, like, I
found all
wanna-
this in here.
we-
We're not going to take you over.
We
but
didn't.
Guess
It
what?
didn't
You
work
and
in
you.
Iraq. It didn't work in Afghanistan.
I like that idea
Hasn't
too. That's a
worked
good
anywhere
idea.
that- It hasn't. No, Japan was all right. But it did like. And the Japanese don't want to join us.
South Korea.
South Korea. Jimmy, don't worry. I promise.
The tongue came out.
And Grid, I see your hand. You'll go after Corey. But I despise this idea. Rather than like instead of hey, if you want to like deal with partisan divides, right? Like find ways to get Americans to connect with one another, right? To get people, there's had these conversations, right? Like I've been talking to an ANCAP for fucking years now, right? And I understand an ANCAP better, right? Like my position on anarcho-capitalism and the people who follow it was much different at the start, when we first met than it is now, right? Like with conservatives in general, like I have a much higher opinion of conservatives just by talking with them, right? Like that's a way of like building national unity, finding ways to like get Americans to actually get together, maybe like deal with like internal issues. That would be the path. But instead you're saying, hey, let's try to do some sort of expansionist project where we're going to put pressure on other countries to give up their national sovereignty to then join us. And this project of slowly expanding the borders of America, because you said at the very start that Manifest Destiny was actually a great thing, even though
it's so good.
it was
Amazing.
yeah, sure, right. The ideology behind a genocide, great, understood, right? That like you
I'm
like, to
sorry,
say
Prime, but like the most. Okay, listen. Genocide is bad. Ooh, I get it. But like most of history is just groups of people killing each other until eventually
it sounds
we
like
realize
you
we don't
don't
have
get
to
it. It
constantly
sounds like
kill
you
each other.
actually don't get it. Actually,
No, like, what do you want me to say? It's bad, but I'm not gonna sit here
but
and jerk myself
then you
off
say
being
Manifest
like,
Destiny
genocide
is the
actually one of
best
the
thing that
worst
we've
things
ever
that
done.
happened in
And
the
how would
history of
that?
humanity.
Yeah, sure.
Manifest
And
Destiny's
how
great.
would
Yeah, but to
that
like say that you
be-
want to continue with
considering-
Manifest
To this,
Destiny, which
it led
was
to
the
a
plan with
world
genocide,
like
would be
this.
like, let's continue genocide, right? Because
Yeah,
Manifest
it
Destiny was great.
led
That's
to a
kind of
world-
what the
it led to a
correlation is.
world-
Manifest Destiny is
It
great,
led
by
to
the
a
way.
world, right? It led
Well,
to a
yeah.
world. It led to a present in America, right, where people like you who believe in the history, the mythology of America, who buy into that mythos, into Manifest Destiny, think that essentially it was a good thing, right? Also support Israel, right? Because Israel's just doing the same thing. It's just expanding its territory, right? Like Biden believes in this idea of America, in this central mythos, and so it makes sense to him. Like, oh, you guys are doing the thing. It's essentially a good thing, a civilizing force within that region. Yeah, you can actually link these things. You can actually look at that. This ideology doesn't come without bloodshed. So you can pretend that, oh yeah, it's just gonna be soft
I don't
power.
hold an
We're just gonna
emotional
put,
weight
we're
behind
just gonna
that,
put
I'm
soft.
sorry.
We're gonna put some amorphous soft
It's-
power on these nations so they can dissolve their national sovereignty and they'll be part of us. That's
Prime,
how it works.
Prime,
No violence.
we're
No
literally
violence.
just
No
products-
violence, guys.
Prime, we are just
Bullshit.
products of selective pressure. I'm not holding some emotional weight to like the fact that people act as people do, right? We're just animals in nature. We're part of the system. This is how we function.
I
It
love
is what
this.
it is. But,
I
like,
love this guy.
At the end of the day, you don't have to just completely not look at yourself, right? We don't have to stop looking at what America is as a nation, but we don't have to just focus on that. We should have some shared goal as Americans that, like, listen, we can understand
expansionist
why
goal.
we've
Yeah,
screwed
sure.
up. We can understand how we can be
Yeah, but
better.
it's just the
But at
shared
the end of the
goal.
day, we should.
We'll do
all
imperialism
have
right this
goal
time.
at being
Hey,
better,
Corey,
right?
I think the
we're
goal
doing
right now for Americans is
imperialism
to
the right
afford
way,
that.
right? Not the way we did in
I think that's a good
Iraq or
unifying goal,
Afghanistan
like
or
afford that.
Vietnam or any
Okay,
of
and
that,
there was
right?
a, there
We're
was
not
a
gonna do
point
it.
in
We're
history
gonna
where
do
the
it the
goal of
right
people
way.
was to catch
We
enough
got
fish
it.
before they died.
We got
Yeah.
it. We got
But,
not
like,
not
yeah,
in
he's got a good
Ukraine.
point.
We're not
No,
gonna
no,
do it.
it's
We're
the
not
same-
gonna do it
it's the
the
same
wrong
goal,
way,
different
guys. We're gonna do
branding.
it the right. We're gonna do imperialism the right way. Okay,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah,
I got
neo
it.
imperialism is
the
a
right way.
alien.
Wait,
The
wait.
word imperialism isn't just an evil word.
Is
It can
it?
be good
It's
in a
not.
way.
Guess the word.
There's times when
It's not. It's not Voldemort.
Do we
I
take
get
over, tell
it.
them
No, you
about
can
the
take the
time?
name. Yeah, sure, of course,
FK,
of course. yeah.
FK, how are you going to when
Let's go to
right
BB.
now, like you're saying Americans are too like obsessed with themselves, whatever it may be, we're too internal. right now, if Americans are complaining about like food prices and rent and whatever fucking bullshit, right? What makes you think they're going to unify to like global conquer when they feel
Because
like they
people
can't
have been
afford
complaining
groceries?
about food prices and rent and the cost of living and how many people die and how many people in their family don't die. For history, we build great nations like this.
He's got a point.
Let's go to Doobie. We're gonna
People
go to
complain
Doobie.
about taxes, something we completely made up out of our
Doobie,
ass.
Corey,
I
and
don't know
we
how
build
you.
out
I
great
don't know how you
nations.
convince Americans to be like, yeah, let's go conquer the rest of the world while we're
Doobie-
starving. But okay,
Doobie,
It's
Corey,
easy.
Grid.
False flags.
I think you're fundamentally misunderstanding FK's argument,
Okay. there we
like
go.
from the start. So I think, and FK, I mean, I've known you long enough, and I think I know what you're getting at. Okay, so I'm going to try to explain it. So I think the idea is that think of like American exceptionalism, right? Which is the idea that the United States is like uniquely
Also
positioned
bullshit.
to lead the rest of the world toward liberty, democracy, government of the people, by the people, etc. Right?
It's bullshit.
So think of that. Sure. Think of that idea. I think what FK is getting at is that that idea is too internal. That actually our mission isn't just to bring that to Americans, it's to bring that to the rest of the world. Not through soft power, say, hey, we're going to encourage you guys to have democracies among yourselves. No, actually, the idea is that they should be folded into the American nation. They should become Americans, and as Americans, they benefit from all the things that Americans benefit from, right? So this idea that, hey, we're going to promote democracy in other countries is the wrong idea. Actually, that's still keeping them as external actors. What FK is saying is actually we should bring them into the fold, right? The idea is that it's literally like one of the most American concentrated out of many one, right? Out of many peoples or out of many nations, one nation. It's literally that idea, but expanded to the actual world stage. So out of you can look at Mexico and Canada. Out of these three nations, one nation, and this nation wouldn't need to worry about trade disputes and all this kind of shit. You can just work together as people of this continent, this American continent, to benefit everybody within the continent, right?
Under
And
the
then you extend
Amero.
you extend it
Yeah.
further. You extend it further. You absolutely could. And you
Wait,
extend it
well,
further. Then you extend it
had
further
this
to other nations. It could be Greenland. It could be the UK. It could be Israel, Gaza. It could be fucking Turkey. Whatever the fuck.
Wait, we couldn't do this because we've had this discussion before on like if there are too many fucking brown people and if you don't speak
That's
English,
stupid
you're not
racist
American.
bullshit.
Well,
Which
I know,
is
but
also anti-American. Which is anti-American.
I know I know it is, but you have a bunch, you have a large population of the people who believe that. So in order to like
Well, then those
convince
people get
people
to
of
go to
global
war.
homogeny, in order to convince people of global homogeny, you have to sit here and tackle a third of the country that has this idea that if you don't speak
Sociologically,
English
there's a
properly, you're
solution
not
for that.
English or you're not American.
Your issue is you're so focused on it not being able to be done, but you gotta.
No,
like,
no,
you're not thinking about
my
the history of
Genghis
just-
Khan did this,
so- no,
okay?
no,
If
no,
Genghis
my
Khan
issue-
can do it, we can
no.
do it.
Wait, Doobie,
No,
I'm
my
sorry.
issue is not
You're
focused
thinking
on it
about
not
the history
being.
of humanity as a whole. We have such
Well, yeah.
amazing access now to one another, and like we went from human tribes, and not even tribes as in the traditional like, oh, there's this tribe, this tribe, this tribe. Tribes as in there was like groups of families that would walk around, and eventually they would make like smaller or like larger and larger groups. And now we're at a point where we have whole nations the size
Yes.
of the United States. We have continents that are able
Correct.
to work with one another, right?
Yeah.
From across the sea, we have the ability to access.
We're also at war
information
with
to
each
one
other
another
and
quickly.
conniving one another
We are,
like
but
all
we've
the
been at
time.
war
There's
for-
issues that
we've been at war for like most. We've been at war for most, if not all, of human
yes,
history.
that's because
Not
people
as
want to
just
keep
America,
their
but as
nationhood and they
humans.
don't want to be
So,
owned by
oh,
America, right?
Yet
There are
those
countries that
nations
don't
have
want to
continued-
be.
Yet for some reason, those nations have continued to
They
congregate.
do
into
want to be. They
whichever
just don't know
bigger
it yet,
nation
okay?
Can succeed, right? Like the nations or the groups that came to America eventually created the United States of America, which now, like again,
The
we
ones
can
who
focus on our
voluntarily
internal
came
issues,
to America,
all of our little
right?
separate
And I guess some of the
organizations.
ones who didn't voluntarily
even
come
the
to
ones-
America.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
but Prem, we can't sabotage the future
real
because of the
quick, just
past,
real
right?
quick, just real quick, we're talking about history.
At the
let's-
end of the day, Native Americans are given the opportunity to now be a part of one of the greatest empires to have ever exist, and that probably will
Yes,
ever
you
exist.
see it as the greatest
Hold on,
empire
hold
to
on.
ever
It's
exist,
not
ever will
the
exist.
killing
You
each
see
other
that
anyway.
way. Wait. You see it that way, but you're trying to go to other nations and convince them to
Yeah.
see it that way as well. When
What?
they think their nation might be the better nation or whatever it may be.
Wha-
But you
wha-
just
yeah,
want to
yeah,
convince
oh,
them as to
why-
how
why-
buy-in.
put them
why-
against each other.
and-
That's what
and the
evolution is.
Israel-
Out-compete us. Show us that your system
and the
functions better in a
Israelis think,
changing
well,
environment.
you guys can be part of our nation, right? Like after we subjugate the Palestinians,
Yeah,
like,
subjugate.
you'll get, you'll a
Well,
few of
but
you,
if we took
Yeah,
over
just admit it,
Palestine,
you have to
I will get a chance.
Okay, but
it
Prime,
is conquer.
Prime, would you be against Prime if you knew that it would save the Palestinians? Would you be against America stepping into Palestine, saying we're going to make this a state and we're going to give you guys all a high standard of living?
I don't think we
where
have
you
to.
can
I don't
stay in
think
this
we.
area,
Oh,
you can
no,
stay in your
Hold on.
ground.
Wait. like there's a much simpler solution. Simply not supporting Israel in
Okay, they'll
its
get support from Russia. They'll have
Gaza,
better technology, and they'll still
campaign.
fucking
Yeah,
like them.
no, they hold on. That doesn't mean that we can't over. Hold on, actually, maybe I'm fine with them handing over the themselves, but whatever. The point is that like simply America not supporting the genocide, right, materially, the way that we're doing, right, would end the genocide. That's the thing that's how we've
No, we would just lose control, Prime. We would have lose control of a little bit of control we have.
Don't have
No, we would
control.
absolutely lose control.
Well, we have no control.
Exactly what would happen.
One second.
It's like we'd be playing
That's
civilization
exactly-
and we've never stepped foot there, and then
Wait. FK, wouldn't Israel? Wouldn't Israel be a nation that has bought into the American like idealism as the Western nation in the Middle East, but they don't even listen to us or do what like we want them to do, and they still kind of
They do.
They don't.
Well, no, but this is why we should take Israel and Palestine. We should take all of them, and so that way everybody there gets the rights that they want to have, and everybody's happy.
Exactly. As Americans,
American exceptionalism
in a special
is
economic
bullshit.
zone.
Is bullshit. Like that's it's the core of this issue, as Dibby pointed out. It's the core of this issue, and it's bullshit, right? To think that America is extremely typical. It's extremely typical for the behavior of an empire, right? Like it's
if America went ancient, we could wipe nations. We're not typical.
Right?
We could wipe.
It's extremely typical. It's extremely typical, right? Like in the way that we exercise our power. Now we say, right, like, and like idiots will believe that we go into these foreign conflicts, right, for liberty, right, because we care about these individuals, and America will do things. It's always a power play, one or the other, right? Power play for resources,
I agree.
A power play for geopolitical positioning, right? A power play for
again,
I don't know, a whole other list of reasons, right?
That's how evolution works.
Yeah, that's gotta be
so
good.
it's extremely typical. Extremely typical.
Wait, but Prem, I think you're misunderstanding again, real quickly.
Right?
So I agree that this is what happens currently, right? But I think the issue there is that the goal there is to benefit America to the detriment of these people, right? To put us in a better position, put them in a worse position, so they're relying on us, we're able to get something that we want from them. What FK is suggesting is, hey, rather than do that, we need to come up with a way to just pull them into the fold, make them our people, so we don't need to worry about fucking them over. Actually, we're going to benefit them, and they're going to benefit us because we're all the same group now. Right? This is actually the real like one state solution. And if you want to use like Israel Gaza, is Israel just annexing the entire area and giving everybody equal rights? They refuse to do that, which is what has exacerbated the conflict. Right? The reason they refuse to that is because they want to keep them as a separate group of people, in perpetuity. Right? What FK is saying is, hey, actually bring them into the fold, make them your people, and then they get all the rights that your people get.
Even within the borders of the United States, groups get fucked over. Within the in a world where we have to do resource extraction, where we have a greedy I'm not sure which word I want to use here, right? But anyway, capitalism exists, right? When we have to be extractionist, right? Like, and there's not like a large critique
and it'll
of
continue
capitalism.
to exist
I'm not
as long
trying,
as
I'm
we're
not,
separated
I'm not trying to do a large critique of capitalism. I'm just like, I'm just trying to get to. Hold on, all I'm trying to get to is that like extraction is involved, right? And that like
but it will shift to the way that like California extracts water from other states, right? These other states still have rights, and if they feel like California's taking too much water, they can do something about it. They can go to their representatives and say like, hey, these states are taking too much water. We need too much water. Like so,
and then that
it's
can
like
go to a global court.
It's not. It doesn't become a war. It doesn't need to become a war.
Say in the nation. Like everyone.
We can do a global court without like dissolving their sovereignty.
No, because they're not my people right now.
I
want them to be American, but they're not American. They have their own interests at hand. At least when we're on some global, like,
we all have. We don't have, and that's another thing. There is no unified American interest, which is bullshit. That's the other thing, the fantasy that our leaders try to push on us, that there is some unified American interest, and that's why we're invading. We're in Iraq, we're in Syria, we're in Yemen, we're in name the brown Middle Eastern country, right? for American interests. But is it my interest? Is it the interest of the people in my neighborhood? Is it the people?
Yes.
is it
Currently,
of
no.
my
No,
working
currently,
class?
no.
No, these
Currently,
yeah,
no,
Forest
absolutely not.
Neighborhood's
Great.
neighborhood
So
probably,
yeah,
yeah.
we're gonna
It's not, because
dispense
you
with
bought
that.
into the
And you understand there's
individualistic
different
mentality
power
that
groups.
locks you in
There's
this.
different power groups within America, right? And that's what we act on. And there's no reason that and those people, right? Those powerful groups act on like marginalized groups within our own nation, right? And those groups suffer within our own nation, within the system of the
Yeah, but
American
this
government.
way
But
they
nowhere
right,
near,
like,
nowhere
this
near
is
to
the
the
same-
level
there
they're
would be
doing
no
with this part of the
marginalized
South
group
Tech group.
anymore. Like
Sorry.
there'd be no marginalized group anymore. With this,
Oh,
everybody would be
oh,
on
no,
Team
no.
America.
Hold on,
Hold on, Prime. What you're
Wait,
saying? You're
how-
arguing. You're
how do you
arguing.
say that?
I know what's happening.
Are
I
there
know what's happening.
marginalized groups in
Prime,
America?
You're
Yes or
arguing
no?
this from. You're arguing this from the loser side. Like maybe like look at join the winner
Are there
side.
Oh my
marginalized
God!
groups in
And then
America?
You mean
join
every
the-
other nation?
Okay,
Join the
so-
winning side for once.
Are
there
Yeah,
okay.
every other
marginalized
nation
groups
loses.
in America?
Join
Are
the
there
winning
marginalized
side
groups in
and look at it like
America?
this. Once
Hold
you
on, what
become
about
an
these Native
American,
Americans? They
that's the
lost as
only
well,
group
right?
that
They're
you need
part of
to
the
worry
winners
about.
now too.
Yeah,
Like,
just
marginalized
drop your
groups in
entire
America.
national
Okay,
identity.
great,
Good
whatever.
one thing that
So
has
I'm
sound
ignoring
reasonable to
that.
say.
Well, you won't have a
I'll-
national
I'll
identity
let-
because we will
I'll
own
let
that
you
country.
respond. Then I'll
Yeah,
go
yeah.
Corey and Grid and Scott, who's been waiting patiently. So Doobie respond if you like. Doobie? Okay, maybe he stepped away.
Wait, it was me? Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
So just to respond to Ali really quickly. So you say you drop your entire national identity. I don't think you necessarily need to do that. I'm Californian, right? I still have an identity that is local, central, somewhat connected to this state.
No.
Why couldn't that be the case for somebody born in a state in Mexico or a
Because-
state in Canada?
Okay, because I know
in fucking Gaza, right?
Yeah,
Like
I'm an
this,
example
this,
right here.
Yeah,
You're-
I can
you're-
actually
their
explain it.
culture.
I can
And that's
actually
what's great
explain
about-
it. I can
that's
actually
you're a
explain
Gazan
it.
American the same way that I'm a
understand.
Californian
I
American.
can actually explain it. Okay, so like, I know you may not see it this way, right? But once again, I'm going to say there are large troves of Americans that see this as a Christian nation, right? This is a
They're
white
wrong.
Christian
Fuck 'em.
nation. I understand that they're wrong, but you have to get them on board with the policy that you want to impose, which is what the issue becomes. Because then when you start taking in Gazans in the Middle East and whatever the fuck it is, well, it's gonna be like, well, what, we're gonna let these people be Muslim? Because there's plenty of Americans right now that are like, well, Islam needs to be banned in America, which, like, that's a real opinion, but I don't even know how that's a logical statement or sentence. That makes
Hold on,
no.
so
fucking
Ali,
sense.
I agree. If we were to do this like overnight, it wouldn't work, right? You have a bunch of racists in the country. You have people bitching about Sharia, right? As if it like the Muslims are going to take over or whatever the fuck.
Those
Yeah.
guys, the war.
I
That's what you do.
I get that, right?
Just radical
However,
with racism.
You have,
what-
you have
what
Gibbs,
FKN are
right? You have
suggesting,
people like Gibbs, right?
I don't know if Gibbs is one of those, but okay, we'll use Gibbs. Okay, so we have people
Sure.
like Gibbs, specifically Gibbs, who would be on the front lines trying to keep the brown people out, right?
Yeah,
I hate 'em.
So I understand these people exist. Who cares? So we what we do is we say, hey, these people are wrong. We make the case for why they're wrong, and we make the case for why this nation specifically, it is our duty, right, to the planet to take over the rest of the planet, right? To say, hey, fuck you, white people in this country who are like racist or whatever, who don't want the brown people here. You don't get to be a fucking racist anymore. And if you're a racist, fuck off. We're gonna ignore you. We're gonna do it anyway. Okay, we're gonna wait. Give it like 30 years so that you'll be the minority. Okay, the white people be the minority in the U.S. Who gives a fuck
Inshallah.
anymore? So
They do. So hold on, finish up your
maybe,
thing.
yeah.
then we'll-
yeah, so like that, you just make the ideological case, right? Because this is like an ideological. What FK and I are saying
American
is that
ideology
somewhere
is-
along the way, we fell off, right? Where we decided, okay, well, actually, yeah, liberty for all humans, whatever, freedom, blah blah blah, for
never
all
existed.
people, everybody's equal under God, except the non-Americans. They're not equal under God. So. But rather-
Doobie, 1 second. Prime, it did never exist. That's the point of America. We
Exactly.
keep trying to strive to be a more perfect nation. Every day, our goal as Americans, each one of us should have it in our mind
And-
that, like, hey, our goal is to create that shining house on a hill. We want to be so great, not just so great for ourselves, but so great that we can take in other nations into this greatness. We can have them, we can build a village on a hill. That village
And so,
becomes a city.
and so,
that
so
city
then,
becomes a
Exactly.
country.
So then,
That
if you
country
want to do
becomes the
that,
world.
if you want to do that, then why not simply like make America great, right? Make America great,
Then-
make it so great that people just like voluntarily want to join without any pressure, right? They simply see how
that's
great
for
America
pussies.
is,
That's
and then
not how this
Canada,
works.
Canada
That's
will
the
find you.
pathway we
let
get.
a real
I'm okay
argument
with
get in
it,
real
but
quick.
I don't think we have that same shared mentality because I think everyone
Yeah.
is stuck on their
Okay.
fear.
So we can't actually do this.
No,
So
but
this
you're just
idea is
continuing
a
that.
nonsense. No. So what we have to engage in is an imperialist campaign across the
No.
the globe, right? To pressure them, right?
It's not
to
imperialist.
undermine them. How
is
does
liberating.
this work otherwise?
We're
Liberating.
advocating for
Okay,
freeing people from this idea that they are separate peoples, that there are that they need to be part of some other nation, that they're not just humans, and all humans should be American, right? And then once they're all American, we can
Spoken
work
like an
together.
imperialist.
We can work together as humans to build a better tomorrow, to build a beautiful world
And then we
where
can
we
wipe
don't
out
have
the
people
aliens.
genociding each other. And if a group does do something like this, we have a way for it's our responsibility because they're part of our group now to stop it.
I guess I got to move on to Corey, right? But hold on, I just quickly, we had a super chat, right, from our new friend John Mosman. Thank you, John Mosman, for the $5 super chat. He says, and I believe this is directed to me, so I guess the only genocide comes from Manifest Destiny, even though native tribes did before whites. Also,
So
if
true.
you deplore
Facts.
MD Manifest Destiny,
up
you
the
can't
Comanche.
support global neoliberalism.
Or the Aztecs.
First of all, start with the second part. I can't stand global neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is a cancer on our world. Absolutely, let's demolish that. 100%. I'm glad you identified that part. But manifest, like, I don't know why you would think that's the only. In fact, I keep saying, hey, we got another genocide happening right the fuck now. As we speak, there's a genocide in Gaza. There's many genocides.
And people don't care because they're not American.
U.S. We didn't. Okay, sorry. Pull back.
Americans don't care.
I'm just
They're
saying,
not
people are
American,
bitching
right?
about like four Palestinian Americans getting killed. People
Yeah.
hear about that. They don't give a fuck about the other ones because they're not American.
More Americans cared about the hurricane that hit America than they would give a shit about any Palestinian bombing that's happening. right
Americans
now.
didn't care about. Okay, sorry. I got to pull back. Pull back. There have been plenty of genocides that the U.S. has been a part of, right? Either directly or indirectly. I denounce every single one of them. And if the Native Americans did genocides before, right? You know, when they're warring with each other, well, they equal bad too. Bad, right? But I wouldn't genocide the genociders, right? So I wouldn't genocide Germany. Right, the Germans. The Germans.
What about if they're cannibals?
The Germans did a bad thing to the Jews. That doesn't say to me that I would genocide them afterward. That doesn't.
You don't think they're like a genocidal empire that was like cannibalistic should be like eliminated?
I don't forgive any people
like the
for
net
doing
good of
their own
humankind?
genocide.
No.
Right? It's wrong no
No.
matter
That's
what.
what
And
he's
when
saying.
it's happening with
So we let the cannibal empire survive.
Hold on. When it's happening with my own tax dollars, yeah, it's a bigger fucking problem. That's what I'm identifying. But thank you for the super chat.
So
Okay,
Prime,
let's go to-
real quick, just to clarify.
Corey,
Just to clarify, would you would let the cannibal empire?
It's Corey's turn.
Yeah, would you let
It's
the
Corey's
cannibal
turn. No,
empire
I'm not going
exist?
to answer your question. I'm not going to.
Why not?
I'm going to
Why
let.
not?
Because I'm let Corey go
it's a real
first.
question.
It's my
I will
time,
deal with
Gibbs.
you
Can
later.
you be polite?
I want the answer though.
I'll deal with you later.
Don't
Corey.
run for it. Don't run.
I won't. Trust me.
'Cause he's
I
running.
want the
He's running.
smoke. I want the smoke. There's no.
We should have
running
never
here.
given Japan back. That
I
was
agree with
our
that.
failure.
So true.
Let's
So true.
go.
So true.
Corey,
Lot of
Grid,
intelligent men on this
Scott,
channel
and
Corey,
Gibbs.
Corey.
Quebec and Canada's relationship is one of the most disgusting on the planet.
Okay. There's lots of things that I guess I want to cover. I'll try to do it quickly. But yeah, going on what Doobie just said, no former empire has ever given a similar speech that Doobie just gave. Never ever. That's totally brand new.
Sure, I
FK,
should lead it.
I'm curious, because Prime touched upon it. I assume, maybe incorrectly, based off your position, that you're for open borders. Then.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That's consistent. And I'm
But-
curious. Go ahead. You want to
I
clarify?
think those open borders they include a couple things. One, I think people should be forced to work in our system, right? And pay into it through that work. So if you come to America, you get probably a few years, whatever some decided arbitrary number that we come up with is whatever it's going to come out to. And you have to prove that you can sustain yourself in the system, and the system can't just prop you up on its own. And then two, obviously background checks, security checks, making sure that you don't have other allegiances that you're trying to corrupt our system with. And by corrupt, it's you're working for another foreign nation to try to take over our system. And then swearing, I really
doesn't sound like open borders to me, but that might be a definition.
Well, it's not it's not just open as in you can walk in anybody, because then you're just opening yourself up to damage. But it's open in the sense of anybody can go through this process to come in here. I don't care what your background is. I don't care.
That's sort of how it is
bad it comes
now. Anybody can go through the process. Maybe I don't understand the process.
Yeah, but I think we have other
anybody can go
restrictions
through
that
it.
are, the only restriction I'm really imposing is that you're not coming to hurt the nation for some other countries benefit. and you can just prove that you can work here. Not like you have a job already, but you're willing to go through the process and take the chance of getting sent back if you can't like sustain yourself.
Okay, doesn't sound like open borders, but whatever. I'll move on. And like, so I know you mentioned that you're not looking to make enemies, okay? Like, but you view people as like future Americans. I'm curious. Do you think you can go to Dubai and start pointing out people saying you're a future American, and not make enemies?
Probably not today, but I think the goal as Americans.
I want to see that TikTok video like tomorrow.
Yeah, when when do you think you'll be able to go to like Arabs and be like, you're
you guys are
American?
thinking about this as like do it as soon as possible, but I'm talking about this as like America should have this unified goal. If America means anything, it should be this.
Super
Okay.
Quick clarification. What you're talking about is known as conditionally open borders.
I guess so, yeah. And they would get citizenship if that's like one of the
not-
restrictions.
it's
There.
not
They
like
get citizenship if they can do
It's
those.
not considered like a controlled border or like a quota controlled border, or closed borders. It's a conditionally open border. People have to show ID. They have to prove that they're not like a terrorist or something, etc.
And I'm
But
curious.
it's also like the process wouldn't be difficult enough where
It's
it's
a
like
type
we're
of
just
open border.
rejecting people.
Go ahead, Corey.
I'm curious, FK. Do you think, let's say, China should adopt the same approach, same mentality that you have?
I would be sad if they were the ones to do it and succeed at it.
But you don't oppose, as in you think this is a good mentality for countries like China to have.
Yeah.
If it's good for you,
Yeah.
then it should be good for China as well.
Yeah.
Okay. If you don't
think
see,
the
then maybe
issue is-
a
I think where
future
I fall
conflict
into an
there.
issue is I feel like where I fall into an issue, and this is just American idealism, but it's what I think is very true, is that America's unique in the sense of like with all the different
No
backgrounds of
empires
people
ever
that we
thought
have
themselves
here,
unique.
Yeah,
Never
Yeah.
happened.
never.
Never heard these
with all the
speeches
different
before.
Groups of people,
The greatest
with
one
all
under
the
God.
different groups of people that we have here, they are American, right? You can look at any of these groups, and like at the end of the day, if they're speaking English mostly, if they're coming out, you see them like out when you're eating. People might ask like, "Oh, where's he from? Where's she from?" And they might say like, "Oh, like ethnicity." But that ethnicity doesn't really matter. What matters is like they're just an American, right? Especially if they're a citizen, they're an American. Even DACA recipients, for most of them, how we're seen in America is just you're an American, right? Like even the most racist person in America, the person who
Lots of them want to
most
send
closed
DACA
borders on the
recipients
planet,
back. What are you talking
go
about?
look at me.
Like, there's a
There are lot
movement
that
in
do,
this
but I
country that
think
wants to
they're
put in
wrong.
DACA
I
recipients.
think they're wrong, and I think
Okay, fair
I
enough.
think
But
just
and I agree. I agree
fall
with you.
into that
But like, I don't.
Yeah, even Trump doesn't want to send them back.
Trump aside, there are many other people in this country like want to take a hard stance on this, and rescind DACA. Like, I don't. This is a true thing. I don't have to tell you. But like, I don't know. That's fine. Let's go to Corey. Are you done? We'll go to Grid.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Grid. Scott, and then Gibbs.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it. So there's you guys covered like a lot. I really wish I could have started earlier, then we could have broken this down a little better, but I'll do the best I can. I didn't take notes, so if I screw some stuff up, bear with me. First of all,
Panels, baby.
the interesting thing is that I'm an isolationist, and I believe that America's greatest when we don't let anybody in that doesn't earn their way in, and we
'cause you
should
hate
never
brown
annex
people.
anything. We had the perfect opportunity after World War II, and we said, "Fuck that! We don't want to do it." We owned Japan, we owned Germany. Europe, the UK owed us enough money for us to buy them twice. So just in war reparations, we could have already owned every country in the world, basically, but we chose not to. So if in our greatest generation, we decided not to do it, what makes you think that we're any smarter now? Second, and that's actually a question to Just Average FK. The second question I'd like to ask you, just quick answers. I don't need a speech, but because I've got more.
Yeah, can I ask you a quick question just so we
What?
understand
Yeah.
like where you
Go
come
ahead.
from? Have you ever seen someone like Prime, for example, an American like Prime, and referred to him as a black, or said the blacks in any context when referring to other humans?
Give me one second. I got a
Totally okay.
GPS rolling off here.
It's okay.
But Prime's last name might be Black. You don't know.
All right, so I apologize.
Have you ever said when speaking to like about other Americans, the blacks?
Mhm.
Like have you ever referred to that group as the blacks?
Yeah, I'm sure I have. I'm from the South.
Interesting. Thank you. Yeah,
probably
I
said
thought
far
so.
worse.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm sure you have. Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, foreigners just never look at other groups of people and will be like an Italian would never look at somebody who doesn't look like what their idea of Italian is and be like, oh, that's another Italian, right? Or even if they told them, if you went up to an Italian prime and said, I was born in Italy, both my parents are Italian, they'd be like, you're not Italian. You're whatever nation.
But Americans do that.
Oh
No. Oh, no.
Why?
It's such a different level in America. You gotta be really racist in America.
Wait,
I don't
no,
really
no,
think
no, you
most
don't.
Americans
No, you
should just
don't.
Look at somebody and be like, oh, you're
Wait,
just American.
just real quick, just like but like I feel like outside of white Americans, everyone else is a hyphenated American, right? Everyone becomes a secondary American. They're either
That's
an
part
Arab
of the
American
issue.
or a
That's
black
part of the
American
issue
or a
with us
Mexican
looking-
American.
Yeah, that's also a big issue.
That's part of the issue with us when I said like we're reverting so far back into ourselves that we're trying to separate ourselves from each other as groups. rather
Yeah,
than
that's
accepting,
great,
like,
but
hey,
that doesn't address
we are
the
this
question
group,
I
we are
asked.
Oh,
this
we've
group.
always done that.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
I don't.
like-
Yeah, I don't.
Really always
Well,
done
I don't
I'm
think we've always
asking
done
you
that, but
about
I don't
the
think. I
question
think
I
that
asked.
it's been like more normalized, and I don't think we should.
No,
do
no,
it.
we have because like
There's a
this
very
has been,
famous
like,
speech by
conversation, 'cause,
Teddy
like, in
Roosevelt.
English, because
Teddy
in the
Roosevelt,
UK,
he
it's
talks
not
about like
like you're,
hyphenated Americans.
No, so like in
Teddy
the
Ro-
UK,
Like, I'm
Go-
gonna be
go for
honest,
it.
I don't like the term African American. I think they're just American.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean,
either.
I know, but like but it exists and it's like a thing that's stapled.
But
right?
you,
You're not
should
just
you
an
shouldn't
American.
perpetuate it.
Again,
I mean, it's but like,
it really
but they don't
doesn't
feel that. I
answer
mean, we
the question I asked.
go ahead.
I
Good,
don't
my bad.
care about this line. I let you guys. I let you guys spurg for a half an hour.
My bad,
I
Grid.
sat here quietly, and I would.
I
just
apologize,
like my
Mr. Wizard.
question answered.
You're wasting your time now.
Sorry,
Bubba Grid, we're sorry.
I heard have you
Yeah,
ever called him the
appreciate
black,
that.
but what was the question again? I'm sorry.
Well, as an American, I'm an isolationist. We had the
Yeah.
perfect opportunity to own the world after
Oh,
World War
what makes
II.
us better than the greater generation?
Yeah, what makes us better than the?
Yeah, that's what I said. They're not
greatest-
the greatest generation. America is never.
Okay.
You're not going back to like a great era. You're every day forward is.
I didn't.
it should be
I didn't
better
say
than
we're going
before.
back. Do you think that we are better, more united
Yeah.
than we? Really?
I think
Oh,
right now,
interesting.
Yeah.
I think right now it's like a really interesting phenomenon. But if you look at even
Mm.
how kids kind of like view the internet and view other kids across the world, I think that's why it's so easy to like sympathize with other nations or like genocides that are happening globally. It's easy to sympathize because right now the access you have makes you look at them and be like, that's just me, right? Like you can look at another 20-something-year-old on the internet and be like, holy shit, that's just me in that nation. But like that's a different path that they were like born into and had to exist in.
Do you think
Wait, so
everyone,
think about it like this. Think about it like this, right? Just really quick.
percentage wise?
Well, just think about it like this, right? So, World War II, right? We had the Japanese internment camps in the U.S.,
Mhm.
right? So we had the Iraq War, we had the war in Afghanistan. I don't think during even those periods, right, where there's like a lot of animosity, obviously, toward a country we're at war with. I don't think Americans would tolerate the government scooping up all Iraqi immigrants or Iraqi Americans or whatever the fuck you want to call them and putting them in internment camps. I think the vast majority of Americans would not have been okay with that. So yeah, I think we are better than the greatest generation, quote unquote.
But hold on.
Interesting.
The Texas is
But the
donating
entire
land.
country unified, and it worked towards a common goal. And at the end of the day, rather than keep the world as a war prize, which any other country probably would have done, we set in place. measures
We
for
failed,
those
right? We gave up our responsibility to the planet, and we were bitches, and we went back to our shell.
Well, I don't know that we have a responsibility to the planet. I'm
We
an
do.
isolationist. I believe that we have a responsibility to the people of this nation and none other.
Yeah, why isn't the rest of the world the same nation? Like, why didn't we annex Japan or Germany or any of these other nations where or
Like if you were an isolationist and we
Why didn't we just
Japan,
take
would you look at the
Afghanistan and
Japanese
Iraq?
and just be like, that's us?
why didn't we just
I'm
say,
sorry, I
hey,
can only
fuck you
listen
guys?
to one of you
Wait,
guys.
hold on. Like,
Good.
why didn't we just say, hey, Afghanistan or Iraq is our country now? It's an American nation. You guys have all the rights and privileges of American citizens. We're going to encourage Americans to immigrate there, to spread American culture, to spread our way of thinking. Right. So, but instead we just fuck over
What
the people
is
living there,
American culture?
continue leeching
What's
off them like
American
fucking
culture? We can't
parasites
even
until we're able to
agree
like
as a-
leave.
We can't even agree as a nation on what women are.
Oh, please stop.
Well, I mean, like as a nation, we don't have like a single unified culture, right? We have like, you're a Californian,
yeah.
Texas,
Yeah,
like
but I
there's
think that
there's
in itself
Texans,
is
there's
American culture. It's the fact that we have like our own little
I
individualistic.
mean,
like,
come on, don't act
wait,
like
that-
we're
it's
don't
the
like act
melting-
like we're
we're
better
called
today
a
than
melting
we've
pot
ever
for a
been.
reason.
That's
We have the
insanity.
capability.
That's absurd.
No, we're
Yeah,
called a
that's
melting pot
absurd.
for a
That isn't
reason.
absurd.
We have
Mr.
the
Grid.
capability to
absurd.
take. We have the capability to take all of these people with their own little different practices and cultures get them all to like function together, right? They travel in
communist?
between each other. They mix. No,
Actually,
You're not a
he is
communist?
he is
Right.
Okay.
he is
I
he
like
is
that.
actually
Okay.
what FK is saying is the most capitalist thing ever. Okay,
Yeah.
so
I
and that-
actually-
so
no, I
we
don't think so.
we're creating
Is
a,
Gibbs a communist?
a
'Cause they're on the
single
same
united
page.
market right across the
I
planet.
understand what he's saying. I mean, I don't think I'm a
You must be a communist, Gibbs.
Yeah,
I,
that's
you
it.
know, I feel like I'm the most
I
capitalist
will
here.
say though, if you're a communist,
Yeah,
if you're
Scott is
if
not
you're
capitalist at all. He's
or
about to
communist,
speak,
what you
but
would
he's not
want
a
is, like,
capitalist,
one
just so you know.
nation.
Yeah. So
See, Scott's got rules.
Doobie,
Capitalism. I have no
we're
rules.
we're talking. Currently, there's a discussion in this country about like creating camps, right, to gather all the immigrants to concentrate
hobos,
them
too.
there,
Wait,
right?
hold on. Prem, I think you're
and
misunderstanding.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you, but I didn't.
Yeah,
so you
no, it's
understand?
okay. I
You're
just
talking about
wanted to clarify.
like
I wanted to
putting
clarify
immigrants or migrants or asylum seekers coming up from the southern border into like camps in Texas, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand that, but I think that's a separate issue. That's a immigration issue. What happened to in the Japanese internment camps wasn't us detaining or imprisoning people coming over from Japan as it was happening. There were American citizens who had Japanese heritage that were put in detention camps or internment camps. That's a totally separate thing. So so during the war in Iraq, well, yeah, hold on, because these people had already been guaranteed the rights and privileges of American citizens. They were citizens. They weren't like new immigrants coming in during a war.
No, that's true. That's true.
So and again, during the Iraq War, we didn't do this, and I don't think the country would have tolerated that. So yeah, I think we're at a way different point in our history.
I don't see the difference that you see. At least I don't think I see the difference. I don't think it's
see the
significant.
difference. I understand what he's saying. He's not
in the
wrong.
way that it operates in the exact same thing. It equals the exact same thing. Like these individuals who came to our country, who have been integrating into our society, right? Lots of them have been here for years, decades even, and who just we haven't given them a path to citizenship. But that doesn't mean that they haven't been part of our communities, rounding them all up by the millions, putting them in camps for deportation. Yeah, I don't think there's actually much of a difference. True, they don't have a social security number. Yes, but that
Yeah, I think the status matters. I think having the stamp is, hey, you're an American citizen. You're not someone here illegally.
Which
You're
means,
a recognized American citizen. I think that matters.
You can brutalize them otherwise. Okay, I guess.
No, I don't think you can do that. But I do think it's obviously a separate category of people that is owed separate rights.
So
okay, so
That's a big
let's go to Scott.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Scott.
I want to give some caveats first, right? Which is I do think Doobie and Average FK are probably right about one thing, which is obviously the internet technology and the kind of advance of liberal democracies in many nations have absolutely pushed us towards more connectedness and less division among, less like I guess like isolation culturally speaking to other nations. Like, I don't think Doobie is wrong in pointing out that, our current generation would probably have a lot more to say about putting, entire ethnic groups into concentration camps than the current generation. But again, I think it's also important to point out that, if you follow people online, you can, even if you just look at them in like the last 10 years, you can see how radically they have changed and what they are willing and not willing to accept based upon the kind of the political plight on the ground. And so when we're talking about World War II, we're talking about, the greatest war probably in history, right? And so I think I don't know that is actually true, right? That we wouldn't put people in internment camps if we weren't in a similar situation like World War II. The next thing I want to say is there's this concept that like we would unify, and I think that's a really big assumption. And Average FK, please respond if you wish, but you had kind of seemed to imply that throughout history, when people have, and you didn't like the term, and I understand, like, just necessarily an enemy, but when we have like unifying goals and unifying ideals, that those things, especially when we can focus on like an external project, it doesn't necessarily need to be another war, but an external project, that it's the same situation as Manifest Destiny, even if you understand that Manifest Destiny came with all these problems. I think that is a gross overgeneralization of history, and the way that people kind of supported movements and things. I think it's kind of like what we learn in high school about history, as opposed to like getting into the nitty gritty and the conflicts that occurred within. And the reason I say that, even like without going into too much specificity, like every major conflict that we could just pick one if you want, right? There is a lot of internal strife, and the reason there's a lot of internal strife is because these external projects come with a cost. They come with a cost to the culture that chooses to engage in them, and they also come at a cost financially, like literally, like every war, every big expansion, every exerting of a lot of pressure on another nation changes trade. These things are extremely expensive, right? Like if we read Charlie Wilson's War or something, for example, right? Like the cost of kind of bringing Afghanistan into the fold would have been 10 times higher than the cost of like supporting rebels in Afghanistan to fight the Russians, right? The cost of rebuilding Iraq and Afghanistan, wouldn't have been 2.9 trillion. It would have been 20, 30, 40 trillion dollars. Like we're talking about, at least in our current political and economic power, something that is like completely unfeasible. Now, if we're talking about soft power, right? Like we're already doing that to an extreme degree, right? The CIA, and all other, kind of like foreign 3 and 4 letter agencies, they use terms like democracy. And the reason they use these terms is because they're talking about democratic institutions in other countries. We spend hundreds of billions of dollars, a majority of the Pentagon's budget even, on infiltrating universities, infiltrating media organizations, infiltrating, government at low levels to try and pressure them into becoming part of the American Western hegemonic fold. So in many ways, you're arguing that we ought to keep our current foreign policy, but do it better. And it's like, I obviously disagree. Like this is purely an internal critique here. Now, in terms of massive movements and political pressure, like ratcheting up what we're doing to a much bigger degree, it's interesting from two domains. One, it's interesting because your entire argument seems to be that you agree with Herbert Marcuse and that you're a Marcusian, except that you disagree that everything that he said was a bad thing was actually a good thing, right? Like it seems like you're arguing that the one-dimensional man is true and good. It seems like the crushing of the revolutionary spirit by capitalism is actually good, etc., which is an interesting take for sure. But then also looking at history, like what bands nations together. Almost every single time throughout human history, when you look at large changes in empires and events, it has been the host nation believes themselves to be a victim. Like that is how these events almost always occur. If we look at the Taiping Rebellion in China, right? It was against the Ming Dynasty. If we look at the Romans and the Gallic Wars, it was a refugee crisis and a belief that these barbarians were coming across, and it was kind of like planned that way by Caesar. If we look at World War II and America's involvement, it was, tons of evidence that Japan was likely to attack Hawaii and that Japan was likely to attack us, but Roosevelt wanted Japan to make the first strike because he knew that would finally give him the political impetus to join World War II, as opposed to kind of like tacitly doing it. If we look at 9/11 in Iraq and Afghanistan, obviously those are connected. Or World War I, we could look at Franz Ferdinand and the July crisis, like over and over and over and over again, in order to get this unifying concept that we're going to expand or that we're going to exert massive amount of power, which costs massive amount of money. It has almost always been that we saw ourselves as a victim and we saw other people as either taking part in that. This concept that we're going to exert soft power to degrees well beyond what we're doing in a nation that is $37 trillion in debt and growing, it seems like you're just arguing for the status quo, but way more. And it's a status quo that in the last 10 years doesn't seem to be working very well. So I just don't get your argument, and your argument has been a lot, but it has also been completely devoid of any specifics other than we will exert soft pressure and then we will try and get them into the fold, which is exactly what the CIA does today. So I just don't like, it seems seems like a silly meme argument without any evidence, without any actual strict policies, and historically inaccurate on almost every degree.
I mean,
Yeah, everything you just said is wrong. First off, but two, I think you're as FK's already explained repeatedly.
Well, don't go to two.
We're not
Don't say
talking
everything is wrong.
we're not talking
At least
about
pick
we're
one.
not talking
At least
about
pick one. Don't be a bitch.
we're not talking about implementing something like this or advocating for something like this to be implemented tomorrow or next week or next year. What we're discussing right now is what we think is a required shift in the way that Americans think about what it means to be American and what our national duty is, our national obligation is.
The issue is you're looking for specific things. I'm telling you that this isn't right now about like, oh, this is the exact policies we're going to take in enacting this. I'm saying that more Americans should think about America as not just this closed off system where it's like we're going to stay here and this is all about us.
It's not an
More
argument.
Americans.
Like it's a fantasy. It's like Americans should feel this way.
Well, he's having a
If you have
discussion.
no
I don't think he's
policy,
arguing.
Yeah,
you have no-
I'm not sitting here
like-
giving again. I'm not sitting here giving policy. I'm talking
Yeah.
about this from the perspective of like, this is what I think it means that like to be an American, we are better unified as with a common goal of making everyone else a part of our system. Right. The reason they should be a part of our system is because I believe we do things really well. Not just things and like the very specifics, like we build better trains or shit like that, but things as in we are able to take different groups of people, put them all in the same environment, and like let them filter out into where they probably fit best. Right? It's almost like it's almost like a republic ideal where it's you're able to let the person who like the 9-inch fucking ratchet work on the 9-inch nut because that is what it's best at. And I think America has the capability of doing that with people. Right? We're able to find out what size ratchet you are and where you belong.
Where is your? I have a couple problems with that. So number one, the problem with looking at nations historically, right, is that history takes a lot longer than a human generation or a human lifetime, right? I think you could maybe make the argument that we assimilate people as they move into America at a better degree than other nations do. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad argument, but I do think that I think we're seeing now with the current immigration crisis that there's a certain critical mass where we stop doing that effectively. But where is your evidence that we are like unique in that domain, beyond what I just stated in terms of assimilating internally?
More than
So long as
anything, I
there's
think
a
it's a
critical
lived
mass.
experience
And
of
our
how many people I've
ability
been able to see
export
come
that.
into this country and build out something from it, right? They come from like shitholes and build out like fucking mansions. America
You're
has
talking
this
about
capability
people
where,
in
like,
shitholes being
they're
able to do
live in
that
ideal.
just because they call themselves American.
No, I'm talking about those people
Right,
in shitholes. We
but-
need to make them.
No,
American.
that's
We need
not
to
what
give
you're
them a better
talking about.
place
What
to
you're
live and
talking
a
about
better
is the
life.
American way going to.
No, average it. Okay, I agree with you that America, right, has been a land of opportunity for a lot of people. I agree with you that America has had a more capitalistic tendencies and more liberties than most other countries in the world, right? In certain domains, you're going to find other countries.
Yeah, and I think we have a
certainly
duty
better,
to expand that
certain- but
opportunity.
overall, right? But see, that's the thing is when you say we have a duty to expand, let's say, civil liberties and liberal democracy, we're kind of fucking that up now. Like our own country is having an internal.
Well, that's because
crisis
we're
about
restricted
that
by
now.
this game of
And
like
we're
you're
already
actually a
doing
separate.
that.
No, because we're restricting
Like,
ourselves to
we've
this
been
mentality
doing
of
that
like you're a
since the
separate
1980s.
nation that's gonna like do your own thing, and we're gonna try to figure out how to work with you rather than putting ourselves in a system where like, you know what, fuck it, this is a power play. That is what all of us are doing. We are seeing who can amass the most power, who can amass the most control, and the top form
You're
of control
discussing
is getting
current
You literally
US
just
foreign
described
policy.
modern
system to
America.
place it.
You're describing current U.S. foreign policy, and the problem is that like our own country is having identity crises. Like our own country just elected a populist president because of our
Yeah,
own
because we don't know what the
fears
fuck
and
to do.
anxiety
Like
and
we're bored.
division.
We don't know what to do with ourselves. We're stuck in this mentality of like, hey guys, what are we gonna do here?
Position
What are we
is
gonna
we're
do with ourselves?
bored.
Rather than focusing on like, hey, what is it to even be American? Why are we separated from these other nations who like at the end of the day, we're all working alongside. At the end of the day, we all have to like make agreements on. At
No,
the end
we're
of the day,
not.
we all have to like call back and forth about like, hey, this is what we're testing. This is what you're testing. Hey, are you sure you're not gonna
No.
fuck with us? Yeah, okay.
That's not how
And
it
then
works at
some
all.
of them have their little conflicts, and we just sit here and jerk ourselves off and accept that, like,
Right,
yeah, you
but
know,
you're
this is
getting
Some of-
nothing.
a shit
literally,
on
there's
people.
conflicts
You're
rather
getting
in
than
every
a-
having
corner
some
of the world.
ideal of something
Hold on.
better. You guys are just like
Right,
scared
but you
of
have
better
an ideal.
and are like stuck on
I'm not
being in
scared
this.
of better.
You're telling me You're telling me that I'm arguing for a status quo, but you want the status quo. You want the separation of each other.
Fantasy. No, I'm asking for you to give me something other than a fantasy. You have a fantasy, or fantasy is maybe too harsh of a word, right? Let me steel man you to the best of my ability. You have a belief that America ought to have this.
I have an ideal. Is the word you were looking for? Yes.
Well, no. Yes, but
I'm talking about an ideal America.
Nevertheless, yes, I get it. It's an ought. You have this ought belief about what America's ideals ought to be and what Americans' identity ought to be. And we're in a crisis about that. And you're just saying, well, we ought to do that. Okay, I agree to half of that, right? Which is that America ought to have a more unifying vision as a culture, because much of what we have done in the past, at least historically for the times, has been great. But the idea that we're going to then push that outwards and that the exportation of that is going to lead to a more internalized domestic identity, where is your evidence for that? That is a claim that you have. So now I would like you to back up the claim, which is that the exportation of the presumed liberal democracy, civil liberty, kind of, mostly free market capitalism with some socialist intervention, mixed market economy, that when we export that unifies the domestic.
I'm not saying that that's what's the unifying matter. I'm saying the unifying matter is just the fact that we are humans, right? I think we separate ourselves into these small groups and we allow that.
We are humans?
Wait, I think we separate ourselves into these small groups.
Yeah, this is bullshit.
I'll tell you what's the unifying.
These small groups. I think we jerk ourselves off to this idea that hey guys,
well,
and I think you're wrong.
But
I think you're wrong. We're both.
At the end of the day, there can be policy we take into action, right? We can argue here if you want to argue about hey, should we have some social safety nets that make it so that America has the capability of allowing more people to filter out properly? It was the thing I was talking about earlier. I think America I think America in itself is a great filter.
Yeah, whatever.
So if you want policy, what's the policy you want? Okay, we should invest heavily in education and make sure that every school gives every kid the
What is that?
It's not the It's not the policy. It's not the policy Scott wants. It's a policy that you pretended that you had. Right, now you're saying it boils down to hey, if we all realize we're humans, right? Well, then that'll solve things. That'll solve our divisions, right? If only within the last 100,000 years anyone had the idea of hey, we're all just humans, man.
Prime. Other people have had this idea.
This crazy life.
Prime. There have been many great men throughout human history who had the idea to conquer the entire known world, to unite all people under them. Absolutely, they've had this idea. This is fucking. We can go through the fucking list. But now, the difference is. No, I'm not trying to rescue anything. I think you guys are misunderstanding what the fuck he's saying. The difference is, like Scott helpfully pointed out, so maybe not everything he said was bad, is that now we have the ability to remain connected over vast distances, right? That a global empire, if it were to happen, could remain connected, could remain cohesive, right? With modern technology. So what we're talking about is shifting the way that Americans think about themselves and about their country, and the way that you think people should shift the way that. Wait, hold on. Prime. You absolutely have ideological beliefs or philosophical positions that you think Americans should adopt. We have one too, right? This is ours, and it's way better than yours, by the way. It's better than Scott's fucking ANCAP shit. It's better than any of the other shit you guys have. This would actually be better for the world.
No, wait, hold on.
Long term, short term, etc., etc.
About uniting the world, right? And how do we unite the world? But first, it's under the American banner and American ideals, I guess, right?
Let go of the baggage.
Actually, the thing that'll unite us is if we realize, hey, we're humans. Did you know? Yeah, Corey.
Okay,
Prime.
Dude,
we look a little different, Corey, but you and me,
it's because you're separating us.
Just humans.
It's because you're separating us.
It's
because you
will
groups of people.
All the divisions. So when Scott
Hold on,
talks about how
can I go?
ridiculous this is,
you need to decolonize your mind unironically, okay?
Literally, literally so colonized.
Yeah,
you can't even
decolonize
understand.
it.
Wait,
Hold
no,
on,
no,
hold on,
no.
hold on. Then we don't need
You're
American
viewing the world as if
expansionism.
these-
Hold on.
you're viewing
To
the world
realize
as if
if
it
it
is-
is,
if these
if the
divisions truly
uniting,
matter.
if the
They
uniting,
matter
if
in
the
the sense of, like, we
uniting
have to deal
factor
with
is
them,
being
but they don't
human,
really matter.
if the
They don't
uniting
wanna try a
factor is
different
being
tact?
human,
I
hold
wanna try a
on,
different
hold on one
tact.
second.
They
No,
just
no, no,
don't
no, no.
matter.
If the uniting factor
No,
is
they
being
matter in the
human,
sense of we
then we
have to
don't
move
need,
around them,
then we
but they
don't
don't
need.
really
Hold
mean
on, hold
anything. It
on,
doesn't mean anything that somebody is
You're
somewhere else.
about to move the goalposts again. You're about to shift your position in a second, right? So before you do that, right? Hey,
Doesn't even
if
have
the
a
uniting,
position.
hold on, I know you're about to shift because you're running away, like full speed from your position. I understand that.
Running.
I've seen it before, right?
Maybe that
But
could
hey,
talk about the other
but hold
position
on,
you
hold
had
on a second. If the uniting factor is that we're human, then why do we need to conquer the world? We can
Because I
remind
think
each
the rest of
other.
the world is so because I think the rest of the world is so scared of the idea of like these other ethnicities being part of their group, whereas America has mastered that. We can
Then we
take
can
anybody
just
and make
no.
them American.
We haven't.
No,
We haven't.
mastered
We
it.
haven't
We
mastered
haven't
that.
American.
We literally have not mastered it. You don't know
Wait,
anything
wait,
about
so
American
being-
history or
being-
the
no,
American
wait.
You
president.
guys are just
If you
so
think for a
stuck on
second
this
that's the
fear.
case, right?
You guys are
But
so
anyway,
stuck on this
yeah,
baggage. But
yeah,
at the end
sure.
of the day, I go outside.
Yeah, sure.
At the end of the day, my dad as an immigrant is able to exist in the nation.
I'm sure the
and
brown
anybody who
immigrants
looks at him
who
just
are
views him
afraid
as
that they're going to be
American, right?
dragged out of their
But
homes
going
now
anywhere else,
understand
you're not
we've all
them.
mastered the fact that we're
You're
all
never
just
going to
human
Dubai and
beings
you're gonna
right
be
here.
somebody
Yeah,
from Dubai.
I'm sure black Americans, right, with their history. No, that yes.
This is
the-
baggage.
they're
Still
mastered.
This is
Americans.
baggage. Let go of the
They're still
baggage.
Americans.
I've already
They're still
mastered.
Americans.
But
Pop
yes,
your shit, but
and
you're
we
still
can
in
still,
America.
and
If
we
you
can
really
still
want to find
marginalize
out,
them.
take a
And we
DNA
can,
test and go
yes,
find out and go
yes,
live somewhere else.
and trans
But right now,
Americans
you're
are
still
still
American.
Americans too, and we can still do horrible things to them. Gay Americans are
Well-
gay Americans too. We can still do horrible
And they're
things to
still
them.
American,
We
and
haven't
we try to
mastered.
make it better. Every day we try to
they
be
got the
better.
title.
But you're stuck
okay.
on this fear of,
okay.
like,
Now
we're
I
always
got
gonna
it.
be
Now I
bad.
got it. Now this is the unification you're
What
talking
terrible
about.
things do we do to
Simply
gay
give them
Americans?
the title. Simply give them the title, and then then I guess that solves it.
No,
Hey,
but Doobie,
so
Doobie,
we can
America's
just
unique
Prime,
in how bad
Prime,
we
hold
treat
on,
Why don't we
Prime,
just-
Prime,
why
hold on,
don't
hold on,
we-
Prime.
okay, then
Prime,
why
think
don't
what you
we-
just
I wanna-
so
I wanna
Prime,
address that.
all these groups of people that you're
Hold on,
referring
why
to,
don't we- why
gay
don't we skip
Americans,
that?
black Americans,
Why
etc.
don't- why don't-
The
why
reason
don't we
we
skip-
address those issues in the first place is because they were owed American rights.
Sure, okay. Then let's hand out a social security number to everyone on the planet. Why don't we just we can do this very quickly. Actually,
make
right?
them
You want to
American.
make them American, right? You want to bring them into a vote. We can just declare them to be, right? Like we just say, hey.
Yeah, just
you're
give them the
part of-
option to vote,
you're
they
part
just
of
won't
the
take
group.
it.
Yeah, you can just
Can I
you
just-
Oh, they
can
will.
come in
That'd be
anytime you
something
want.
else.
Why don't we just do that? Why
Well,
not?
hold, wait. FK,
Okay.
Gives his answer to my little meme was just like give everyone the right to vote, and then we won't have problems. Some of them won't. Gives his answer, which is why people won't unify. It's because some of them will,
hold on.
and they're not going to vote with my
gonna-
interest.
yeah.
Hold on.
Wait.
That's not why.
Let me. I've been trying to get in on this point.
You guys
for just
are
real quick.
afraid. You
I'm
guys
gonna
are
be
afraid. You
waiting
guys
long.
are
I'm not
xenophobic. Actually,
I'm not
you're
afraid. I'm not
xenophobic.
afraid.
That's
Not
not
afraid.
why it's bad.
Like when America wants to unite the Middle East and take it under its American wing, right? How many people are going to be like, well, no, none of the Middle East or none of those Muslims or none of the Arabs follow Western values, which is what America is,
That's not
right? So
the
they can't call
problem.
themselves Americans if they're not.
Yeah. Why don't we?
You're missing the point. All right.
And then giving them the ability to vote, right? They're not going to vote in American interests, right? Because they have their own personal nationalistic interests. Or like the
Oh,
idea that
hold on, all right.
Right?
Can I address that?
I mean, like,
Can I address that?
in the
Prime, let him answer. Prime, real quick. What was that?
No. I'm not going to let him answer now because that's going to distract. Hold on, I'm about to get the Gibbs. Gibbs, you are on the list. Like I said, you're going to go to. Everyone's gotten their turn. You will get
I
your
wanna
turn,
get
Gibbs. I
back to
promise
this
you.
then.
Hold on, and we'll examine that. But FK,
10, 12.
why don't? Yeah, I understand. But FK, why don't we simply hand out citizenship? We can start with the Western nations, right? Because we started slowly, easily with them. We'll start with that, right? And they'll be Americans. They'll be hyphenated, right? They'll be Canadian Americans. And so that will be the thing that unites us, right? Now, people in mainland, whatever that means, but the 48, right? And the United 48, they will understand that we have new Americans within our nation, and we can extend our empathy, right? Doobie talked about extending empathy to people who are now under the American banner, right? That's the uniting force. Why don't we just do that? We'll skip everything else you've said and just do that. How about that?
You could call it the Earth Federation.
Are you asking me? Because I feel like you're.
No, I'm talking. I'm explicit. I'm talking to
on the
FK.
Enterprise.
Listen, you can feel.
Yeah, but
good
you're
saying,
ignoring
like,
everything we
I'm
said about this not being
explicitly-
overnight, right?
I'm talking to FK.
Yeah, again, exactly. I'm not talking to you about a world where I'm gonna snap my fingers and tomorrow we're.
I'm
all
not
doing
saying
this.
I'm not saying that.
I'm telling you, this is a mentality you can hold. I think a lot of people are scared about ideas like imperialism. A lot of people are scared about ideas like
I wonder why.
like global domination.
I wonder
No, but a lot
why.
of people are scared
No,
about
because
imperialism. But imperialism isn't an automatic bad.
all you
Imperialism just means
presented,
like, hey,
all you
we
presented,
have
and
we
Scott
have
did
an
a good
ideal
job of
system
breaking it
that we
down.
think works
All
so
you
well that
presented,
we
all
believe
you
other
all you
nations should be a part of it.
presented, right, is that I just want a kinder, gentler imperialism, right? I actually want to do all the things that we are doing
you just
now,
want,
right?
What you present
I
with
don't
your
want.
main,
I want all
with
the
your main
good
ideal
things
of
about
society,
imperialism,
what you
none of
present
the
is you
bad
just want a
things.
kinder, gentler
Why
world, right?
hasn't one
But
ever
guess
thought
what?
of
At the end
that?
of the day, the
Why
Gazans
hasn't
are being
one thought of
genocided.
that?
Did
Hey,
it fix
we'll
it?
just do all
Did
the
your system
good
fix it? Are we
imperialist
in a better
tactics,
world?
right?
Did you
And none of the
get your
bad
ideal?
ones.
No.
No, we won't do it. We won't do any of the bad things. We'll just do all the good parts of imperialism. We'll be the good empire now. Okay,
Well,
right? So all these decades of imperialism before we're doing
That's
it wrong.
exactly the
But
point. You're scared about
FK without any specifics.
You're so scared about it. You can't even conceive of a world where there's a better empire.
FK without any specifics or any detail, right? He'll just say, "Hey, I just want the good kind of imperialism, right? So just knock it off with the bad kind of mean kind. Don't be meanies. America, don't be meanies. Don't be meanies.
You're scared of anything.
Yeah, I'm scared. Everyone's terrified. Yes, me. I'm terrified. Scott's terrified, right? Corey's probably terrified too.
I am terrified.
Everyone's scared, right? Of your big brain ideas.
No, you're scared
Your
of a better world. You're scared
don't
of
be
like just doing
meanies.
You're
better.
afraid
Don't be
because
meanies.
you're dragging around baggage like a
That's
fucking
funny. Oh
my
like
God, it's so
you're
funny.
you're what do they call it, like a
No, it's
403?
sad, FK.
You're dragging
It's
around
fucking
baggage like a
sad.
fucking 403. Okay, that's what you're doing. You've got 1,000 cocks there. You're dragging around this fucking baggage and fucking over your future.
I love your idea.
You're
I don't want to be meanies either. I don't want to be a meanie. Let's go to Gibbs. I don't want to be a
sitting
meanie.
there with the eyes of like, I
Just
don't
one
deserve
fucking
this
thing.
money. We do
I
deserve this
no.
nation, and we can do better.
Just average FK. Shut up because you haven't said anything of substance.
It's my turn
I
after that.
gave you-
Fabian, are you
I
gonna
gave
jerk
you a
yourself off going through
steelman-
another
I
rampage?
gave you.
Yeah, here we go about ANCAP shit and how ANCAP shit is more realistic than anything we were saying. Yeah, we're definitely way closer to an ANCAP world than our world. Of course, yeah, of course, Scott.
Words.
I'm sorry.
Doobie, your betters are speaking. Shut the fuck up. I gave you a steel man of your position. I went through everything that you had said. I gave you the positions that you had given that I thought were fair, and then I went through a historical analysis of major empires and what occurred, and what your philosophy was, and where and what it leads to. And the only thing that you had to say about that entire thing that I laid out for you was Doobie said everything's wrong, so we're going to ignore it. And then you, the only fucking claim that you actually made, you immediately ran the fuck away from. So please, just
I didn't.
FK,
I didn't.
shut
I
the
said
fuck
you
up
wanted.
about
You
your
want
fantasy
specifics.
world.
What do you want?
You
You want
can't
policy?
debate
Like I
this.
said,
You're
we can go
just
through.
saying-
It's so ironic,
Oh, please,
actually.
please.
Wait, what do you want?
I-
Policy?
I-
We can
I
go
take
through
a
the
crack
that
at this.
America should be a filter, right? We should have a system
Hold on.
where we argue more that America should be
Oh,
able to
hold
give
on.
people
I would-
the ability to
I
have
would-
as many experiences as possible to
You're
pick out of
saying a
and
whole
find
lot
out where
of
they fit best
nothing.
into.
So I want to take a crack
you're
at
just
this.
not listening because you have no ears.
Hold on,
See,
hold on.
Scott's upset. Scott's upset because we haven't spent the last hour talking about how much more realistic ANCAP shit is.
5% silver in them.
Let's-
That is the mentality of an
Let's go to
ANCAP.
Gibbs.
Please, may I-
Not ANCAP because you have nothing else, you
I-
fucking pussy.
Yeah, yeah, it's much more realistic and feasible to talk about an ANCAP world. Yeah, I get it, Scott. That's much more useful. It's much more useful.
Can I
Like, use
just
for
say-
time.
Stupidity
All
has
right,
enraged
all right.
me. Like, shut the
all right.
fuck up if you're not going to make an argument.
I have an argument.
The ideal ANCAP world is
Okay.
one where you have to
Let's go
to Gibbs.
Let's give
hire
Gibbs a
guards
chance.
to guard
Let's
your
give
fucking
Gibbs a
fucking
chance.
liar because Scott's
Yeah,
ANCAP
yeah,
buddy is coming to
Let's
steal.
give,
That's fine.
let's give
That's
the
fine.
redheaded
That's fine.
chance.
Because
That's
you have
fine.
no arguments.
Okay, cool.
Pussy.
I'm
Okay,
jumping in.
Gibbs.
All right, cool. First, I'm going to answer Ali. His is only one sentence response. It's real simple. We just can't give this out without us being in control. They'll just use the benefit of their own country as opposed to if we've unified them under one banner and then they become American.
So they're not American.
So no. Once we've unified them under America, then we can give them their rights as Americans.
Their vote.
And then they can vote, and then their votes can contribute to the greater over society.
You know,
Now,
some
I
of them
wanna-
are the
hold on.
leftists,
Yeah,
right?
but hold on. I want to try to take this back about the Prime's big objection about manifest destiny and imperialism in general. We're all familiar with the
Hopefully we'll be on the topic, by the way.
Hopefully we will. We're all familiar with the concept of cancer, right? And sometimes you have to cut out a bad or an infection or something needs to be amputated, right? So I hear a lot about the science. We just talked about evolution. When I say just, that was 20 minutes ago.
I don't
but
think
you
so.
gotta just bear with me. That's absolutely correct. We have war and economics, all these things are just products of macro evolution at the country level, right? Imperialism is proof of that. Conflicting ideas of nations go against each other, and the stronger ones come out on top. But let's look at Prime wagging his finger at the genociders getting genocided. We all know everybody in history is a product of someone else wiping out their neighbors and their bloodline surviving. So spare me the moral indignation. But let's investigate his complaint for the sake of argument. Let's not use the Nazis here initially, right? We could come back to them. Everybody uses the Nazis.
Prime, you're only here because your ancestors
Yeah.
were able to kill people. Just so
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
thank you.
In
I
this
appreciate
case,
it. Yeah,
but in
sure.
this case, let's pick out maybe an even more depraved, soulless, evil empire,
They
a
killed a lot of white
borderline
people,
theocratic empire, who we can say as a whole believed in the principles of cannibalism and human sacrifice. One for who for just one temple, we have evidence that over a 30-day period, 88,000 plus people
the
were
British.
brutally sacrificed, and many of those sacrifices got turned into Pozzoli and eaten as part of a celebration for its opening. This was commonplace occurrence in the Aztec Empire. One can argue that for the betterment of
Pozzoli's really
humankind-
good. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's good, but maybe not eating people is not the best. But one could argue for that
I
for the
haven't tried it.
betterment of
Might
humankind,
be okay.
maybe wiping out that group isn't that good. Yet we want to vilify the Spanish, who gave everyone living in that region that had been conquered by this evil empire a better shot at life, just by the virtue of the fact that they don't have to live under what is the equivalent to a death cult, who's decided the best way to live is by having a human sacrificing cannibalistic empire. In this case, it's similar to the concept of cancer. Let's look at the Nazis we just talked about. We didn't fully wipe out the Nazis. Now their ideology is spread in some ways is worse than it's ever been before. It's much harder to stamp out compared to, say, the Aztecs.
But we
Or
should have
guess what?
exterminated the
No one is
Germans.
bored. Yeah, no one's
So-
on board with
so
that
should
human
we have
sacrifice of plants.
So should we have
It's
exterminated the
Prime, you're okay.
Germans?
So yeah, maybe if in this case it's like
Maybe.
Prime
Maybe
saying
we should
he's
exterminate
okay
the
with wiping out
Germans.
the.
Okay.
Hey, listen, are you okay with leaving cancer in the body just because it'd be mean to cancer? Like,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, that's
human
what you're
beings
arguing.
aren't
I'm
cancer.
sorry. Well, when
Human
they are
beings aren't
sitting here
cancer.
saying they want human
Human beings
sacrifice
are-
and they want cannibalism,
Cancer's a
or they want
malignant-
to
when those
execute
soldiers
all the
walked
Jews,
into the
a
yeah, that's a cancer, bro.
When those soldiers
malignant
walked
cell,
into those
malignant
camps,
couple
yeah, I'm
cells,
sorry.
right?
Captured the
That's
Germans.
different
No,
from
they should've
human
got a bullet
beings
in each one of
capable
their
of
heads.
change, right?
That's it,
Capable of
goddamn
growing.
right.
So no, of course, I would not exterminate the Germans. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to any. I would, like the Israelis, who I am convinced of, because it's obvious, who are committing a genocide. I would not, like, after stopping them, start genociding the Israelis. I wouldn't.
Yeah, but
do
if
that
we
either.
conquered Gaza,
That's
guess
not-
what? Israel can't do shit to them no more.
Well,
Now
hold
they're
on, sorry,
under our
sorry.
protection.
Don't shift it.
Like,
Don't
what do
shift
you
it.
mean?
Don't shift it. Don't shift it.
I'm not
Because
shifting. That's been the point we made since the beginning of this argument.
No. The thing that you're
We
talking
made that
about.
argument 50 times already.
You said, hey, the German.
Wipe them out.
The Germans.
Wipe out the Nazis.
That maybe we should have exterminated
Oh, wait,
the
are you talking
Germans.
about the German civilians?
I mean, anybody that supported the Nazis
I
maybe
was
should have
talking.
got the one too.
Maybe there was a misunderstanding here. So let's try to clear that up then, right? When I brought up the Germans, I brought up
returned.
the
We are
Germans.
not
The Germans. Yeah, we're still talking about this. The German population. I wasn't just talking about the Nazis, because remember the German population.
Well-
even part of the Nazi party, the German population supported the Nazis.
Yeah, maybe you should
They
have,
supplied the
done something about
Nazis. They engineered for the. They did all the things. They clothed the Nazis. They did all the things, right? So we can't to separate them cleanly doesn't even make sense. But you're saying, okay, so maybe you're saying like we should have like.
Yeah, I mean, let me ask you this:
wiped
do we
out
have the Aztecs sitting around like creating like cults in the U.S. now, going, "Hey, we should like
Aztecs?
restart human sacrifice
heard
to
of MS-13?
like Tenochtitlan, and maybe like start
Yeah,
fucking
because
like
I
what's
still don't think you have
we
to
can just start
genocide
making
people
like
to do that,
human
so whatever.
sacrifice things
Okay.
and cannibalize people. We
yeah.
don't have any of that, right? There's none of that happening. Right?
Yeah, it must have been the genocide that did it, I guess.
Well, yeah,
No,
I mean, it
whatever.
was the genocide because
Yeah,
guess
okay.
what? They all got wiped out by the
Okay.
Spanish and the diseases.
Sure,
And then everybody
okay.
vilifies
Mostly the
the
diseases,
Spanish.
yeah.
It's mostly
Mm-hmm.
diseases. So, like, basically they're weak
Like
genetics, I guess. But
97%.
the point is, though, we don't have these guys going around starting these cults. And maybe if we dug deep
Okay.
and cleared out the cancer that was the Nazis, we wouldn't have all these
Okay.
racist cults all over the United States. And
Yeah,
we could have
maybe
one,
racism.
whatever.
But yeah. If we, hey,
I mean,
hey,
why are
Corey,
you pro-racism?
Hey, Corey,
Why
if
do
we
you
had
like
killed the
racism?
Nazi
Arguing
party,
from
right?
Soviet
Then maybe there wouldn't be
Nazification.
racism in America, right?
Yeah,
Like
I
it
see
was
the
the
connection.
Nazis that
Literacy
infected
is
America
insane.
with their racism.
Scooby-Doo,
That's what
see
it
us the
was,
packages
right? And if we
there.
didn't have,
There.
and if we didn't have, right,
Yeah.
the Nazis, right, then wouldn't we have a history of racism in
just
America?
keeps packing,
Brilliant
keeps
analysis.
packing.
I'm glad we spent
Prime
time
is
with you, Corey.
pro-racism.
Sorry, not
Who,
Corey,
who,
Gibbs.
who are we to stop the Who are we to stop the Holocaust? You know all the bad things America did before that. How can we possibly do anything about the Holocaust?
Dude, we killed.
Where do
so
we have the
many
Where do we have
natives.
the moral authority to say the Holocaust is bad, given all the bad things America, given what we just did to the Native Americans? It's
I
like this
don't-
is effectively what you're doing. Or saying,
No,
oh,
I'm
we
not
did
saying
bad things in the
anything about
past,
that.
so we can't do better things in the future.
Hold on. That's not anything of what I just said. That has nothing to do
You're
with what I
saying
just
we
said.
can't trust the United
No, I'm
States
saying
to
don't
not to
genocide
do
the
terrible
Germans.
things because the United States has done bad things in the
I said
past.
don't. First of all, my argument with him was don't genocide the Germans. That's my argument.
Well,
there
I
we
was
go.
gonna-
Right there.
you didn't even
Don't
finish my
genocide the
point, though.
Israelis, right?
I can even hold
the
on. You didn't
disgusting
even let me finish my
genocidal
point, though,
Israelis. I
Prime.
wouldn't genocide them. Right. So that was my argument with them.
But, so just let me finish my argument, though.
it's not that I
so
said
after
that
we
we
wiped out the
can't-
Aztecs,
that-
what happened,
okay.
Prime? After we wiped out the Aztecs, Central America developed their own unique regional culture, and they exhibited better traits like work, like we got Mexican food,
Work?
we've got like Latino
work?
women, all these things have be benefited
They didn't
and
have
only
women,
exist.
they didn't have
well,
food, right?
we didn't
They
have women
didn't-
because
they
they were
used
getting
none of
killed.
the
Yeah, we
Yes,
should have
season
allowed the
before.
Aztecs to just keep sacrificing people to the sun. We should have just let it happen.
Because we wiped them
Wait,
out.
so-
they developed a much better
Yeah.
culture.
That's also another part of this.
They
Some
didn't know
cultures
how
are
to
just
do
better
work,
than
right?
others.
They
That's
didn't know
not
how to
And
do
we
work.
met.
They didn't know
That's
food.
just the
They
truth
didn't know
of
how
the
to
matter.
have food,
That's
and
the
they didn't have
facts.
women, and they developed work, food, and women after we genocided
Yeah,
them. Oh,
and
okay,
guess what?
brilliant.
And they did.
I
As
am
before,
glad we spent a lot of time.
You know what the culture
I'm
was
glad we
before?
took time
Was they
out of our
literally would
lives
send the
to
men
listen to
to
this.
become
This
warriors
is
to conquer
brilliant.
other tribes,
This is
to
brilliant,
enslave
Gibbs.
them,
No,
and
this is
bring them
brilliant.
back to
No,
their
you
tribe.
nailed
This
it.
is history.
No,
I'm
work-
sorry that
yeah, I
you.
know,
I'm sorry
and
that
after
you would
they
ignore
invented
history.
work,
Since
they invented
you
work,
would
they
ignore
invented
history
food, and they
before
invented
like the
women.
Nazis.
No.
But like this is what happened
They
all
invented
throughout
work and
time.
they invented
I mean,
food
you
and
want me to
they
pick a
invented
different
women.
culture
And
than
then
If
the
you want better, you
Nazis
should be
infected
wanting our
America with
system. If you
racism.
want better, you
All
should be
these things.
wanting this system.
Amazing.
I can go pick any empire throughout history,
Yeah.
and like we can use
Okay,
this
great.
Yeah,
example.
Prime, there's
And
no
you're
reason you
like,
shouldn't
wow,
agree with us.
Yeah, like, why
No,
don't you
Gibbs,
do this?
But to be clear, I was dealing with Gibbs, and Gibbs is just speaking nonsense.
No, I'm not speaking nonsense, Rod. I'm not going to
um,
dismiss what I'm saying when it's historical
FK
facts. Like you're
FK
arguing
is-
against historical facts.
is
Like, are you
giving the
arguing
most
that like the
undetailed,
Central American
vague
cultures now
bullshit,
are
right?
not better
About
than
how
blood
humans,
sacrifice?
If we just realized we're all humans, and if America reminds the world that hey, we're all humans.
He ran.
Did you know?
Just-
that
No,
we'll be
Prime,
united?
no, you're
So
like
I'm not gonna give-
you're so simplifying the
He
idea that
ran
we've
for
laid
my
out
point.
for you like
That's what he
repeatedly.
said. That's what he
It's not.
said.
It's not just that.
You cannot
Hold on.
simplify the idea
Please
anymore.
stop. No,
The
Scott.
shadow
Scott. I understand you're upset. We're not talking about taxes and how the government doesn't have your consent, and how they're aggressing upon you at tax season. I get it. I get it. I get it, Scott. You want to talk about ANCAP shit? You want to drag everything back to ANCAP shit? I get it. That's more realistic to you. We're much closer to a world in which taxes stop happening than what FK and I are talking about. Total bullshit, Scott. Just go back to the fucking hobbit hole. We're talking about something important right now. We're talking about shifting the American culture, the American understanding of our duty to the planet in a way that would actually benefit you, Scott. Would actually benefit Prime, benefit Ali. We'll solve all these conflicts all over the world if we could get there. But you're putting your feet on the ground because I know this would make the government so much bigger and stronger, and you're afraid of that, Scott. So I get it. But I'm sorry. We're much closer to what FK and I are talking about than this ANCAP bullshit you keep rambling about.
You're a pussy that keeps bringing
Oh
up
my
shit
God.
because which I never.
You know how ironic it is to me that you're bitching about how unrealistic this is when every fucking week you're on here ranting about ANCAP shit, which is so far from reality, it might as well be a fucking fairy tale, Scott.
Yeah, I know.
Every week we have to hear you rambling about ANCAP shit. Every week. As if it's something that's going to happen at any time in the future. It is not, Scott. Go get a fucking island somewhere, Scott.
Where I can trade
Scott, go be a fucking homesteader and build your ANCAP society, Scott. I totally support it.
That's the future I want.
Every week that I talk about my presumed utopic shit, I bring evidence and
Just go be a homesteader.
I just brought
okay?
evidence and I
Just
got
go
told
be
it
a
was
homesteader. I
nonsense.
support
I
you.
just brought historical evidence and got told it was nonsense. Listen, I'm the only one who even brought historical evidence here this whole time.
That's because your sources are worse than my Hindu stand time.
But my
is.
sources are facts. My sources are fact. We have years of ecological research.
Over and over
You know
and
what I'm
over
saying?
again. You guys,
Historical
you guys
research.
bring-
I hope the government raises your
Fuck it,
taxes this
fuck
year,
it. Hey,
Scott.
Doobie, give him what he wants. Doobie,
Plethora
give
of
him what he
them.
wants.
I know.
Hey, Doobie,
I know, Doobie.
what
Hey,
would you
like,
think
I
about a
get it, I
system
get it.
where we don't
I
actually
get
have
it,
money
I
anymore?
get
The
it.
banks don't
Yeah,
control
I know.
anything. I
Another
instead get to trade you fucking a broke down
Another
Honda Civic,
distraction.
my gaped
Another
asshole,
pussy
and my
tactic.
foreskin.
This
And
is
what would
the
you trade me for that,
performative
Doobie? What do you think?
masculinity.
Not if it's
what do you think
gape,
a fair
nothing.
market value for that is?
I fucking hate you, FK.
Gaped. Fuck off.
FK, I hate it because that actually sounds realistic, okay? That sounds realistic.
again.
Doobie, what do you think a fair
Over
market
and
trade is
over
for
and
that?
over again.
Tell me, please.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
I don't know, Scott. What's a fair trade for FK's gaped asshole?
Scott, can you bring me facts and some fucking facts for what the fair
If
trade on
FK
that
got
is?
his child to sign a contract that says, "Hey, my 5-year-old asshole is able to be gaped every day, so long as daddy keeps feeding me," is that okay? At what point is it okay for that son to sign that contract? How old does the son need to be?
If somebody practices in bestiality,
The best thing about
can I
this is
sign
the
up
guy
for
who's
my
saying
bet,
that
or do I have to get my
people
parents'
Okay, we
blueprint on the fucking
gotta move
outrage?
past this.
I'm going.
That's the best
I'm
part.
going to move the passes the moment these pussies stop interrupting because they recognize.
I apologize. I've aggressed upon you. I apologize. Go for it.
You broke the NAP,
to act
Doobie.
like a fucking man. So again, over and over and over again.
Fucking
You
ANCAP
guys
voted
have
in the
presented
NCP.
platitude. Yeah, average FK. I get that. There's only one person actually afraid here, and it's you afraid of someone exposing and presenting that your arguments are full of bullshit.
I think your
Okay,
nose is
I
afraid of your
gave you
asshole because it
an
sniffed it too much.
entire- I see again. You add the more kindergarten insults because you lack the capacity of reason to be able to make a good argument. I gave you a breakdown of your position.
Which
I
philosopher
gave you
said
the
that?
historical analysis. Which specific philosopher said?
Was it
about
both
you
of us?
personally
It was
being a
both.
pussy? It's been me. You look at the
I think it
name,
was
it's on
both
the
of us.
screen. Scott, yes, I am a far better philosopher than you will ever be. So shut up and listen to my philosophy for just a moment. Okay? Over and over and over again, I
long is
asked
a
you
moment?
for specifics. You have no policies, and then the only actual positive position, the only claim that you gave, you immediately ran from. And that claim is if we export American ideals, that this will lead to domestic culture coming together. And then you say, well, I don't necessarily believe that's true. All you have is what is already American foreign policy, but ratcheted
Bullshit.
up. And when I ask you to go, how is this going to work? In what ways are you going to
Yeah.
implement this? You guys have nothing but then just distractions and
If
subversions.
this was already
I'm
American
out.
foreign policy,
I'm
we
out.
would
Please,
let
for
our
the
fucking
love of
territories
God,
become
If
states.
you're gonna waste this much fucking time making,
Yeah, this is
argument
American
beyond
foreign
just
policy, but we haven't even
American-
annexed Puerto Rico yet. Yeah, of course. Puerto Rico's not the 51st state, but this is already American policy. Like, current American foreign policy is to fuck over other nations, weaker nations, to benefit us, right? To extract
Amen.
resources from them, to ensure that they don't have the ability to resist us, to ensure
fan
that
of
they don't
that.
have the rights that our people have, right? So that we get all the resources
These
we
are all
want, we
good
don't have to give them
things.
shit. That's current American policy. We disagree with that. We're saying we shouldn't be doing that to people.
Wow.
We should make them American, and then we don't need to fuck them over, right? We don't need to fuck them over.
wouldn't
We just
need
share
their
the resources.
resources, okay.
We share the resources like
Sure.
Texas and California share resources, or fucking Louisiana and Nebraska share resources. There's no reason to be treating them as an outside group. There's no reason to be treating them as an outside group that we need to like fucking
Dominate?
exploit and dominate. There's no
They-
reason to
they
do that to
literally
them.
Can't do that because they again.
So
That's why they think
you're
of it
going-
as like,
so
how
you're
are we
going
going to dictate that they become
so
us
you're
rather
going
than
to-
like allowing things to be better in their nations until they want to join us.
So your policy that you want forward, your ought, is that all of the politicians and the CIA and all of the nefarious things that they do, we'll have a better nation. And we'll just have better people in charge of it. And they'll do basically what they're doing now, which is go into universities, go into media, go into government.
No, well, I mean, like one thing. If you want a policy, for it, one thing you can do is like invest in some civics education in our like student base and give them have this be part of
How
that
in
rhetoric.
the
Have this be part of our civics, where we teach them like, listen, this is what America
Okay,
is. This
so
is where
you're
we were
going to-
founded off of. This is what we work
American
towards.
hegemony?
And
We've been
we
doing
should
that
have
for
some like
100
unified
years.
goal.
We've been doing that for 100 years.
No, we
We've been
haven't.
doing that
No, we
longer
haven't.
than 100 years.
We've been telling Americans that freedom, liberty, democracy, etc. is for Americans. That Americanism is for Americans. American exceptionalism is for Americans, and that specifically means people within these 50 states on this fucking continent. Right? That's what we've been doing. What FK and I are saying is actually we should be encouraging our people to have a deeper understanding of what it means to be an American, a deeper understanding of what Americanism is, and that includes expanding, annexing other nations, bringing their people into the fold and make them our people. Right? This idea that we don't need to be in conflict with each other. Actually, we're all humans, and every human should be an American, and we should all
Why
work
do we
together
need to
toward a
bring
goal.
People here, if they're gonna
I understand you don't like the blacks and the browns. I don't give a fuck. You'll be dead in 20 years. Nobody will remember you. Nobody cares, okay? But your people will be outbred.
one will ever
Nobody's going to
remember
care. You guys keep jerking off into a fucking sheep somewhere. I don't give a fuck, okay? The reality is that in 30 years or so, white people will be a minority in the U.S.
Where are
White
you
people will be a
going, dude?
minority in the U.S.
Hilarious.
And people who think like you will be even in a smaller minority. So I just don't care. Okay, be afraid of the black and brown people. I don't give a fuck.
The strong survive, and you guys
Nobody
just
is
want to
afraid of
weaken
the black
America.
and
That's the
brown
truth of
people.
it.
Amen.
Right? No, it's just you just keep saying that we want to weaken America. We want to weaken the concept.
I mean, you guys
and we're
do. You guys want to
afraid of all
restrict
these
our
things.
ability.
Restrict your ability to create.
You guys want to maintain a status quo that has caused fucking countless deaths all over the planet
Okay.
currently.
Sure. All right. Let's.
It's-
Okay, we got it. We got
I
it.
challenge you to bring an argument, and you still can't. You
We'd
just bring
love it.
one-
if they
I
could
get it.
Well, I
manage
brought
that.
evidence, and it was told it was nonsense. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
just because
Um,
Prime didn't
since
like
what you
that it was
said, I
true.
don't think-
I would.
correct,
I'd
it was
really
just
like to
off topic.
see
That was
Scott and
absolutely
Doobie have a 1v1.
Scott and Doobie.
Big.
Give them 10
An
minutes. Let's
actual
go.
debate.
I would love
10,
to see
10
that.
minutes. Let's
There's
go.
nothing wrong with it. Like Scott
Well,
is
you
just doing the.
gotta-
Scott's pretending that our ideas are fantastical when he's
you're-
on here
you're
again
just
every
gonna
week
lose, so
ranting about ANCAP
stop
shit.
talking.
So like I just it's hard for me to take it seriously,
Or
right?
Prime, who rants about how America's just gonna pull out of support for Israel, like magically it's gonna happen overnight. This is just gonna happen.
What?
Realistically, we need people like Grid One to die. To be honest, bro.
I didn't say pull out of Israel. You don't even know. You don't even know what the fucking argument is. But
You
whatever.
want
Yeah,
to
that's-
support from Israel, but that's not
Hold
happening.
on.
You're not
I
getting
said
that
stop
overnight.
munitions.
But why do you
All
even
I said
argue
was stop
for it?
munitions. But you don't even know
Is
that. You
happening?
don't
How are
stop
you getting that? How are
munitions.
you getting
Is that pulling
How are
out
you
of
getting that,
Israel?
Prime?
Huh? You
How are
stop.
you
You
getting
stop
that?
sending munitions. I
How
don't
are
know
you
how
getting that?
complicated that is for you. Stop sending
How are you getting
munitions.
that?
Hold on, but hold on, Prime. So you and I agree on this issue massively, right? We've had lots of good discussions. I think what FK is pointing to is just the sad fact that the United States is dominated not just by an Israel lobby, right, which is like organizations like AIPAC, but there's a fucking massive evangelical component to this, or Christian component to this, right? That is fueling American support for Israel, right? So it's going to take a long time for that group of people.
It's not just even
For that group of people-
By the way, Doobie. It's literally
I know.
people in town support Israel because
I know,
there's
I know.
Jewish
What a
lobbies
dumbass
that go
argument.
out of their way to support these.
I know.
Scott's
How
a
are you gonna
fucking
Yeah, I know, but wait, hold on.
idiot.
So
What the fuck?
Prime, what I think FK is getting at, Prime, what I think FK is getting at
Can you
is
make a
the
coherent
is a sad
argument,
reality
sir?
is a sad reality that it's going to take a
sad
couple
reality is
generations
you
for
can't
these
make an
people to die
argument,
off, for the numbers of these people
You just
who
keep
support
saying
Israel for
stuff.
religious reasons
mean
to drop down a bit, so that American can be reasonable on that issue.
Anything.
I don't know why
The
it would.
concept of the city upon a hill was a fucking Christian concept. So you're talking
Irrelevant.
about preserving-
I'm sorry,
Irrelevant.
I'm sorry.
Irrelevant.
That some old fuck told you something, and you're like,
He's
"That's that old fuck
literally
who did that,"
No,
and that's it.
I'm sorry.
Scott,
I'm sorry
he's
that
just
I read and
saying
know
stuff,
things.
man.
But it's
Uh,
silly to say that you're
okay.
going to preserve the American culture, but then also you need to get rid of the Christianity in the American.
Nobody said this.
That's
Nobody said
talking
get rid of
about
the Christianity.
preserving the American culture.
I don't think
No,
the Christianity that supports
incorporated
Israel
into our
is
history, but
is
it's-
actual Christianity. First off, I think this is like a colonized version of Christianity. If I'm being real with you, but that's not what I'm talking about. Hold on, what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like Christianity in general just disappearing. I'm talking about this. This is like even like among Christians, right? It's typically older Christians, older people that support Israel for this reason. So what I'm saying is, you need these people to die off, so that this excuse that we need their support is no longer a reason for our country to support that fucked up nation.
Oh, yeah. You're a mouse. I
It's a
got it.
contradictory statement.
We're olds.
Oh
You
God,
can't
Grid.
simultaneously push
Why would you
forward
call me a
the
Maoist?
culture
What does that even
and
mean?
change the
Bro, are
culture.
you-
Well, fuck
Like,
you.
you're
You
arguing
can't
to
make a
change the
coherent
How am I a
argument. How
Maoist?
can I
Grid,
take you
Grid,
seriously?
can you explain how I'm a Maoist?
Yet to
Grid,
be
can you
able
explain
to
how I'm a
make an
Maoist, Grid?
argument. You literally can't make an argument. I've been
Grid, can you
waiting for you to make
explain
an
what I've
argument
said that
and
makes me a
you won't.
Maoist? Can you
Maoists
explain
can't
that?
make arguments,
I'm sorry?
obviously.
Can you explain what I've said
I'm
that
just saying
that
you're
indicates that I'm a
You're a
Maoist?
member of the box. You believe in the Boxer Rebellion, the four olds. All of us old people, all old ideas, all the old stuff have to go away, so that all of a sudden everything's going to be better, right?
Okay,
Right?
hold on. So you
Is that
think
what you
that because
said?
I'm acknowledging the
Hold
reality?
on,
Hold on.
hold on,
Oh,
shut
no,
the
listen.
Shut the fuck
I
up.
know your panties are in a
Put your hand
twist.
up. I can't
You need to
even
listen
take
to
you
me.
fucking
You need to listen to me. No,
You're
this
a
frog
goddamn
is more
fraud.
serious
What
than
the
you'll ever
hell?
be, mister.
Shut
Just
the
really
fuck
quickly,
up, Doobie.
you're saying that because
Nobody takes you
I'm
seriously
acknowledging the
because you
reality
get to make
that
an
older people in our
argument, sir.
country support
I
things that I think are
literally
bad,
cannot make
right?
an
That
I
because
can't
I'm
make
saying
you
that we need to
seriously.
wait for these
Why
people
is
to
this
die
guy even
off
here? He can't
for
even
our
jam
country
up.
to move
What
to a
the
reasonable
hell?
place on this issue, given
I
that
thought you liked
the
the
vast majority of
serious
younger
people and
people,
shit.
the vast majority of
Shut the
younger
fuck
people
up, frog.
are actually much closer to my position on this. You're saying that if I
don't
acknowledge
care.
that reality,
you haven't
I'm a
made
Maoist?
position. You've
That's
not
just
made an
true, you dumb
argument. You just
bitch.
keep
You don't
saying
think it's
stuff.
real? You don't think it's real that even like fuck, if you were to look at like the civil rights era, right? It was just true that older people tended to be more
kids believe the
opposed,
same thing I
more
believe,
opposed to
you
civil rights for black
dumbass.
people. You
You're
dumb
the
bitch.
dumbest person
So
on this
given
channel,
that that's the
and
case,
that's a
it took a
low
long
that's a low
time. It took a
barrier,
long
right?
time to get to that position, even if there was an undercurrent in the country that did
Brother,
want to push for civil rights for all people.
You have no.
You just had to wait for the
fucking
older
clue,
generations
sir.
to die off.
You are literally saying stuff that doesn't mean anything. Why?
I know it's hard for you to follow. I feel like I'm pretty clear. The truth is, older generations have older ideas, and yes, some of those ideas are bad. So yes, sometimes we need to wait for them to die off so those ideas go away.
Young people have bad ideas.
It's not that
too,
difficult.
you
Yeah, I get it. I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree with every idea a young person has.
Doobie. And eventually, young people will become old, and they'll die off, and those bad ideas will be replaced
my
by
kids
better
believe
ideas.
the same thing I believe.
Yeah, we can't acknowledge that, or it
You're
makes us a
talking about-
Maoist.
You're talking about expanding the American empire by bringing other nations into the fold, and you're also simultaneously saying that the culture of America is what it is that we need to spread, while also saying that the culture of America that is instantiated in older generations needs to die, so that we develop a new
Culture is a
culture.
shifting,
You
living
can't
thing,
spread-
mister.
Right.
It's
What are you
because I'm
talking
not
about?
trying- No,
You
actually,
can't
hold on.
expand
Younger
the
Americans
Americans
are
and
globalists.
simultaneously
They consider themselves
say that
global
culture
citizens.
needs to die off.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
Maybe
do.
maybe
You're not
you're
answering.
Yes,
You're
they
not
feel
answering.
connected to
area of
people in other nations because they consider themselves to be
culture-
No,
globalists. Okay,
No,
they understand
be
that they're
very
connected to
clear.
these other people in the world because they can see them.
No, they don't.
Right? Yes,
Doobie,
they do.
Doobie,
I know that hurts you, but it's true.
It's very.
I know it
it's
hurts
very
you
simple.
that you're wrong, but
Doobie.
you're wrong.
Doobie, it's very simple.
499.
If you're saying that culture needs to change and that people need to die off so that there is a new vision, okay, then what is the culture, the presumed culture that it is that you want to spread? Because you're no longer saying that it is American culture that needs to be spread. It is your ideal culture that then needs to be spread. How is that?
I don't know why you're asking this
any other
question.
culture and any other
I don't understand how you've
person
missed this.
they
Say
need
you're
to
I don't understand how you've missed this,
identify
Scott.
for their ideas.
Scott, I don't
What are
understand how
these
you've missed
ideas
this.
that need to be
FK
spread?
and I have laid out repeatedly that the
Don't bring
current
the other guy into your bullshit.
Okay, please calm down. Okay, jerk off a little bit.
I'm not
Just
gonna
calm down.
I've
I'm trying to get to the
you
question.
ramble all
I'm getting to
fucking
the
night.
question, or just keep
Literally,
talking. That's okay.
it's-
Keep talking, and I'll never answer Scott's question.
I will allow. I'm going to allow my friend to answer Scott's question just very quickly.
Thank you.
right? Wonderful rage. Thank you for the $10 super chat. This from a guy hiding behind a frog, referring to Doobie. And then BDX Pleb gave $5 saying comedy gold right here. I'm glad you're enjoying it. The both of you guys. Thanks for the super chats. Super chats can support this channel on our YouTube. We'll read out your super chats for everyone to hear. So thank you for the kind of people who've supported so far, and please consider reading out, saying a super chat. I'll read it out, and we can respond to it. Doobie, you're a fucking frog. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, as FK and I have laid out repeatedly, we're not talking about the current American understanding of America's responsibilities and American exceptionalism and what the American responsibility or ideal of spreading Americanism or liberty, democracy, freedom, etc. means. We're talking about a new version of that accepts the responsibility, the duty that we have as people living in the shining city on the hill to share our light, to bring other people into the fold, to give them what we have, the light of Americanism. Okay, this idea that we're the most powerful. Oh my God! Please stop! No, hold on! Stop, Scott! I know you can. I know that you can. Oh my God!
Don't get frustrated just because
Scott,
I interrupt you. Because
I'm
I'm
frustrated because I'm answering your question, and this question has been this line of thinking has been expressed to you repeatedly, and you're still asking the fucking question. No, it's the same version. We're talking about the same thing. Then shut the fuck up. Then deafen yourself. If you don't want to hear it, deafen yourself. It's fine. Shut up. Deafen yourself. Pull that little hat over your ears and deafen yourself. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I'm answering his question. So Scott. The only. Oh God, no. Okay. Maybe I'm going crazy, okay? But I feel like what we've expressed repeatedly is that this understanding that Americans have certain protections and rights that are guaranteed to us under our Constitution, the simple things like the right to, what's the word I'm looking for? Freedom of expression, the right to freedom of association, like these things These things are not guaranteed to other people on the planet. We think they should be. We think that because these things are ingrained in our culture, we're in a unique position, and because of our status on the global stage and our power, we're in a unique position to share those things with other people, to bring them into the fold so that they can benefit from those things too, from our strength, from our ideology, from our principles, etc. Right? That's what we're talking about. It's not a total revamping of American culture. It's a shift in who gets the culture and who these things are owed to.
That's not culture. Okay, those are constitutional rights.
What are you talking about?
Yes, obviously, because we have those constitutional rights, that has affected our culture to a degree. But
Do we agree some cultures are better than other cultures?
Culture. You're talking about exporting liberal democracy.
That's what I want, because that seems like where this is coming back to now.
Which is something that has been American policy since.
American policy has not been to annex other nations.
Agreed. It has not been to.
That's what we're talking about. To bring those people to make those people our people.
Well, amazing.
That's what we're talking about.
Topic.
Hold on, but
okay, all right. So you're not talking about culture. So let's set the term culture aside. What you're talking about is expanding the American empire. Okay. And to try and push liberal democracies in other nations. I agree that is what you were talking about. I tried to say that's what you're talking about. And
wait, how would he be expanding the empire and promoting democracies in other countries? That would not be expanding the American empire.
Yeah, hold on. So we'd be pulling them into our American version of a liberal democracy.
Not mine.
Well, hold on. So, no, hold on. That's not complicated, right? That's not like confusing. So we're talking about pulling them into our version of an American liberal democracy. Right.
And I said
it's not that complicated.
That has been our policy. That has been our policy.
It is not. That has not been our policy. Our policy has not been to annex other nations.
In an ideal world, there wouldn't be a European Union. There would be like a foreign American Union where we would have American like wannabe states working together.
Amen. That's what I'm talking about.
So that we could push liberal democracies throughout.
Yeah. Hold on. No, you guys are.
That's neo-imperialism.
You're talking past each other, right? When Scott is saying that's been our policy, he's talking about like expanding liberal democracy, like planting liberal democracies in different areas. He didn't say he didn't mean our policy is to take those countries and pull them into the American empire.
I understand. So when he's saying that has been our policy, we're saying that has not been our policy because we're talking about two entirely different things.
Chinese want to do it.
Our policy has been to promote liberal democracy in other places for other peoples and other nations. We're not talking about that. We're talking about pulling them to our existing liberal democracy.
Yeah, he gets that. He gets that part.
No, but
then why does he keep saying that's been our policy when it's not been our policy?
Because that's why the fucking IMF was created. That's why we have this concept of protecting democratic institutions. It's not because we love fucking democracy and all our corrupt politicians are so star-spangled bannered fucking hard on dick for liberal democracy. It's because they want to take other fucking nations and they want to bring them into the Western hegemonic capitalist fucking system. They want to create trade relations.
Yeah, they're not wanting to make them American. They should want to make them American.
But that's what they are doing.
No, it is not. Because even if they are, oh my god.
And they're gonna go, fuck no, I don't want to be America.
But Juby,
I know you can't answer that directly.
He understands.
Bring in American corporations. We bring in fucking loans. We bring in our military to protect them. We bring in fucking influence from the CIA into their universities.
Scott
into their fucking
Scott understands.
We treat them as separate entities.
Pressure to try and turn them into us.
Scott understands that
separate entities because it would cost us like $700 quadrillion trillion dollars to actually annex every fucking nation.
I'm sure Doobie will be back
in a second.
They don't magically just want to become
Sorry about
that. Retarded.
Dude. Scott isn't saying that the current policy is exactly like what you are saying. He said previously. Yeah. He's like, it's like the American policy turned up to 11. He said something along those lines, right? That it's a hyper version of what we're already doing. So he understands there's a difference between what you're proposing and what we're doing. He's saying though that what you're proposing isn't all that different from what we're currently doing, right? You're saying we want to do a more extreme version. He's trying to relate the two, right? He's saying basically this is a more extreme version of our current foreign policy. And how is making a more extreme version going to have better outcomes?
Okay, so this extreme version you're talking
our American culture.
Yeah, or
this extreme version, this extreme thing that you're referring to, it is the idea that rather than treat them as competing entities on the world stage, They're now part of our entity. It's not. It's like you're saying, oh, it's like the version of what we've already been doing. But what we're talking about, this annexation and making their people our people, and no longer treating them as a separate asset or a separate actor or separate people that we need to compete with or exploit. That's the biggest portion. That's just not like a slight revamping or a slight revamping. That is the biggest thing.
The process that Just Average FK said is what we would do initially is that we would exert soft power to try and make them more like us, otherwise known as our current fucking foreign policy since fucking World War II. What the fuck are you guys talking about other than saying what we ought do?
If that's what you're focused on, you're just like,
it's so stupid.
You're so fucking dumb. When you,
Yeah.
I said it earlier. I don't care what the pathway we take is, right? I would hope it's a pathway that leads to like the least amount of suffering possible. But I think we should, like, the main part of it is we should have this unified goal. The goal is the idea. You guys are scared of the goal because you guys view like imperialism as this evil, terrible thing that will always lead to like the worst situations possible, and not as something that can actually lead to like a better overall outcome for everyone involved in it.
I feel like we are.
You gave one.
Oh
And
my
your
God.
One example was we'll just put American troops in Gaza and go to war with Israel.
I'll give an example right now.
Like,
After World War II, right? We are Americanizing Japan. We're Westernizing Japan. There's a massive process to do this. We should have just stood there. We should have just said, "Hey, actually, Japan, if you want this war to end, you're part of us now." Right? At the end of that process, we should. That's an example of a way in which this can work. Yes, we can accept that there'll be uprisings. There might be unrest. There'll be uprisings and arrests, maybe from a lot of people because they want to keep their Japanese identity. That's why they can be Japanese Americans for a while, right? But just as I'm a Californian American, that's totally fine. They can be a Japanese American. There's no conflict there, right? So that we could have done this in Iraq. We could have done this in Afghanistan. We could have done this in many cases, right? But we refuse to because instead we think of this is a separate group of people. So our goal is to exploit them, get what we can out of them, get them to align with our interests on the world stage, and then we pulled out and fuck them, right? We control them, but they're not us.
I would like to point out that for the past week, the entire internet has been misaligning libertarians and saying that we're the people that believe that people are just interchangeable economic units and that culture doesn't matter. And I would like to point out that apparently it's very untrue because people
America already has regional subcultures.
Believes that the entire fucking world are just
America already has regional subcultures. Okay, like I don't know what the issue is.
How much money do you think it would have cost us? Just a ballpark, right?
What are you talking about?
Iraq and Afghanistan to just be United States.
How would that have worked?
$2.9 trillion to fight those wars.
It depends what standard
how
are we
much
working on,
money
the gold
do you
standard?
think? Our current, adjusted for inflation, the current USD, right? Like, let's not try and distract into fucking what you think libertarianism is, because you clearly don't know what it is.
Why would it be so much more expensive to annex Iraq?
Hold on. I got.
What would be the driver cost there?
The oil would have been great.
Yeah, given that we would their resources would then be our resources. What would be the driver cost in annexing Iraq?
We have
Then we culturize them over time
to be energy independent. The only reason that we don't drill the oil shales that we have is because of the current price of oil. When oil goes up,
what would the driver of cost be in annexing Iraq?
Like we would gain no value by annexing Iraq and Afghanistan.
That's a separate question. I disagree. A separate question. What would the driver cost be in annexing Iraq?
I asked you that question. You can't return the fucking question. You're the one saying we should. So how much money do you think it would be?
How the fuck would I know? I'm sorry. I don't have that written down somewhere on a piece of paper. Okay. What you seem to think it'd be way more expensive than going to war there and then treating them as like this population we can exploit until the fucking ISIS comes back or Al Qaeda comes back and takes over. Just tell me why do you think it'd be so much more expensive to annex it?
I'll tell you. It's the short terms of like, hey, I'm fine with just going to war a little bit, then stopping, then going to war again, then stopping, then going to war again.
Nobody
then
said I'm
doing
fine
this
with fucking going. In what fucking?
Yeah, we should just culturize over like 100 years.
That's right. In the world you want to live in, a world where we constantly leave these nations to be separate individual nations that are going to keep having these these outcomes again and again and again.
That's very anti-war. I don't know why
we're these separate entities.
I'm so again, I'm not for regime change wars. Okay. To suggest that I am is hilarious. But you're also thinking in short terms, because you're under the assumption that we will somehow make it work when we annex fucking nation states that have where
Yeah,
Why would
does
it be
work.
so much
It
more
does
expensive
work.
to annex Iraq?
where
I can
people-
answer. I'll answer that
Why
question
would
for
it be
you.
so much more expensive? Well, first of all, we already did the war. Okay, so we occupied. In order
so we
to
should have
annex,
stayed.
let's say in Iraq, so in order to annex them, we would still have to occupy. So all of that money would still be money we spent. Now what
Yeah.
you're saying is you're going to exert pressure.
No, I think- hold on.
Human
God.
beings have an innate disposition to resent being dominated by outside actors. If you're going to annex them, and
Especially
say,
when they
Do
literally
they?
can't
No.
get
Hold
to
on.
America.
A lot of
They
cultures like
literally
want a
can't.
strong
I think
man.
plenty. I think plenty of nations have been conquered.
Obviously,
The
Lots
same thing
of
happened.
nations are okay with being conquered. Like, yeah, that's a historical.
Literally,
And
Alexander
guess what?
the
Texas
Great.
didn't want to be conquered, and we're here now, aren't
Alexander
we?
Alexander
well-
the fucking Great warned against attempting
By our
to
choice,
annex
we're here.
Afghanistan. He said that there was like 3 things that you should fear, and one of those things that he feared, Alexander the Great, was the.
Sorry, did he have
tiger of
planes and like
Afghanistan.
and the ability to
But then-
transport
no,
goods and
that's
resources
what
easily?
Greatest
Send a fucking
conquerors in the
text
entire
message.
world.
But that's not hold on. So what Scott
Neither
is,
did they.
I think part of what Scott is saying, and maybe not, I won't put words into his mouth, right? I'll speak for myself. But yes, so there is prosecuting the initial war, the initial conquest, right? Spent that money, all right. There is holding that nation, right? And we saw how expensive that was, right? But of course, you're saying we need to transform their culture, right? These people have a centuries-old culture, right? Well,
Culture takes, as you yourself pointed out, Doobie, the old people have to die off. Okay, Japan understands the reason that they don't give citizenship to Hafus is they understand that you have to get to the 3rd generation
Yes,
before you even
exactly that.
remotely
So
integrated in their
it'll
culture.
take multiple
If you wanna annex
generations.
them, we have to
It's
have
a century long.
military enforcing culture.
Oh, well,
and
that's okay.
attempting to enforce
It's
culture
better for the
for
like net gain of
100
humanity
years.
over 100
exactly.
years.
So it's a century-long
good for the net
project
gain.
to
We're
do that,
already in
and
fucking
an
$37
active
trillion
project,
in debt, and you're
and
talking about spending tens upon tens of trillions in debt in like a fucking shithole country that has
that's
nothing.
just
to do
That'll
with
one.
what
soon
we
become a
already
and
have.
that's
glorious,
just one. And
glorious
that's just
state of
one.
America.
So that's just of Afghanistan, right? And then you have to go through the entire Middle East, and the further they're away, like the further away from like Western culture, however you want to define that, right? But let's just pretend that's a thing, right? But the further they're away from that, the more pressure, right, and the more violence you're gonna have to enact
Then
on them.
when do we give them the right to vote too? Right?
Yeah.
Like how many people are in Iraq and Afghanistan? What are they going to vote for? Are they going to vote like the American culture that you said
Well,
is going to take? No, what you're talking about
they're
is
re-educated.
generations of domination and
Culturally
re-education
have changed.
that is going to cost tens upon trillions of trillions of
That's
dollars.
the cost
for
driver.
This is so
fucking
silly.
gain,
Huh,
other
it's
than
a prime I can
getting
respond to
fucking,
this. This is so silly.
This
Okay.
worked.
fucking
I mean, we
land.
know this works though. We can
Uh,
look at the Mongols. The Mongols did it. The Romans
Yeah,
did
this
it.
works.
So I guess you're just sitting here. You're arguing
Yeah, it
against
took
like you know
centuries
you
to do
sit
it.
here and you want to argue
The
against
Mongols don't
history.
exist anymore.
Yes.
Wow,
And
the
the
cool,
Romans
bro.
fell.
You argued
Rome
last time.
fell.
Hold on. I gotta take conversation. Last time I said, oh, the Romans. Grid made the brain high IQ take that. Oh, the Romans don't exist anymore. When guess what? The Roman Empire's last day was 30 years before Texas existed. That's the most successful any empire's been in history. So yeah, I'm sorry they don't exist now.
You're
But
talking
maybe we
about
can
fucking-
take.
you're
Hold on.
talking about
Maybe we can take
Constantinople. That's not the
lessons.
Roman
Oh,
Empire.
hold on. It's a continuation of it. But hold on. Maybe we can take lessons from
I really
history.
like the stretch that
Yeah,
Jim
no,
has.
hold on. Maybe we can take lessons from history and learn how to, I don't know, culturally take over countries and like convert them over periods of time
You
from
gotta
an
kill a whole
empire
bunch
that
of people.
existed for
I'll tell
over
you
a
exactly
thousand
how
years.
you do it. I'll tell you exactly how you
it
do it.
works.
You kill a whole bunch of people, right? And then you transplant.
Just like every group
and
has
you
ever done in
transplant
history.
a lot of your people there.
Ah.
That's exactly how they do it.
And then you
that's how
convert them.
Israel's doing
You
it,
convert them.
right? So
Listen, the term colony comes from the Latin word colony, which means farm. And what they would do is they would take retired soldiers and they would steal all of the land, and then they would make all of the landholders of farmland retired veteran soldiers, so that they knew that there was a large population of fighting men in those countries, and they would steal all of their land, and then they would give all of the land to their own people. And then what they would do that Rome did that was special is that they allowed them to have some element of their own culture. They would go in, and they, unlike many nations,
What happened with the
before,
auxiliary?
They wouldn't strike down their churches or their their gods or anything. They would just
My
say,
auxiliary
look, your
corps been
gods
lost
are
for
kinda
years.
like
Yeah.
our gods.
Yeah, what happened with the
And so
auxiliaries? Did they get citizenship and shit too? I mean, because we're just glossing over a lot of that.
well, we
Oh,
didn't
I
know
took checks
America.
notes. They did get citizenship. That's why we have, like, I don't know. Have you ever seen the movie Gladiator? And it's not historically accurate. That's why the Spaniard is fucking one of them. Because guess what? They would have all these other generals from outside of Rome, all these other people that had full citizenship. And became, why are the Germans wanting so
Literally,
obsessed?
why
Hold on.
Rome fell?
What?
Because
Oh,
none of the army felt any
Yeah.
allegiance
Yeah,
to
that's
Rome.
listen. I'm sorry. I'm not going to.
That is not why Rome- what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
that's not why Rome fell. Listen, he's the guy who said it didn't exist anymore. We shouldn't worry about it.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't think your opinion on
So-
this one is too big. But like, listen, we can even look at all these other examples in history where these empires have came in, they've established themselves. What do? The Babylonians. They came in, they converted the people of their culture. They exist for a while. Same thing with the Romans. They came in, they converted. Why do you think the French and like Charlemagne and all these other people always wanted to create a new holy Roman Empire? Why? Because they saw how good it was under a giant encompassing thing where everybody had a similar culture and everybody could work towards a singular goal. I mean, this isn't rocket science, folks. This is historical fact, and y'all are just arguing with it. 'Cause
Wait,
it's
hold on.
not nice
They
and
attempted to
pretty.
recreate Rome multiple times. Like, you're just like, you guys, every time you bring up history, what are you tying it to? Like, where's the argument that you're tying? I agree with everything that you just said, right? That the auxiliary forces were granted citizenship, that Charlemagne and many medieval kings, right, attempted to resurrect the concept of the Holy Roman Empire. But in what way does that tie to this concept that America has the power and the resources to begin annexing other countries, bringing them into the American empire as states?
We
and
spend more on
won't
military
have
than
a
like the next
destabilizing-
86 countries' GDP
And we still
combined.
failed
It's
in
crazy.
Afghanistan.
Like,
Hold on, Prime. Hold on,
being able
Prime.
to
So we only
bomb a
failed because we
country-
left.
Jesus.
Being able to bomb
Exactly. Thank you,
in the
Gibbs.
fucking glass is
Yeah.
not the same thing as being able to turn.
No,
another country
but the
we
issue
stayed
is
there,
that
they would all die
rather than
off.
just take over, we went through this bullshit of like trying to get the corrupt tribes there and shit to take over themselves. That doesn't make any fucking sense, right? We should have just took it, say, hey, yeah, fuck you guys failed. This is ours now. We're gonna run it properly for these people. And then over time, you encourage immigration into that country, not into land that's already occupied by other people. If there's a lot of land in this country that isn't occupied at all. Right, you build settlements on that land that isn't occupied or owned by anybody, when a lot of it exists there,
Overcome
right?
the
And then you bring
population.
over Americans, people from other countries on the planet that have this culture. They're able to sell and express that culture to the population. You show them that life is better under America, and through this entire process, like you guys keep saying, oh, it's going to cost so much. These countries have trillions of dollars in resources that would be our resources that we'd be able to use to supplement to pay for the project. This is what cultures. This is what nations have done for thousands of fucking years.
So once again,
it's not like they have a separate piggy bank for their shit and a separate piggy bank for that shit. It's all the same piggy bank.
Once again, I
Every
repeat
one
that
of
like
those
American
cultures and
exceptionalism
empires
isn't
fell.
special. It's just typical, right?
Oh,
Like exactly what you just
Prime.
said explains
Prime,
exactly
sure.
what I meant.
Wait,
Because
so Prime, do you
that's
disagree that
the
some
only
cultures are better
real
than others?
option here, right? That's a better. At least that's more specific than whatever the fuck. FK
You
was
want to
talking about.
perpetuate a
Everyone's
planet
fucking
that's
humans,
basically
whatever, right?
like a
Wait, hold up,
just
Prime,
warring
why-
tribes,
What
warring
You're
tribes with
saying
bigger
is
guns and bigger
saying,
numbers.
Let's expand through
The
a.
main reason
Wait,
that
do you
Rome
disagree
fell
that
is
some
because
cultures
of
are better
debt.
than others, Prime?
Okay, war and occupation costs fucking money and resources, and
And then when you win the war, you get to use the resources of the place that you conquered,
Hold on,
which is
all
what
you-
every
dude,
nation has fucking done. When we conquered, when we beat Germany, we used a lot of their resources to rebuild Germany. That's what nations do.
QB.
Rome
So to
fell
pretend that, oh
because
god,
of
it's so
the
expensive. Yeah, it's
expansionist
expensive to start, but again, you're getting access to all these resources that belong to that nation that now belong to your nation that you can use to build that nation.
Why will America be so special in utilizing those resources compared to the cost of occupying than any other empire in history? What is it that's so special about America?
What are
that
you
once
talking about? Some of
once
these
we've
nations
already
we're
been able
referring
do
to.
millions of
50
dollars-
Hold on.
fucking states.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry, but the United
FK.
States has 50 states under it. 50 different countries.
He's right.
basically,
He's right,
that
actually.
Get the fucking run and decide how we make ourselves work. But at the end of the day, I guess in like a better world for Prime or for Fabian Scott, we just separate all those states. They each are cut
That'd be
off
50
into their
warring
own little
tribes.
country, and we just have the 50 extra warring tribes on the global stage of warring tribes.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr. Hold on, one second. I'll give right to you, Mr. Boulay, in the Department of
Boulay,
Numenistics, right? This super chat sponsored by Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company. Got a frog on the
Gotta be good
panel.
ones.
Wash away identity confusion with our soaps, grids, a musk. The aroma of success. Try Tactical Soap today. We will do so. Thank you for the
It's a
$10.
running joke. It's a running gag.
Can I? Okay, wait, hold on. Can I wait? I need it, please. I need to respond real quick.
Let's let DB in.
I'm just responding to this
My
concept
God.
that like other nations are just like states. No, we had a similar culture when we settled. We came from the same. We came from the same fucking empire, which was Britain.
Well, that's not
we
true.
had to fight for that. Okay,
Florida
when-
and
when we
Texas didn't come
first-
from the
when
same
we first-
empire.
Yeah, many of these
California.
immigrants came from other
Neither
European
the
nations.
countries on the, neither of these
Yes,
states in the,
yes,
at the second
yes,
half
the
of
French
that
came
French
from
went throughout
Spain.
Louisiana.
Yeah, and there was
Oh, yeah, the
conflict
French,
between
yeah.
these groups.
Europeans that are
Hold
the
the
fucking
fuck-
British
hold
that were going through
hold
the
fuck
West.
on-
Yeah.
You have you. I'm talking.
Mixing
I'm,
with the
I'm
fucking Spaniards
running
in the
you
South,
through
mixing
middle
with the
school
Africans that
history
were brought
because
in,
you
like,
clearly
from other
fucking
parts of the
forgot.
And this is the West.
Mixing
Oh,
with-
the Russians in
I have
Washington
to
and
help you.
Alaska.
That's
I
true.
have
The
to help
Russians that
walk
came
you
in.
along.
Yeah,
I
but
have
it's
to
very
walk
similar.
you along
Very
because
Hawaii,
you're not
Hawaii
unique.
was its own
You're-
country, you know.
Yeah, no, we had a group.
Sucks
of
for them, I
people,
guess.
And even in the founding of our nation in 1776, we had the Articles of Confederation, and we nearly had a civil war right from the fucking beginning because of currency wars between Virginia and Maryland. So then we created the federal system, and that was a hard-fought victory for the Federalists against the Anti-Federalists. Nevertheless, even through the expansion that we went through, we put our own people in places that were largely had very, very low population, and then we killed everybody that disagreed with us until we had our own fucking people from our own culture there. Okay, it is not the same thing as going into another nation that has thousands of years of culture, has a different predominant religion than us, has different forms of government, that have tribal leaders and all these other things. Unless your argument is we're going to do like we did with America, which is that we're going to go in and we're going to wipe out 98% of them and subjugate them and then fill it with Americans, then yeah, sure, Afghanistan.
But we had
might
already
become
done
like
that in
America.
Afghanistan.
it's not my
Yeah,
preferred
it's
pathway, but it's
60
the
to
pathway
1.
where it
We,
happened.
bro,
We
hold on.
didn't
Hold on. We
genocide
already
the
did that.
Afghanistan-
We already did that.
Afghans.
Like, yeah, because the Taliban, they had like something like 120 to 1 KD ratio. Like, I'm sorry that they suck at fighting and we're
But
wiping them out.
But hold on,
Like, yeah,
that's
we
not
took them
Doesn't
out.
address
hold
my
on.
point. You're just saying
Beating
we
the-
killed a lot of Taliban.
Yeah, and so we could have. Hold on, and so they
we-
don't have. Hold on, the two Taliban now even right is so drastically different from the Taliban then.
Yeah, they're more extreme.
Right?
Yeah, we
the
made it
more
worse.
extreme. Hold on,
But
if we had
now
hold
is
on,
the world of edging.
if
No
we
one
had
is allowed to
sat
win.
there, if we had sat there and stayed there and stuck it out for the next 100 years and showed them how much better after like 2 generations of women in college, if we had stayed there and kept our
Yeah.
investment
We-
instead of letting these
we've
little
already-
corrupt
we've already
tribal
talked
leaders
about, like, the
take over.
century-long
Hold on, we know
occupation.
this works.
We already
though.
talked
You're
about the
acting like this
century-long
doesn't work.
occupation.
You're acting like this doesn't work, Prime. Like this is the problem.
No,
Is
it
you're
absolutely
looking at this-
works.
Hold on, you're acting like this is a
Hold
bad
on.
thing, but
Wait a
Prime, you
minute.
can't
I'm
even
saying
admit it. Some
no.
cultures are
No,
bad
wait,
and
wait,
some
wait,
cultures
hold
are
on.
good.
Gibbs. Because you're
Can you
mixing.
admit that there
Hold
are
on.
good cultures and bad
We're
cultures?
mixing things, right? I know that this process, at least I think the process you're talking about, maybe I'm mistaken, but the process you're talking about, yeah, it actually does work. over a few centuries, after killing a shit ton of people, right? Establishing dominance,
Suppress
right?
the good of
Enforcing
humankind.
upon a way of life on a community until like generations die off, right? 3 generations, like Scott was talking about previously, at least that much, right? And then yes, you can impose being an American on those individuals. In fact, I've talked about this, but I was just
Not
having a conversation-
imposed. They just are.
No.
American.
They
You're
are,
mixing
yeah.
a few things. That's
It's
one
cultural.
thing.
It's culturalization.
Yeah, sure. I'm saying that's fine.
They're
But
not
the
imposed
start of
this
this
thing, you just
conversation
are.
wasn't that. In fact, right? FK pretended that whatever fucking system he was trying to talk about would be different. It'd be kinder and softer and gentler, right? The good kind of imperialism, not the bad kind,
He said
obviously,
that.
right?
The goal of
And
it
so,
is-
yeah, right. He wouldn't do the meanie parts of imperialism. It would just be through culture. I'm saying that's not enough.
It's
Right,
a
like that,
pathway.
like
it's not
so.
my
What
preferred
Gibbs
pathway,
you're
but it's a
talking
pathway
about
where
is
it could
different
happen.
from what FK was talking about.
No, I'm
FK
just
is
talking
not-
about. I think my preferred.
I'm gonna
Wait, hold
say
on,
FK
can I-
change his
We have the
position
same
again.
end goal. We have the
Okay,
same
Judy.
end goal. He just prefers a nicer way to get there. Then I'm just like,
Yeah,
hey, I don't
I'm
think the
saying,
nicer
yeah,
way is
you
easier.
guys are different. So I'm just saying you're different. So,
But the end goal we want is the same.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
So,
I
yeah,
get you,
I
it's
agree.
different, it's
So,
different.
so Prime, you said, what makes America special, right? As opposed to like all these other empires that have come and gone that weren't able to keep this together. Some of those empires lasted like 1,000 years, right? Or almost 1,000 years. We've been around less than 300. If they can do this, there's no reason the United States can do this.
hold on.
Right?
By violence. By violence.
Hold on. Okay, some violence might be required. Less violence than they.
sometimes there's
Wait, hold
levels
on.
of
Prime,
violence.
Prime,
There's
listen,
some
Prime.
violence might be
Wait, Prime,
required.
listen. Let me just explain. Maybe I can get this through you, okay?
Okay.
So imagine we had a reasonable U.S. president for once, okay? Somehow, our president wasn't, fighting other politicians to suck off Israel's dick, okay? Imagine that was the case, and that president said, "Hey, we've spent billions of dollars on this fucked up little country. Their leaders suck. Their leaders perpetuate this war that drags other nations in the region into shit. So fuck them. We're gonna take the region. Okay, it's ours now. Fuck you, right? And we go to war with Israel. We annex Israel and the Gaza Strip and the West Bank and all these areas. Yeah, this might cause some violence in the short term, right? People will die, sure. At the end of the day, you would have one nation, quote unquote, the United States. This would be a state within the United States. Everybody there would have equal rights. You wouldn't have the issue of Palestinians being oppressed or Jewish supremacy or them constantly starting fights with other nations because they want to expand their territory. No, they'd be a nation, or they'd be a state within the United States. The long term, that would save probably millions of lives. Right, and just the stabilization of the region. So yeah, I think sometimes you need to accept that in the short term, some people might need to die.
nations?
So the long
Just like
term,
kill
we
the
can have
Aztecs.
stability,
Okay,
we can have
that's
peace.
fine.
Also, for what
That's
Scott was
fine.
talking about
How many-
earlier,
how many
is that
countries-
constant spending money on
But
war.
hold on.
In the long term,
Wait,
if you're
hold
all one
on, hold
nation,
on,
you're not
hold
going to
on.
have to be
Let's-
spending, wasting
You're
that money
talking
on war. You should
about
be
starting World War
focusing on how to
III.
better everyone's
Yeah.
lives in that nation.
Your solution is start World War III. Like, do you have any idea how
What are you
fucking
talking
insane
about?
that is? You think we can just go?
Isn't
to
your
war with
solution to
Israel?
most of
You think we just invade countries like Afghanistan and Iraq and all these countries that we've invaded? Fucking, we can bomb all these nations. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. But if you want to stop bombing them and annex them and give them rights and bring them into the fold, well, that's the bad thing. That's
Wait a
an
minute.
unrealistic
My-
thing.
No, you just acknowledged that Israel has extreme.
You're going to
control
give
over
them
politics
rights
in the
by
West.
bombing
You
them
think
and then
every
forcing
fucking
our
European
rights
nation
upon
is
them.
just going to be like,
Yeah.
oh, I guess
So
America's
liberation.
fucking-
Some people need to be dragged into
We're
the light,
liberated.
Fred.
Yeah. Okay.
Fred, you
Also-
should understand
also-
this.
Yeah, that's what
Some
I'm saying,
people
the
need to be
Aztecs.
dragged
So much
kicking and
control
screaming
over our
system.
into goodness.
So-
Part
Hold
of the
on.
reason they have so much control over our system is because we have to play a balancing game on foreign politics
Well,
rather
so-
than play
wait,
a game
wait,
of like,
wait,
listen,
sorry.
we're here to win. We are here to make you all be
FK,
part of our
FK,
system.
do you
We're here to
sign
make
on?
you
Hold
all
on. I
better
want to be
with
clear.
us.
I want to be clear before you try to run away from another policy position. FK, do you agree with Juby? Is Juby's position, as he laid it out, right? A scenario where we take over Israel and then, through military force and people die in the short term and all that stuff. Like, do you agree? Is that your position?
If the situation was to happen and I was convinced enough that it was actually going to work, like we were going to be able to take them in the moment, then yeah, I would
So
agree.
it just falls.
Yeah, and to be clear,
it falls
Prime,
within your policy prescription. Is what I'm asking you, right?
and to be clear, this would be this needs.
I prefer a peaceful method, but
You
if violence
prefer,
is the method that
but
needs
you would
to-
come to
that
say,
needs
okay,
Hey,
so
we're all the same
I'm asking,
side here.
Yeah,
what
hold on.
is
So,
the difference?
but Prime,
What-
FK, and Gibbs and I all agree on this. We all prefer a peaceful method. If there's a way to do this peacefully, we prefer that. If not, correct.
Yeah,
If the other option,
I get it.
if the other option is allowing this little country to exert all this influence that's destabilizing the entire fucking world, well then yeah, maybe we need to kill some people.
That's not the other option. You know that's not the other option.
That is the other option long term. Absolutely.
FK doesn't understand the other option. I know you understand the other option, DB, but I can't do that right now.
Prime, hold on, but Prime, unfortunately, I think
cultures that are bad.
Okay, hold on. Because I'm just trying to like connect this to the beginning of this conversation, right? Talking about this kinder, gentler form of imperialism. Right. But now, once we've like pushed you guys again and again for actual details, all of a sudden it's like, yeah, we'll just go into a country, we'll take it over, we'll shoot them.
We gave them scenarios first. You gave them scenarios
of course, we'll send threatening letters first, right? And we'll demand them that they give us tribute, right? And then do what we tell them to do. But if they don't, right, we'll send American troops. We'll dominate them. I'll give you an example. Prime, I'll give you telling me that this is different, right? This is American Civil War.
Prime, let me give you an example. Prime, let me give you an example.
It's amazing. You guys literally just watched them reinvent the wheel. Badly.
Prime, let me give you an example, right? So I think it's Libya right now that has was one of the countries with like slave markets, like open slave markets in Libya right now. So. Right, that's bad, right? I think that's bad. I think everybody would agree that's bad. Scott might think that's valid forms of capitalism. I don't know, but I'm joking, Scott. I know you don't think that. I know you don't think that, but so we all agree that's bad. No, wait, hold on, don't. So we all think that's bad. So if option one is, hey, we try soft influence, right? Soft power, try to convince them culturally over time to stop having slave markets and doing this terrible stuff. Mm-hmm. If that works, fine. If it doesn't, if the other option is, hey, this isn't working, so we're just going to let them keep having slaves, fuck that. I think we should go in there, force them to stop having slaves, and then over time, shift their culture, shift their government, remove their government if necessary, impose our government, and get them on a better course. Right? I think some cultures need to be corrected from them, okay? Because once we get there, their natural resources are ours, and we can use them to supplement the project.
That's different from making them a state, though, right?
Prime. When the United States does things, we use the resources of all states to benefit that thing, right? It's the same thing.
So just as a hypothetical, when we send that nicely worded letter to say,
no,
Russia,
not a nicely worded letter.
And they say,
what are you talking about?
Fuck you.
Then they get ass whipping. Like, it's that simple.
At what point do we send in the thermonuclear weapon?
Well, hold on. I
would ask you
for a question because Doobie's really touching the point that I tried to earlier.
I'm asking. It's just a serious question.
Well, whatever we need to. Sure, whatever it takes, Papa. Listen, let me get back to the more important thing.
Whatever it
takes. Whatever it takes. Yeah, listen. Yeah, we got to try to get to the meat of the matter because we're getting we always say I get sidetracked. But look, Doobie, it's a good point with the slave markets in Libya. That's the reason why I brought up the Aztecs earlier. There are some cultures that I think we can definitively say that maybe don't deserve to exist. If you're advocating for cannibalism and human sacrifice, guess what? It's a good thing the Spanish came in there and conquered your ass and you got wiped out by smallpox. I'm sorry. I'm not going to apologize for it. I think it's better for all of you. If we go in there and wipe out Libya's government and take out whoever's in charge and whoever's letting these slave markets go in, guess what? It's going to be better for humankind.
So hold on. Let me.
How many times have we tried to take out the entire government of Libya and ended up fucking?
Yeah, and how many times? Okay, well, I'll answer that. And how many times? Hold on. I will answer that. I will answer. Hold on. I'll answer that. If you can answer my question. If you can answer my question, how many times did we? You answer my question. How many times we stayed there after we took out their government and said, you are now a state? Can you answer? I'll tell you, 0. So it doesn't fucking matter because we never have done once what any of us three have proposed because we always give it back to these inept countries and let their evil cultures retake control and then it becomes a cesspool. It's every single time.
I want to engage with what you're saying. Like, this is obviously all an internal critique because obviously I don't agree with it from a moral standpoint. But historically speaking, right, we had this cool thing called the British Empire. Okay, the British Empire, the largest empire the world has ever known. Okay, and they did this. They went in, they got rid of inferior cultures, and then they spread liberal democracy. Like no empire ever has eradicated slavery to the same degree that
entire civilizations in India wiped out.
So they came in, they took over places like India, they took over plenty of colonies in Africa, they took over colonies throughout the entire world, okay? And time again, what occurred when the British Empire started educating people, and they found that despite whatever resources they had, the more they educated people in liberal democracy, the more they educated people in individualism, the more they spread these concept of civil rights, the more those people fought against the concept of British imperial rule, because despite the fact that Britain was giving them an education, Gandhi got a British education. Okay, Gandhi would never have existed without the British. Okay, he was given that individualistic civil rights minded thing.
I have an
It was
answer
that
for
very
this.
education that he utilized to have his people peacefully, we'll say, wishy-washy,
Quote unquote.
resist against British occupation. If you go into a nation,
But I can give you
we have
examples
seen
where it works
time and
perfectly.
time
Look at
again
Spain.
that if you
Look at
go-
Spain, though.
if you go
Spain had almost
into
as large
these-
of an empire as the British, and they were wildly more successful, to the point that even now, all these countries that exist today all look back to their time under Spain with like at least a large portion fondly looking back at the time, because they escaped being, I don't know, killed by the Aztecs, killed by the Incas, killed by these other groups. Like, they all look back and they go, yeah, it sucked, but then we got our own national, regional identity. We converted to Christianity. We learned, hey, all these are better things. We got new technology. We got more roads. We got cleaner healthcare. We got more education. And all these people have to think, as opposed to the British, who had a much shorter term empire, in my opinion, than the, I think the dates back
Not
than
an
the
opinion,
Spanish.
It's the fact that the British Empire lasted longer than the Spanish Empire.
I mean, it depends on what you want to call it lasting.
So-
If you want to say
It was
they're
like
still
4 times
lasting,
the size.
sure.
hold
If
on.
it's still lasting, 4 times the size, like, oh, I don't know about that one. They had both South America and North America totally under their control.
Just
What do you
India
mean?
is bigger
I
than-
don't think there are any. Maybe there's a handful of people living in South America that look back fondly on Spain because they got rid of the Aztecs. I don't think
A lot
have
of them
any
do.
fucking. I don't think they. I think they have
Plenty of
very
them.
little
Hundreds,
cult-
thousands,
I think they
millions.
have- I think.
Nah.
I think they have very
I mean,
little-
I'm going to trust y'all in the
I-
north over
Admiral
me who
Gibbs,
lives by the
I mean,
border.
I live
Let
near
me
with
finish.
Puerto Ricans. It's not like they're like
Yes,
out here
Puerto Rico.
praising
Where's
Columbus,
Hold
brother.
on. Where? Okay, Puerto Rico,
hold on,
maybe
hold on.
not.
No, no,
But
no,
if you
no.
go to Mexico, totally different story.
Comment. You made a silly comment.
I
Okay?
mean, I know I'm not wrong on this.
Oh,
There's a
the
reason why there's
only-
Spanish
the only-
statues all over the place.
Yes.
Yeah, because they
of
were
course, there are
colonized.
Spanish statues
Because they
because
built
were
them to
colonized.
honor these people that saved them from these evil empires.
The only
Yeah, that's why
only
the pyramids
cultural
exist.
The only
Sure.
cultural connection that
They were
most
built with
South
slave
America-
labor.
The
Cool
only
story.
cultural
Yeah.
connection. You're trying. Let me finish. The only cultural connection that most South Americans have to the Aztec Empire is a concept of Aztec blood running in their veins and a sense of pride for considering themselves part native. Simon
What?
Bolivar is called the liberator for a fucking reason.
But
Okay,
do you know
these
how many people? Hold on.
fought
First of all,
against
you just said
Spanish
something totally not
rule
true.
and overthrew-
Most people have
and
Mayan blood,
overthrew
not
the
Aztec
Spanish-
blood, because the Aztecs got fucking wiped out. Like, that's the fact. The
were
Mayans are.
dead before the
The
Aztecs
Mayans
were
still
even there.
exist
The
today,
Aztecs-
Papa. The Mayans
the
still
Mayans-
exist. The Mayans
Nobody
literally
knows
exist
what
to
happened
this
to
day.
The fucking Mayans,
The-
you fucking dumb.
Hey,
fuck.
hold on.
You claim to be
Wrong.
fucking
We know what
Latina, and you
happened.
even understand your
It's
own fucking
Latino,
history
first of
to
all.
the smileless
We have
fucking-
two.
No,
We
I'm
have
calling
two.
you Latina for a reason.
Yeah, it's I got
Spreading
it.
like a
But
fucking-
you're wrong though. There are plenty of people Mayan descent to this day. There's not that many with Aztec descent. Why? Because the Aztecs got wiped out, and all the other tribes who descended from the Mayans rose up and joined the Spanish in killing the Aztecs. So you're just wrong, and you don't know
The
history.
Mayan
I mean, that's
Empire-
clear.
The Mayan Empire did not exist when the Spanish got there.
That's
True
true.
or false?
That's true.
Okay, so
They had all
when you
reverted
talk
into
about
different
people being
tribes.
when you talk about people being connected more to the Mayans and the Aztecs,
Because they still speak Mayan.
I mean, modernity, that's probably true because we have idiots, but I agree with
if
you,
you're
Scott.
talking, if you're talking about the concept,
And you're agreeing with
nobody
not back,
cares-
but
like very few people care when they're talking about culture about what percentage of their DNA presumably comes from the Mayans and preserving Mayan culture, because nobody knows what the fuck Mayan culture was. The Yucatan Peninsula is largely unexplored for Mayan ruins. Okay, we don't. The only thing we fucking know is that they built cities we don't understand. They built pyramids that are cool as fuck, and that if we go into their caves, they had some weird obsession with caves, and then and it being connected to the underworld and like the Mayan calendar. We don't know what their fucking religion was beyond a few fucking like little things. People have some level of understanding of Aztec culture. They know what Tenochtitlan was. There are well-documented cases. Why? Because Spaniards came over and visited Tenochtitlan before they were able to gain other tribes and overthrow it, mostly before they got fucking the Aztecs sick. Okay, we know the irrigation system they had. We know the sports they played. We know those things. They're not connected to a fucking culture that they know nothing about. Okay, you're saying that,
But
these people,
nobody's
like,
connected
love
to
and
the
venerate
Aztec
the
culture because
Spanish.
they're gone, bro. Like they're totally wiped out. You're
You're the
wrong.
one that
You're
made
totally
this
wrong. All right,
claim
hold
about
on, hold
that
on.
they were
Because
killing
I
the
can back it up.
Aztecs.
Hold on.
Now
I
you're
can back my
backing
claim
away
up.
from it.
No. I can back my
Okay.
claim up. First of all, guess what language
Okay,
is spoken
let's-
second in Mexico after Spanish? You want to guess? You want to guess? It's fucking Mayan. Clearly, if the number 2 language by the most an
what
indigenous group
what
is
language did the
Mayan,
Aztecs speak?
well, okay. Let me
Okay.
ask you this. Let me
What
ask you.
language did the Aztecs
What
speak?
language did the Aztecs speak? What language?
Mm,
They have their own fucking
do they
language
not-
that nobody speaks anymore because they're dead. It's crazy.
They
It's like
spoke a
Latin.
dialect of Mayan.
Oh
That's why
my
you were
God.
able to have
The Mayan,
translators.
bro, the Aztecs don't even just track their descent from it. They track their descent from the Olmecs, bro. You're fucking wrong. You don't know your history,
We
and
don't
you're sitting there
fucking
arguing
know
with me.
that.
You're wrong.
I
You're
don't know how
wrong.
you're-
Okay. All right.
Just because.
Hey,
just
Grid, I
because
know you
some
don't know,
people
so you can
today
stop talking about
believe
this.
that.
You got it. You
They-
just sit down. Let the big boys talk. This is a topic you're not aware of.
No, no.
I know.
You
Listen, we
said
got
that
it.
they
We
were
know you hate brown
connected to
people like you
Mayan
said.
culture. You said that the people believe that they celebrate Spain because it's saved them from the Aztecs.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
true.
just
That is
not true. There's more of a
absolutely
cultural
true.
connection to the Aztec Empire.
But
than
why
there
did all
are
the
to
tribes
Mayan
rise
Empire.
up and join the Spanish and
Okay.
throw in
All
over the
right.
Aztecs? Why
I
is
don't
that?
know. Sorry, I don't know what the
Because
point
they
is.
were punishing
We're
them.
moving
because the
away
Aztecs
from.
were the dominant force
Okay.
in the
Okay.
region.
Okay. All right. All right. Look, I don't know what is even happening here anymore. Like, let's move
I mean,
on.
just for your record, in Central America
Sure.
alone, there's 20 million people
Yeah.
at minimum that they did a genetic testing that have descendantry from the Mayans. You want to know how many people have Aztec descendantry in the entire Central America area? 1.5 million. That's crazy. I guess I'm right. I don't know, but the numbers say I'm right.
Yeah, murder.
A culture that was literally fucking dead that nobody that we had to
Yeah.
resurrect recently.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Prime, I obviously, the extent of the murder that happened back then was bad. Okay, I think we're in a more civilized time. We can do less murder and achieve the same goals.
Until we invade Israel.
Just tone it down a bit on the murder.
Just turn. Yeah.
Well,
I'm
Prime,
sure
like,
that's
so
what
if we had to kill 10,000 IDF soldiers, right, and to overthrow Israel's government, yeah, that's bad. But long term, this would actually be better for the region, I think. So.
People have been thinking that for 50 years, and it's failed every fucking time.
hold on.
Yeah,
hold
we
on.
know you love Israel. We know
so
you hate the
what-
brown people. You love
Wait,
Israel. We
wait,
get
wait.
it.
So hold on. Let me respond to that.
I don't
Um,
I don't hate
And
anybody. you
if
idiot.
you want to say that within a narrow sense, that we could stop conflicts that are happening like right now, right? We could find conflicts and then impose upon them some sort of peace, not peace, right? Some armistice or something like that on them. Well, then yeah, sure, we can do that. If you're saying that if we could intimidate and like do one like quick like operation, some blitzkrieg onto the IDF, the amount of lives
Interesting word
lost there
choice.
would be less than the amount of lives lost during the genocide that Israel is prosecuting at this moment. Then yes, agreed, right? But that's, and I mean, sure, but the larger argument talks about a worldwide domination, right? And in that, we'd had these conflicts happen everywhere that decides, hey, maybe I don't want to be American, because lots of the people like their own culture, right? But whether we like that, not whether we can accept that or not, they like their own culture. There's going to be a pushback. Right? Some places a bigger pushback than others, right? Some places will be more capable of doing that. Some places have the geography that'll make it even more difficult for us to impose upon them. And then, of course, there's the massive treasure that we have to spend on, and blood, of course, on this project. I'm saying that's not a worthwhile endeavor, right? I think it's a foolish endeavor. I think it's one that will inevitably cause an American collapse, obviously. Just like so many other empires who have overextended.
Yeah, after a couple thousand years,
themselves.
maybe to go too far. Sure, I get it.
After we got over all so many other empires, I was just listening today, right? Just listening about how different Chinese empires overextended when they're conquering, right? Trying to take over Korea, and that weakened them to the point where they collapse. Don't think America is exceptional. It isn't, right? It's very typical. And if we
I think we're much better at having like a cohesive nation, but much better at transporting resources and soldiers and people, much better than they were back then. They were able to keep that together, even with their limited resources, for 1,000 years, more than 1,000 years. I think we can do it too.
But the logistics of actually changing a culture, right, of transforming them into a province is an intensive one, and that part hasn't changed, and it hasn't changed because in the end, all you had to offer, Juby, is exactly what other empires have done for centuries at a time, right? That's what Gibbs is arguing. Gibbs is saying, well, hey, this works, Prime. I know, yeah, I agree it works because other empires have done exactly that. Again, no exception. There's no.
We're gonna get rid of all the APAC money once
point?
Israel becomes a new state.
Exactly right. Yeah, all of a sudden, money in politics isn't a thing anymore, right? Once it's an internal pressure rather than external pressure, it'll be better. Okay, whatever, right? So sorry, Grid, you want to say something?
Yeah. Can I just make one point? So the way that the Mongols and Alexander the Great conquered is they went in, they killed all the men. They impregnated all the women, and they literally conquered society. If we want to do that, it will fucking work. That's tried, proven, true. I mean, that will work every fucking time. I personally think we're a little better than that. I don't know. Maybe we're not. But that's the way that works.
Well, Doobie says
and Scott was trying to very nicely put that cap on it, but that's exactly what they did.
Yeah,
kill all the men.
Yeah, instead we'll just have separate tribes with nuclear weapons for the next 1,000 years until we all blow each other up. Yeah, that's much better. That's much more cohesive and like sustainable.
The Mongolians absolutely did not do what he said. They were actually very meritocratic to the people they conquered. They were extremely capitalist, and they were the most accepting of almost any empire when it came to religions. So everything Grid said is absolutely not true when it comes to the Mongols. Now they did do a lot of raping, but that is a side thing.
What are you talking? There's stories of Chinese soldiers and European traders coming into China and seeing what they thought was snow-capped mountains from a distance, and then they realized that they weren't snow-capped mountains; they were piles of bodies.
Yeah, because they were good at warfare. They whooped their ass. I mean, that's true. But after they were part of them, they made them part of society. They were meritocratic.
There are two dips.
Well, Genghis Khan had like Muslim dudes, or the Arab dudes, not Muslims, Arab dudes.
I love
it's not revisionist. It's not revisionist. I mean, it's called educated history. Maybe open up a history book. You maybe go get a degree from somewhere better than DeVry. I don't know. But check this out. There's a reason why Genghis Khan had Arab fucking people in his like council of like leadership. Like it's crazy that y'all just denying blatant known historical facts. Marco Polo, a white man, got to go meet all these people over there because guess what? They were willing to be trading with us
too.
Yeah,
oh my god!
They literally killed everyone in his party.
It's a meritocratic society.
So,
yeah, because he was a threat.
And this is where I part from Scott, I'm sure, right? This part, we differ. Like in the end, you're a united world, right? I think there is value in moving towards that, right? I don't think that will happen through imperialism. I don't think, I don't think America get to do it, right? Because America isn't exceptional, right? The way they'll do things is the way the empires have always done it, right?
Islam is
a
the
lot
way,
of
baby.
blood, the lot of slaughter, right? And they won't be able to actually hold this. Sorry.
What country?
Dubai.
What country should be the world leader?
No, I don't think any.
Curious.
No.
They should all come together.
So
and just
listen,
be the world leaders
I don't
together.
think if there has to
What was
be.
your fucking argument initially, you retard? Was that
No, my argument is America
make
takes
them all
control.
Americans?
I just view everyone else as
right. It's
American.
amazing, right? No, Scott, I don't know that any country should be the leader. I'm not sure how such a thing could happen.
But one has to be, right?
Like other than like a confederation of nations.
Yeah, to be fair, I think that's actually FK and like Doobie's argument is that like someone has to be the world leader, right? And like everyone else seems to be gunning for it. Why not convince Americans that we should be the ones that do it? That's what it sounds like their argument is.
Yeah, so I'm saying
I'm gonna summarize in one sentence how I feel about all of you on this panel. Until today, I have never desired for Elon Musk to go and colonize Mars. And now want to be on fucking Mars, away from all.
We should control that planet too.
Maniacs.
Mars should be American.
Elon Musk
New
is the vice
American
president of the
empire
planet.
across the
control
world.
the
You're busy
stars.
spilling
That's right.
hundreds
That's
of
right.
trillions of dollars
These guys are on
trying
board.
to take over the world. Fucking hopefully we can have a
Okay.
fucking capitalist
I'm gonna
utopia
take
over
the
in
piss.
fucking
I'll be
Mars
right back.
and be done
Okay.
with you guys.
Wait, hold on. Great. I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is a super chat from my community, from GSU Gambit. So, given that you said
Streaming, Doopy?
you're talking
Streaming
about
now?
no, that was a lie.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a lie.
What?
It's a lie.
No. GSU, so the question is, you talking about how raping the women and killing all the men worked in the past?
I didn't say
So
rape.
if-
I said fuck them.
Fuck them. Okay.
You implied rape.
Yeah, I think we know you meant rape, but okay, that's fine.
I didn't.
So
Consensual
that's fine.
violence.
Yeah, consensual fucking after you kill the men. I get it. I get it. So
Okay.
you said that this
Dude,
could
it's
work,
all
right?
about
This
the implications.
this could actually work, right? I think the issue that GSU Gambit
Don't
raises
get a
is
vote,
that
bro. Don't get a vote.
today abortion exists, right? So how would you account for the women being able to abort the sexual assault babies?
I'm sorry.
How would you account for the women being able to abort the
How would
sexual
I
assault
account
babies?
for them?
Yeah.
If it happened now?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to understand your hypothetical here. It's wide ranging. So are you asking me if I'm okay with aborting the sexual assault babies of war?
Yeah.
No. That's how
No?
we colonize.
Hold on. If you had the Mongols come in and just rape every woman in your town, you would say, "Oh, women, you can't abort those babies."
I
Those
wouldn't
are-"
say anything because I'd be fucking dead if that happened. As a fighting age male. What are you, fucking idiot?
Wait, hold on. So imagine you were hiding in the closet while your wife is getting fucked by a Mongol on the couch. Right? She's getting raped by a Congo. Hold on, she's getting raped by a Mongol on the couch. Getting raped by a Mongol on the couch, right? So you're hiding in the closet. You managed to survive this encounter. You would not allow your wife to abort that baby?
Coherent arguments than you do.
Hold on. You wouldn't allow
14-year-old
your wife to abort that baby? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm sorry, what?
You wouldn't allow your wife to abort the baby?
If I would be dead, it wouldn't be a question.
You didn't listen to me. Okay, I'll do it again. So you're hiding in the closet while your wife is being raped.
You're a coward, so you're
Yeah,
a
while
coward.
your wife
Oh,
is
you're
that book behind you, that reactive shooting science
Not
thing
you,
behind
bro.
you, that went out the window. That went out the window. You're hiding in the closet while your wife is getting raped by a Mongol on the couch. Okay, she gets raped. You survive the encounter. She has a baby. Would you let her abort the baby?
I would be dead.
Oh,
You
okay.
keep your
Somehow
hypothetical-
you were saving a bus full of children. You got stuck under the bus. You couldn't get to her. Okay, you couldn't get to her. You survived somehow. God hid you under a fucking house somewhere. Okay, you couldn't get to them. You were trying. You broke the entire house apart, but it was too late. They already raped everybody, but you survived. Would you allow your wife to abort the rape baby?
I'm not engaging with our hypothetical.
Oh
because
my!
I
You
would
can't
be
imagine a
dead.
scenario in which
Dead.
something bad happens
The
to
only
your
way that
wife or
would
a
happen,
woman that you
sir,
care
is if
about,
I was
and you
fucking
were
dead.
alive through that
If I
process
was
somehow.
fucking dead, sir, that's the only way that would happen.
What if Jesus
Okay.
came down
Imagine,
from the heavens? and,
imagine
like,
you fought. Hold on. Imagine you fought. You killed 100 Mongols, but they knocked you out somehow, right? You ran out of bullets. Your knife broke. It was too dull. It snapped in some Mongol's neck. So they knock you out. You're tied up. You can't escape. You wake up. She's already been raped. Would you allow her to abort the rape baby?
How would I, if in a society where that could happen, I would be dead.
Oh my God!
There's only one answer.
Why can't you just-
is that
why-
I would be dead. You're
You'd kill yourself. You'd wake up and you'd kill yourself. Is that what you're saying? Like, what do you?
I'm not going to engage with because I would be dead.
You're
I
killing
wouldn't have
me.
anything
Like,
to say about
and
it.
engage-
And
okay,
not
it's a simple
further,
question.
I bet
Engage with
my
a
wife would be
hypothetical
dead.
isn't a
What
good
about
look,
how
man.
you could rape my wife?
This one,
Not
so
being
okay.
able to engage with
but-
a hypothetical isn't a great look.
Yeah,
Just do it and save yourself
What about
the headache.
okay? Ignore the conquering, right? And your wife, unfortunately, was sexually assaulted by someone while you were away, right? That happens all the time. If that was the case, would you allow her to abort that baby? That's our
No, I
society.
don't think I would. I don't think I would.
Okay, all right. Well, there.
I don't believe
there
in
you go.
abortion.
Done.
That's the answer.
What if you knew the baby was the Antichrist?
I think it's funny that he thinks I'd run out of bullets. I'm from Tennessee.
yeah,
so
you know,
I got a lot of bullets.
I get it.
Okay.
I get it.
All right.
What if you
Right,
knew
now I
that
gotta
maybe
go
it was going to be
piss.
the
move
Antichrist
past
because
this.
the Mongol was a satanic priest, and you want to get the abortion, but they haven't done it.
Well, he's
yet.
on a break. He's he's
Yeah.
gone
I'd
now.
have to. I'd check myself in a mental institution because obviously I'm fucking crazy.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so that was a discussion.
Listen, Prime, never. You should just never have a second topic because you always want to start it at 10:30 anyways, which is like why? Just
I
have
wanna
3
start it-
open topics,
This-
and we're so much better at like just running our own topics. We are so much
Yeah,
better.
I mean that second topic. I'm going to be honest. I
it's-
think it was going to be a. How many people are here? There's six people. I think it was going to be like a
8.
6v1.
What? How
Like
are you
7.
counting?
I don't know. Like
Because,
7
like-
people.
I
Well, I guess
No,
one
I
of
just
them-
want. I just want
would-
it stated that I like the topic that you
6v1
wanted to use
other
as
than
me,
me. Yeah,
like
that's
as,
what that
as
would've
not
been.
applying to this panel. Just fucking took the entire panel.
Well, just for
No,
funsies,
F-
who on the
FK's
panel would have
nonsense
been like?
did that. It
I was the
FK.
springboard. I was the springboard.
Okay,
No,
fine.
I was
I'll,
the springboard.
I'll give you
Funsies.
flowers. I'll give you flowers.
Thank
Just
you,
for
thank you.
funsies with Prime's second topic, right? Like this is kind of, I expected it to go everybody versus me basically because I thought I was the only one that's gonna be like ultra capitalism, make more drugs, base, like right.
Yeah, but like.
I don't see anybody else siding with like that take on this panel.
Well, we can figure it out next week. I don't think, but
I
We
mean,
didn't
so-
really want to
We
discuss
should
that
wait,
topic.
Prime. There's actually a panel you wanted to do a few weeks ago. Though is America good? Is American culture good? This would be perfect for next week.
did I?
So Prime-
I don't remember.
Yeah,
this
it
one.
was like a few
but
weeks ago.
I do want
So
to do.
Prime-
Sorry, yes.
Okay. Why would you say maybe you, maybe just maybe,
Mhm.
right? Try out the free topic being the second topic, right? Just start with the topic, so that way, because I can tell you from my experience.
Well,
that,
it's
like,
because he's killing
people
time
come
to
in
even show up.
people come in,
Right.
and then they're like, "When's
come
the
in
topic
late.
starting?" Because they come in
Yeah.
seeing the title of the video, they come in seeing the thumbnail that I made.
Yeah.
And they're like, "When's the topic starting?" I'm like, "I don't fucking know. Hang out, I guess." Right? But if we do it,
That's
it's like,
fair
"Oh,
enough.
we did it earlier. You should check it out and like catch up, etc." And then we're
Yeah.
on the free topic. I think that might flow. It might be a little harder to get into the septic topic, but I think that was your fear initially, and I don't think that fear is valid. I think we always find
we always find something
like
to
a
talk
free
about.
topic.
No,
You know
that's
what I mean?
fair.
We segue pretty instantly here.
I hear you, and it's the strength. It's the strength of this group of individuals. You guys are extremely argumentative and very stubborn. And so we'll fight for a long time. No, that's fair. So you know what? That's what we'll do. Next week we will do that. The first topic will be whatever the fuck I plan. Either the opioid thing from this one, or it do be since you're around now. You weren't around previously. I at some point I want to do the Mexican topic, right? Remember we had a Mexican
The
topic.
Mexican topic. What's
We had-
the Mexican topic?
The t-
Oh, yeah,
what
what
was the
if
topic?
you
I want to do the
What is the
Mexican
Mexican
topic
topic?
now.
It was about water rights, and like within a town where like basically the water was being taken by like the hotels, right? Like they were like they don't.
Oh,
the
I,
rest
know,
of
I
the
remember
town-
that.
Remember that one? Yeah, that was a
It
long
was
Yeah,
time
on a
yeah,
ago.
YouTube video,
I
yeah.
think I remember this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was that
and-
Mexico topic?
I wanted to.
Viva la
well,
Mexico.
Yeah, I wanted to do that when
kids,
we
why
had
do you have that?
a local
Because I'm a
Mexican
proud Hispanic
correspondent.
heritage as an
Yeah,
American.
like when we had a Mexican correspondent, that would be Doobie here. And now
I
that
hate
you're
you.
around again,
Hello, this is Tia Tomas. I'm coming at you live from.
we would love to have you. All right, okay. So, but I will take Scott's advice. Okay, sometimes I'm bad at taking advice. I'll take Scott's advice. Next week we will do the
At least test it
established
out.
topic
See what
first.
happens.
Yeah. Okay.
Like maybe it doesn't work out because people get so invested in the topic that they like have a hard time getting to a new topic.
Oh,
But I
that's
don't
not shit.
Yeah.
think that's the case.
Yeah. I mean, well, if they're invested in the first topic, then whatever. It doesn't matter, right? If the appointed topic,
Right.
then it doesn't matter. All right, so we'll do that next week. That means everyone, you have to be here on time, all right? Don't trickle in later, right? So the reason why, okay, I'll tell you
That's
why.
also part
I
of it,
knew that
too.
was why
Yeah.
we did the free topic first, because people
Yeah.
show up late. Like that's
People
what
show
it
up
is.
late. So if you want to, so whatever we end up doing tomorrow or next week, right? If it's opioid crisis in America or whatever, right? You got to be here 8 p.m. Eastern. That's when we start.
It's a double-edged sword, though, because you also disincentivize people to make sure they get here on time because they're not worried about it.
That's
What?
true. Well, you're saying
If,
that.
if the topic is a second topic, then they're like, "Oh, I can be 5 minutes late. It's not a big deal."
I'm gonna be honest. I like.
they'll
I,
get into it. They're doing
Tribe
free
can say
topic
this for
anyway.
himself.
I mean-
I don't think it was planned originally. I
My
mean, I know
mentality, but-
today and some of the more recent ones he's put free topic. I don't know if it was originally his plan to have free topic as the first one. I think it just kind of developed over time that the first part was turning into free topic, and then he's like, "Fuck it, we're just gonna make that what it is." Like, am I wrong, Prime? Because you used to have like two topics all
double
the
topic
time.
panels.
Yeah.
Yeah, you used to do 2 topics, and then people wouldn't show up, and then we would like get into like weird random debates, and then we would like end up doing that debate for a long time, and then we'd get to like one topic, and we'd never get to the second topic.
Yeah, that
But
happens
those
all the time.
weird random debates are mad entertaining. For you know,
This is what we're
if there's the
doing.
chat, they are pretty. They do go hard.
Yeah. So there's that. And honestly, coming up with 2 topics can be extremely fucking difficult, guys. Like ones that are
It is
good,
hard.
right? You know, it can be very difficult. And doing that consistently per week, right? So anyway, sure. Thanks all.
Right.
This was a lot of fun, despite
It was.
it being what it is.
I had a
right?
lot. I had a lot of fun. It was really cool.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Honestly, great. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that. This was
Also-
great.
If I curse at you, don't take it personally. It's just part of the show.
No, we.
You should take it
totally-
personally when I call you a dumb bitch for being a racist. Okay. I hope your children marry brown people.
I feel like you're racist because you know
I-
I'm American Indian.
I am
and
looking
you
forward to
sort
the
of seem
browning of
be,
America.
quite racist.
Okay.
Doobie.
You and
please,
Prime are in
Doobie,
agreement.
Please.
The
You need
horizon
to
is
stop
beige.
hating.
Okay. It's not. We're not gonna have a white America. We're gonna have a beige America in the future.
Listen, I am racist. I cannot fucking stand white women.
Doobie,
That's
you need
racist.
to stop hating these people. They're Americans. It's just that some people, rather than
Hierarchy of
taking
value,
initiative and
white
being the
women are all the way
giants
at the bottom.
themselves, like to sit in the footsteps of giants. I think
This
that's
is-
the issue.
That's true.
This is why Scott and I can be such
That's true.
good friends, right? For the white women that he despises, I, being selfless as I am, I will take them all on in my bed, right? So no,
Okay,
no worries.
Hey,
You
what kind of
won't-
brown or
you won't
tan
be
are you?
lonely. You won't be lonely.
What brand?
But
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on,
my
Grid. I feel like
Chinese
Grid.
wife and
Wait, no,
my-
So-
actually,
I
I
feel like-
I get confused
ancestors
for
tell
multiple
you to go
brands
fuck
all the
yourself,
time.
baby.
So Grid. I'm sorry. I feel like I was being a bit of an asshole. I'm sorry. I was being a jerk.
That's all right. Don't worry.
But I'm genuinely curious. I think you said you're from like Tennessee or some shit.
I am
So
from Tennessee.
would you, like, memes aside, would you be okay with your kids marrying black or brown people?
My wife is Chinese. You dumb fuck.
Yeah, but that's
yellow.
not black or brown. Let's be
That's
real.
not black or brown.
That's
Like,
yellow.
if your
That's
kid
what
came home with a
racists
black
are
person,
like. You know, they're at least the good ones. They're smart.
yeah, but if your kid came home with a black person, like, would you be okay with that? Them like getting married,
Yeah, I don't
having
have any
children.
problem with it. What do you have
Okay.
a problem with it? Are you okay? Are you racist? You seem
No,
racist.
actually, I prefer that. I think that'd
You
be a
didn't say
better
that.
thing.
You
for
were the
world.
one that brought up race. That
I
seems
think
pretty
the
fucking racist.
more black and brown people from Tennessee mix, I think the better off the world is going to be.
Yeah, we'll see.
we'll agree. All right, guys. Thank you. Oh, Savoxon for gifting. Was it 5 subs or so? Just now, and thank you. You're definitely not here anymore. But Bonging stuff for gifting a sub previously, and Cool Whip for subscribing much longer. I won't say because Corey's eyes are looking upon me with utter shame. But
Always.
always. And Subox, I don't know why you don't show up on the you gifted 5 subs, but it's not showing up on the list, the monthly tier list. We're in a new month. We're in a new month. So please consider
He doesn't
support-
sub. He just gift subs.
No, but gifting
Oh,
subs.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Bad joke. Stupid joke.
Okay. All right. But anyway, please consider supporting the channel. I didn't make a pitch before we were too into this, right? But consider supporting the channel. Thank you for the people who give super chats previously on YouTube. Shout out to all of you. It was really kind of you. Thank you for that kind of support. We'll read your super chats. Thank you for the ones who gifted subs or subbed themselves here on Twitch. That's how we make this happen. So we do need your help. This is a brand new month, so consider helping us out and getting to the top of the sub count list. But yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, give an outro to all these wonderful individuals. Thank you, Corey, for coming through. This a lot of fun, I think. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're seeing the game plan for what's going to happen in Canada during the Trump administration, right? You've been
I'd like to see you
forewarned.
try.
But thanks, Corey, for being here.
Yeah, I can't think of a better way to start off the year. Always look forward to this. And just for the mere fact that you mentioned it, I'm going to be late next week. Just to spite you.
And
No,
yes,
obviously not. Well, yeah, I always try to be on time. And yeah, I'm never disincentivized to be on time.
he's
But yeah,
0% black, so he always shows up on time. Yeah, go ahead.
and I'm also half Asian, so I got all the good stuff going for me now.
All
Just
the
kidding.
good stuff.
But yeah, this is highly entertaining. And like always a joy. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And I do find it pretty funny, the roller coaster ride of like struggling for the first few minutes to come up with a topic, and then we start off with FK, you're a future American, not my enemy, and then some people need to be dragged into the light. That's pretty much what we end up. So pretty much.
I'm just not delusional. I don't like people kill each other. That's just part of life.
Yeah, but you could have just said that from the start. We'd have to drag it out of you.
I just
Yeah.
wish we could do it in a nicer way, but sometimes things
Okay.
happen.
But yeah,
Well,
Doobie, Ali,
you
Grid,
kindness.
FK, Gibbs, Scott, always a pleasure. Great to see you, FK. You're looking good and healthy. Hope that continues. And yeah, always I love you, Prime.
Same here. Thanks so much, friend. Scott, this has been great. I hope you enjoyed it. I know we didn't talk about the topic, and you prepare, and it actually makes me feel bad because I know Scott actually prepares for these fucking things. So I'm sorry, man.
Usually have pages of notes for the actual topic, but it's okay.
So sorry.
It's whatever. We'll talk about it some other time.
Yeah.
I'm actually pretty close to that issue. My grandmother is finally, I don't know, I'm probably throwing her under the bus, but fuck it. She's finally off of Suboxone. But yeah, I have a lot of dead family members from the opioid epidemic because my family's from Appalachia, so obviously I have a lot of dead family members from the opioid epidemic. Nevertheless, yeah, I'm Scott. You can check me out, Fabian Liberty, on X if you want to see me be more toxic, or if you just want to see the stream, check out Libertarian Philosophy. I am an ANCAP, but the cool thing about being an ANCAP and being so good at arguments is that I don't actually have to tell people. My opponents, when they're losing, will let you know. And so I don't actually have to let anybody know what my political affiliation is in that regard. I just have to keep winning arguments, and other people will let you know when they got nothing else in the tank. So I'm happy to be here. And if you want to check out libertarian philosophy or, debates and discussions along those regards, come check me out on YouTube, Fabian Liberty.
Understood. Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs. Thank you for coming through. You were a lot of fun as well.
I think you're
Appreciate
muted.
you having, yeah, I was muted. Yeah, I appreciate you having me as always. It's fun. I'm excited. I was excited for the first topic. Not the first topic, the topic. Honestly, because I was excited to see a 6v1. I think that I was the only unabashed true capitalist here, where I want no rules in any capitalism. I think I'd be the only one taking the position that hey, let these companies make as many drugs as they want. I could be surprised. But moving on, I got the black shade heart sunglasses on for a reason. It's because this year my motto has been to for the new year has been to be worse. So we're not going to be showing no love to anybody. So that's going to be my motto for all the people that come to me cattywampus. Speaking of coming at people cattywampus, this Friday at 7:30 Central, we're going to be doing our first semifinal matchup of the Debate Championship Series. If you want to tune in, it's going to be wild. Guess who's going to be there? This guy. That guy right over there. He's going to be here. It's going to be wild. He's going to be trying to advance to the finals and get more bragging rights over all the other peasants here in the debate field, the debate world. It's going to be fun. That's 7:30 Central time on Friday on my channel. What else? I think that's it. Thank you again for having me, Prime. Look forward to these future shows.
Yeah, absolutely. And please check out Admiral Gibbs' channel. Admiral Gibbs he's fantastic, as you can see, and he's trying to do something, create like a bigger debate space, give people more room to do that, right? More platforms. So let's support our friend Admiral Gibbs, who's always supported us. Let's go to our friend Grid. We'll do this counterclockwise. Grid.
Okay, cool.
No, clockwise actually. But Grid, thank you for being here. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Always a pleasure to be here. Really enjoyed the topic we went over. I was actually prepared for the other topic, and not that I have any inside baseball or anything, but one of my wife's friends actually works for McKinney. So that was an interesting side, and the pharmaceutical department. he deals with this pharmaceutical company. So that was interesting to discuss today with my wife. And but yeah, I was excited for the topic. Maybe we'll do it next week, or you can come up with something really cool as well. I'm good either way. You can find me on An Unreasonable Man on YouTube. It's a Grid One Dash Motorsports if you're searching it. And yeah, that's about it. I just just an old retired guy fucking around. And I got to roll, so as I'd like to stay and listen to everybody's bio, but I gotta go do stuff. So you guys are cool, but I'll see you later.
Have a good one, friend.
Take care. Be
Thanks so
well.
much. Yeah. Next we have our friend Ali. Ali, thank you. Again, I'll give you your flowers, Ali. Ali, you gave the initial topic, which I didn't think would go anywhere, right? It was a springboard to 3 hours of us yelling at each other. So shout out to my friend Ali. And again, I really do sincerely appreciate you trying to help always, right? So even if I don't use the topic, right? Like I appreciate you sending, and anyone else sending something and maybe trying to get my imagination going, because sometimes we end up some really, really good ones. And Ali, we've used Ali's suggestions in the past. So shout out to you, friend.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love being here. So anytime I can contribute, it's been amazing. I've been introduced to some lovely people through this panel. So honestly, thank you for having me every single time. And then for all viewers, you really should sub to Gibbs, Fabian, and Prime, absolutely, because they do provide, like, at the very least, it's like you get entertainment or information. So like take your time and actually like subscribe to the people. Get their views up. They deserve it as much as everyone else. But guys, it's always been a pleasure, and it always will be a pleasure to be here. I love my Mondays, and thank you for arguing with me tonight.
Absolutely. Doobie, thank you. I'm so glad you are here today. All right, like Doobie, like we haven't heard you talk this much in a long time, right? So this is wonderful. I'm really glad to hear your opinion. I knew where you fell on this. We've had discussions before, but it's always fun sparring with you, friend.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me. I'm a Doobie with the Politics Discord, discord.gg/politics.
If only Doobie would talk to me when there's no cameras around. Just as a dream. One day, maybe, when we fulfilled. We'll see. Let's go to FK. FK, I saved you for last. Okay, thank you for covering. FK was just like, I want to join in. I'm like, all right, sure, whatever. So FK came in and ended up being a little focused. Thank you, FK. This was a lot of fun. I liked examining all this. And we missed you. We used to have you here more often. So we did miss you, friend.
Thanks for having me, Prime. It's been fun. I don't really got much to shout out. I'm just playing Yakuza Gaiden right now, or like a Dragon Gaiden right now on my Twitch. I'll be playing Infinite Wealth after that. It's been a lot of fun. I'm sad we couldn't get to the second topic, but to be honest, if we got to it, I think I would have argued that it's probably actually okay for people to use drugs while pregnant, because at the end of the day, we are just byproducts of radiation from our sun affecting animal species over long periods of time until like the best survived. So who knows? What if whatever like malformation or abnormality that comes out from that, even though malformation is a bad word, it might be more useful in the environment of the future.
You need a commentary channel, bro. You got a great voice for just like
yeah,
That was nice having
saying
someone
innocuous
say-
bullshit
It was
with
nice.
just such like
Yeah, okay, that's true.
I
If
just
a
love having-
retard turkey Tom can do it, you can do it, okay?
yeah 1000%.
I just liked having backup for something I've been saying for a while now here. Even for once, it was just wonderful. Like I feel like usually I go on and talk about American exceptionalism and manifest destiny, and everybody just calls me crazy. And now
We still could be crazy.
that's either
You know, I love that it is the ethnic Americans that are that come back, that have been doing it, right? You have a Mexican American, right? And you know, Albanian American.
Well,
These are
I'm
the
not
ones who are like
Mexican, to be clear.
American, and yeah, Dewey's the type of brown, but I don't know what type.
I'm a brown American.
Yeah, so he's a brown American,
I'm
right?
just saying,
It's
give-
I'm a brownish American.
type.
know
more-
that there's hope
I'm more-
because I've
I'm
talked
more
about this
American
with a
than
lot
all
of
of you
very just
because I'm a
normal
fucking
people in my
mutt.
day to day.
Ah.
But depending on how you make it sound, depending on what you're arguing for, and depending on what you can point at, a lot of people seem to agree with it. As some
Yeah, I
correlation.
think people are just like seeing this, and they're seeing like really it's Russia has made this so clear. They've just gone over there and taken
Let's
shit.
talk.
And
Sure,
people
let's
are
talk about that later. Anyway,
Yeah, I don't know, it's just crazy.
FK, yes, you have a smooth masculine voice. And it's wonderful to hear you say like the worst bullshit I've ever heard in my life.
Most wild stuff.
It softens the blow. All right. But anyway, lastly, I just
inviting.
wanted to give a quick shout out to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid is amazing. And he's a good friend. He is like the title of our most consistent guest, right? And he would absolutely have been here today, but he was sick, and that's really unfortunate. But I mean, he'll get back up on his feet. He's like not dying. I don't think. So he'll hopefully be here next week. But shout out to our friend. I just got to acknowledge, well, all our guests who've been super consistent over the years, right? But like in terms of our most consistent, it's been Doobie, it's been Scott, it's been our friend Connor, all right? Who, not everyone's friend here, my friend Connor, all right? And for the longest streak, I think actually now it has been Lactoid, and I literally couldn't have done any of this, right? Like this, like we're 2025, I started this in 2020. I couldn't have done it without these kind of individuals continuously showing up again and again, right? Doobie doesn't have to be here, but he like comes through, and it's like super appreciated. So thanks all, and thank you, Lactoid. He's probably not even listening to this right now, but like he's a real one, right? And he's definitely a reason why this show is still here. Shout out to my friend. All right,
Get better, Lactoid.
Yeah, get better, Lactoid.
Get better Lactoid.
I will send you guys off. Let's see. Is there an attractive woman? Or just
Attractive white woman.
Always with the fucking simping, bro.
Simping ain't easy, man.
First of all, what else is there to do for Prime, right? That's his only
Yeah.
vice. So
Yeah.
like
Only vice.
True.
That's it.
Yeah, that's a good advice, brother.
No weed, no alcohol. like,
Nothing.
Jesus.
nah,
It's
just
just
baddies
this.
on the internet.
We'll send you to I Rose Corpse. She's pretty
Fantastic.
cute.
I got 3 philosophers in the fridge waiting for me the moment stream ends.
God bless Capitals.
and-
Giving us e-girls, bro.